portions of Uvalde County. And that warning for that county, for that tornado warning, that one goes until, I have to back out real quick. And that warning on that tornado warning, that goes until, I believe, 5:30, was that right? Oh no, 5:15. Yeah, until 5:15. That's going to be coming up in about 20 minutes. So we've got this tornado warning for the west central, north central portions of Uvalde County, and that's until 5:15. Take cover now. Go to the lowest floor and to the interior room of your house. Or apartment, or whatever living structure that you're in there. Also, we've got another tornado warning, and this is for west central portions of Kinney County. And this one is until, I believe this one was until 5 a.m., about to expire. So again, same situation. Take cover now if you're watching from the west central portions of Uvalde County. Very quickly, I'm going to take this off, and I'm going to go back to the radar. And we're going to take a look at how these possible tornadoes, what they look like. Let's take that, go there. And this is what, let's see, bam, let's do that. There we go. This is a quicker way to get there. Okay, both of these signatures, they look really strong. They continue to look fairly strong. I wouldn't say real strong, but fairly strong. And we've got this one here that's in Kinney County. Let me back this up a little bit. And that we're looking at the radial velocity. This is the storm relative radial velocity. And this is there in Kinney County, of course. And there's a possible tornado, and that is moving between Highway 55 and 183. We also have this signature that's looking a little bit stronger than it did earlier, and that's along 90. That's right, let's say, about 8 miles, I'm going to guess, 7 miles west of Brackettville. They're in western portions of Kinney County. And this one is moving off to the north and east at about 10 to 15 miles per hour as well there. So we've got the 2 tornado warnings that are going on. One expires, the one in Kinney County, you got about 2 minutes left on it. If I had to guess, they're probably going to extend that one and kind of reconfigure that. And then we have this pretty good couplet now that's in the west central portions of Uvalde County with a tornado warning there. Okay, what is almost, and I hate to say this, but almost more important, and probably more important, is the flooding situation that is going on now in Kerr County and also Uvalde County. So I'm going to get back to that. And there's a look at the radar. You see all the lightning strikes. Good news, I guess, is the heaviest rain has moved out of Kerrville, but it's still raining very heavily across portions of Uvalde County and also Kinney counties. Let's go back to this. This is, I believe this is 24 hours. Yeah, and I'm going to also, 24 hours. So here in Kerrville, in the Kerr County area, I should say, you have picked up a lot of rainfall in the last 24 hours. This is going to be just an estimate and probably inflated a little bit, but about a foot in the last let's say that, about a foot in the last 24 hours. That's a lot of rainfall there in Kerr County. And then this one is even more impressive here in parts of Uvalde County. I mean, we're talking just in the last 24 hours, another foot of rainfall. And that's on top. If you look at a 48-hour total, boy, it's really amazing. So I'm going to go back, and we're going to talk about these warnings step by step here and what is happening, because we've got a lot happening. We've got those tornado warnings there in Uvalde County and also into Kinney counties, and now we've got these flood emergencies that are going on. That one in Kinney County temporarily, there is not a tornado warning on that one, but I would not be surprised if they didn't reissue that. Okay, so we've got a lot of watches and warnings. I believe this covers all of them. If not, I'm going to make sure that they do. Oh yeah, we got a lot here. Bam. And let's just step through all of this. That's the best thing I think we can do right now, is just step through everything that we've got going on here. And we'll start off with the Kerrville situation. Okay, again, getting back to Kerrville and the Kerr County area. Okay, flash flood emergency for Hunt and Ingram, and also for Kerrville. We've seen a lot of rainfall, of course, and we've got life-threatening flash flooding that's occurring. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You want to move to higher ground now, and this is extremely dangerous. And the Guadalupe River is rising rapidly as well. Let's see if I've got information on that one. It's kind of hard to separate. I'm just talking to myself here. Let's see. see if I can separate these on the fly. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, no, not gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is for the Guadalupe River in particularly. There, of course, there's a flood warning that is in effect. Flooding is occurring on the Guadalupe River, and the river is rising, and there's major flooding of low-lying areas, recreational camps, and including Highway 39. This is extremely dangerous as the river is rising and rising rapidly there. We're talking about the Guadalupe River at Hunt. And we've got more information, I believe. No, okay. At the Guadalupe River there at Hunt. And we've got the Guadalupe River at Kerrville. Of course, this is in flood stage, of course, and continues to rise. And so you definitely want to watch out there along the Guadalupe River. It is rising. And let's see if there's some other rivers that you need to know about that are rising. And let's go in here into Uvalde County. Let's see, we've got the Sabinal at Sabinal. Major flooding is forecast on the Sabinal River. So this is going to be flooding that's going to occur through Friday, it looks like, on the Sabinal. The impacts, let's see, impact 24 feet, major lowland flooding from the headwaters to the Frio River confluence. This is very dangerous to campers upstream near Utopia and many secondary and primary roads. So I would not have any activity along the Sabinal River. There is major flooding that is forecast to occur. And this is forecast to crest. Let's see, this is going to crest. It's kind of hard to read it all here at the very, anyway, we won't get to that cresting, but anyway, the river there at Sabinal, we've got major flooding that is forecast to occur. So you need to know about that. If you know anybody that has any interest there, you need to know about that. And also, major flooding is forecasted for the Frio River below the dry Frio, and that's through tomorrow afternoon. So the river, let's see. Let's see, I'm trying to find the crest there. I can't find the crest. Maximum river stage in the next 24 hours, 17.7 feet. I believe that's where we're going to, oh, here we go, I can find it. Going to crest at about 17.7 feet there, it looks like. So, yeah, at 17 feet, flooding of crop and pasture lands, trap livestock, and can drown them. Secondary and primary roads there along the Frio River become dangerous. So anyway, so you got a problem, you got a major crest that's going to be occurring on the Sabinal River and a major crest that's going to be occurring on the Frio River. And also, let's take a look at the Nueces River. Moderate flooding, so not as bad on the Nueces, but the Frio River and also Sabinal River, you've got major flooding that is forecast to happen. And major flooding is occurring right now at the Nueces River at Brackettville. 22 feet, major flooding is over 400 yards wide. The river is 400 yards wide. And if you know anything about that river there, it's nowhere near 400 yards wide. That is wide. So what is that, a quarter mile? And livestock should be moved, but maybe too late for that. The Nueces River confluence, fencing, okay. Yeah, you've got a lot of problems there on a lot of these rivers. So again, the Sabinal River, major flooding is forecast. And also for the Frio River, major flooding is forecast. And happening right now, you've got major flooding on the Nueces at Brackettville. So a lot of flooding going on there. Let's take a look at the rivers before I get to the tornado warnings. We've got a new tornado warning. I'm going to get to that here in just a second. You know it's a busy day when I put the tornado warning on hold. Let's see, I talked about the Guadalupe. I think we've got the rivers pretty much covered. So let's go back to this tornado warning. We've got a new update on that. Tornado warning is in effect. It's been extended, well, actually reconfigured and extended until 5:45 this morning. And of course, you want to watch out for this. Now, this is a radar indicated rotation. There's not a spotter that said, hey, there's a tornado on the ground, but a tornado could touch down at any moment. You want to be in the lowest part of your house, in the middle, and the lowest floor. Lowest floor in the middle interior of your house or apartment or wherever you're at right now. This is a dangerous storm, and will continue to move off to the north at about 15 miles per hour. Take cover now if you're in north central portions of Uvalde County.
The tornado warning till 5:45.
Yeah, that's it. That's what. Yeah, this got it. Thank you, Chelsea. I appreciate it, helping me out here. Yeah, till 5:45. That one is the one that I was just talking about. You know what? Real quick, we're going to take a break from the flooding, and let's go back to this tornado warning since it has just kind of been reconfigured and reissued. They did not update the one on Kinney. So it looks like the one in Kinney, the rotation is not strong enough there for Kinney County, but I still see rotation there. Okay, so right now we're looking at the storm relative velocity display. This is out of Del Rio, and you can see the new area where we've got the new tornado warning. And this is a loop. It doesn't look as impressive as it did here just the last couple of frames, but you can see what is happening, moving off to the north at about 15 miles per hour.
Hey, Jeremy is here now. He's going to help you run this computer. If
Okay.
You want to jump in front. Jeremy, come
Yeah,
on in.
yeah. Okay, Jeremy, yeah, you've helped if you can run that for me, and whatever you put up here, I will point out. Okay, Jeremy, we're talking about the tornado warning. And this is the radial velocity display, and this is the northwest portions of Uvalde County here. Here's the polygon, and this is just reconfigured, and this is going until 5:45 this morning, and this will be working off to the north at about 15 miles per hour. So if you're watching right now, if you're watching from the northwest portions of Uvalde County, you've got this tornado warning. It doesn't look as strong as it did just a little while ago, but definitely signature here of a possible tornado. Okay, so we're looking at just a lot of rainfall. And just to kind of recap a little bit, if you're just joining us, we've also, not only do we have this tornado warning, but we've got now flood emergencies. Not just a flood warning, but flood emergencies for portions of Uvalde County and portions of Kerr County. Both of these are a step above a flash flood warning. This is a flash flood emergency. If you live in those areas, you want to seek higher ground now, especially if you're near creeks, rivers, streams, anything like that. And the place that I'm really talking about here is in this box, right in there. This is Kerr County. I know this is a busy map, but right here into Kerr County, and in this box right here, you want to take shelter, not take shelter, but seek higher ground. And if you live in this area, you know where that higher ground is, and you need to get there, because the water is rising just all over the place in this area, and they're calling this catastrophic flooding. So seek the higher ground. That's the only travel that's recommended this morning, is if you're doing that or if you're under an evacuation order. By the way, the Guadalupe, and I need for, Jeremy, if you could, it looks like to me the Guadalupe River itself is experiencing moderate flooding is the forecast along the Guadalupe. Find that out for me, because I'm a little confused on that. I do know that in this boxed area that we do have the catastrophic emergency that's going on right now in Kerr County. So if you're watching from this area, basically here is Hunt and Ingram, back further to the west here, and then of course the Guadalupe River, it runs like this. But it looks like this whole emergency area is for this part of Kerr County and not just along the Guadalupe River. So I'm gonna find that out and find out what's going on. But I do know that inside that box, that's where you want to seek higher ground. This is a morning that you don't want to travel, and you definitely don't want to chance it, and you want to wait at least until the sun comes up. But this is what we call, this doesn't come out very often, but this is what we call a particularly dangerous situation. And this is occurring in Kerr County and also in Uvalde County. So let's go back to Uvalde County. And if you set me up, Jeremy, on Uvalde, I want to find out the exact particulars on that Guadalupe River and what exactly is happening there.
I've got the information about...
Are you mic'd up?
I am mic'd up. Hold on, make sure it's on. Yeah, the microphone is on.
I don't hear you. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I just had the Guadalupe River at Kerrville, the hydrograph pulled up.
It looks like the forecast is going to take it to about 19.1 feet. So that's just below major flood stage. Moderate flood stage is at 12 feet.
Okay.
It's forecast to go to 19.1, so about a foot below major flood stage.
Okay, so that's what I thought I saw. So the river itself, you're going to experience up to major flooding, but not catastrophic. It's almost to major. It's what the forecast is. When is that crest? Do you know when that crest is going to be?
Yeah, it looks like it could have just occurred just now. It looks like it's showing, just after midnight. So really between midnight and 1, it looks like it should be on the way down, but of course we have the rain falling. So the
Okay.
hydrograph might not have updated quite yet.
Okay. So I guess we could safely say that this is almost major flooding along the Guadalupe River, but the emergency is not just for the river, but for this whole area in Kerr County. So seek higher ground in this particularly dangerous situation. Okay, let's go to Uvalde County if you could for me, Jeremy. And we're going to zoom in here. We got a lot going on in Uvalde County, as you can imagine. First of all, in this shaped area here, in this polygon, this is another emergency. This is not just a flash flood warning. This is a flash flood emergency. And you're urged, if you're watching from Sabinal, Canepa, Uvalde, all in this area, you're urged to seek higher ground, because if you're not seeing flooding, it's imminent in these areas that you could see some flooding. So again, we've got a flood emergency. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You know, those areas that flood easy and, or not easy, but those areas that flood. And you know what, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this. There's probably gonna be areas that haven't flooded before that probably will flood in this situation, in this particularly dangerous situation. So again, you are urged to seek higher ground and do not travel in that area. This is the southern portions of Uvalde County here. Basically, between Sabinal and Uvalde, Canepa is about right there, all the way to the county line. Been an amazing amount of rainfall that has fallen. And then we've got this tornado warning that is in effect for the northwestern and north central portions of Uvalde County. And of course, a lot of lightning and a lot of thunder, and that is moving off to the north at about 15 miles per hour. So, and then you've got a general in Uvalde County. You've got a flash flood warning that is in effect for all of Uvalde County in itself. Okay, widen the view a little bit, Jeremy, or you just chime in anytime, Jeremy. What do you got?
Yeah, I've got the Sabinal River at Sabinal. Looks like it's forecast to go to major flood stage. Major flood stage is at 24 feet. It's forecast to go to 24.1 feet. But of course, we still have the rain falling, so I wouldn't be surprised if it goes higher than that.
So really, we're going to have to really watch the Sabinal River, and the Sabinal River runs something like this from around Utopia to just west of Sabinal. That is forecast to reach major flood stage. And when will it hit major, Jeremy, do you know?
Yeah, it looks like it was also around the same time frame. Probably.
Okay, so probably
about right now. Yeah.
Right about right now. Okay, so we've got major flooding that is going on the Sabinal River as well, all the way from Utopia down to Sabinal. And then also I was noticing that the Nueces, kind of where the Nueces begins in the western portions of Uvalde County, that there is major flooding that is going on right now there as well around this area. And matter of fact, the Nueces River in western portions of Uvalde County, they're saying that it's about 400 yards wide. What is that, quarter mile? Quarter mile wide there. So lots of flooding that is happening there on the Nueces. And so we've got, just in Uvalde County, you've got the flood warning. You've got river flood warnings on the Nueces there in the western part. You've got the Sabinal. And then I believe, Jeremy, if you could get me the latest on the Frio River, I believe we've got some major problems. That's going to be a major crest on the Frio River as well. And the Frio River, of course, there in southern portions of Uvalde County as well. We're getting the latest on that. So what do you got, Jeremy? Oh, Mike. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, it looks like the Free River at Concan, it looks like its major flood stage is at 15 feet. It's forecast, right about now to go to 15.2 feet. So also just above major flood stage.
Okay, so all along the Frio River as well, we're seeing major flooding. Also along the Sabinal River, we've got major flooding, and parts of the Nueces River, we have got major flooding that is happening right now on top of the emergency, the flood emergency, not just a warning, but flood emergency. particularly dangerous situation for southern Uvalde County. And then we've got this tornado warning that we're watching as well. If you're watching from the north central portions of Uvalde County, there's no real big incorporated areas in here, but you definitely want to seek shelter now because of that tornado warning. All right, let's widen up a little bit, Jeremy. Let's see if there's anything else that is going on. Oh, well, there's a lot going on, but if there's any other warnings that have just popped up, and I don't see any. Hey, if we could take the lightning strikes off because it's kind of distracting there, even though it just shows how much lightning. I mean, there's some heavy, heavy rainfall. Just this morning, by the way, just this morning over the last 4 hours, it's almost been continuous rainfall happening over Uvalde County, just continuous. And also here in Kerr County, it's just been continuous for about 3 or 4 hours. And that's one of the reasons why we have the particularly dangerous situation that is going on there in Kerr County and also into Uvalde counties. Uh-oh, yeah, we don't have to do that. Here, I'll take it real quick, Jeremy. Let me have this here. Let me have the, can I?
Paul.
What's that?
I hit the wrong button.
Yeah.
You take control of it.
Yeah, let's see here. Okay, let me go here, and I'm going to take the lightning off. That way I can see a little bit better the rainfall itself and see if there's any other warnings. Let's go up right there and take that off. And there we go. Now we can just kind of see the rain and the individual warnings without the lightning. I mean, it's good to have the lightning because you can see where the storms are the strongest, but it also gets in the way sometimes. Okay, so just to kind of keep you recapped here, we've got a lot happening. We've got a flood warning in effect for Kendall County, flood warning in effect for southwestern Gillespie County, flood warnings for Kerr County. You've got flood warnings Bandera County, southern portions of Real County, southeastern Edwards County, also for all of Uvalde County basically, and then also extreme northern Zavala County. There hadn't been a whole lot there, by the way, and northeastern portions of Maverick County, and also for eastern portions of Kinney County. And now we've got new flood warnings that are in effect for western portions of Kinney County and also portions of Valverde County. And you can see that heavy rainfall there in Kinney County. Now this loop is over the last, what is that? Is that an hour? I believe in an hour loop here. And you can just see the heavy, heavy rain that just continues across the western portions of Kinney County and also here across the Uvalde County and into Kerr County. Okay, so we've got the flood warnings that are in effect, and we also have our particularly dangerous situation that is occurring right now in eastern portions of Kerr County. Now, the river itself, the Guadalupe River, is near major flood stage. But the problem is that there's just so much water everywhere that you've got a dangerous situation here in the eastern portions of the county, and you are urged to seek higher ground. If you even think that you may flood, you need to seek higher ground, because if you're not flooded, there is a good chance that you could be flooded. And this is what they're calling the particularly dangerous situation in eastern portions of Kerr County, inside of this dark green box here that includes Kerrville, Ingram, and the Hunt areas there along 39. Of course, there's other roads here. And you know, here in eastern Kerr County, there's hundreds of low water crossings, so you're not going to get anywhere. So just don't travel. Yeah, I wouldn't travel until the sun comes up, and even then I probably wouldn't travel. So if you're watching, again, I cannot stress it enough, in eastern Kerr County, particularly dangerous situation, and catastrophic flooding is occurring right now in eastern Kerr County. And if you've got loved ones that may be asleep, you need to wake them up. They need to know that catastrophic flooding, that's what they're calling it, catastrophic flooding is occurring there in Kerr County. Okay, let's talk about Uvalde County again. So numerous regular flood warnings, flash flood warnings, and I hate to say regular flash flood warnings, but flash flood warnings. And then on top of that, you've got these particularly dangerous situation again here at Sabinal, Canepa, and also Uvalde, right along 90. Same thing that's happening in Kerrville. Catastrophic flooding is occurring. And again, this is an emergency situation, southern portions of Uvalde County, and you definitely want to watch out in those areas, and lots of hundreds of water crossings as well. Okay, so we've got the tornado warning until 5:45. Yeah, we've been covering that one. That one's for...
This is a 512 update.
Oh, okay. We just had the update at 5:12. Okay, thank you. Yeah, now it's been extended. Okay, till 5:45. I get it. So that severe thunderstorm there close to in the northern portions of Uvalde County continues to move to the north at about 15 miles per hour. So, of course, at any time, this is radar indicated. This is not indicated with somebody seeing it, but radar indicated. And at any time, this could reach the ground. So this dangerous storm is going to be close to Reagan Wells at about 5:20 right now. So take cover now in a basement, low-level interior, lowest level interior room of your building, whatever home or shelter that you're at. Chelsea, thank you so much.
Hey, Paul.
Yes.
Looks like the tornado warning has been canceled.
Okay.
Looks like it's fallen off the map there, and I don't see it's not on the Weather Service site anymore. So it looks like they've canceled it.
Okay. All right. Well, and that just popped up. That's kind of odd that they would just cancel that like that. Yes, Jack.
Just listen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's kind of odd that they would just cancel that like that. Let me make sure that I've got the warning symbol on. Yeah. Okay. All right. And you went to the website and it's off of there.
Yeah, it's off there. The polygon's still showing on the map, but it's not on the list of the warnings.
Okay. I see something there. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, the flash flood warning is still there, but the tornado warning is gone.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, huh? Okay. All right. Well, you know what? We're going to monitor that situation. And we've got all these other warnings that are happening right now. And I think the best thing that I can do is just step through each one of these again. So we've got the flash flood warning for the western portions of Kinney County. I mean, this has been going on now for about an hour. Very heavy rainfall here. Also, flood warning in effect for a good portion of Valverde County. And also for the rest of Kinney County, you've got flood warnings here. And then Uvalde, you know that situation here. It's very, very, very important and very serious here in the southern portions of Uvalde County with that particularly dangerous situation and flash flood emergency that's going on here. And then we've got the flash flood warning. Heaviest rainfall right now is here across the northern portions of Uvalde County, western portions of Uvalde County, and also in the northern portions of that county. Let's go up one. Let's go up to Real County here. And we've got flood warnings in effect for the southern half of Real County and the southern portions of Edwards County. Right now, not raining particularly heavy in those areas. Also, we've got a lot of heavy rain in the western portions of Bandera County. And you can see there we've got warnings for Bandera County, of course, and here into Kerr County. Good news is the heaviest of the rainfall has moved out of Kerr County temporarily. But look at this. We've got more heavy rain that's going to be moving into the western portions of Kerr County as well. And then here is our box that we've got the particularly dangerous situation with the flood emergency that's going on. Catastrophic flooding is going on there in the eastern portions of Kerr County. Also, Kendall County, we've got a flood warning that is happening. There's no warning for Bear County right now, but also into Kendall County, you've got a flood warning, and also into Gillespie County, you've got flood warnings that are occurring here in Gillespie County. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna take over real quick, Jeremy, because I want to see what's happening in Uvalde. And sure enough, there is no box. And this is really interesting, Jeremy. You may want to chime in a little bit. But looking at the radial velocity display out of Del Rio, this is the storm relative. I'm going to put this on a loop of about 2 hours. And I want you to see, you know, from time to time, you'll see these really nice signatures of on the radial velocity display. And right now, they have just gone away. There is not a single one. Unless you can see one that I can't see, I don't see any of those that we had earlier from the radial velocity display. Jeremy, do you see? I don't see anything.
No, I mean, you could definitely see it in the center of the county right there, you know, in the first few, the first few frames of the radar loop.
Right.
But you can see it definitely. It looks like it just fell apart very quickly. So that's definitely a good sign.
Yeah. It looks like the tornado threat, temporarily anyway, has diminished.
Paul, if we're out of a tornado warning, why don't you get us to break and we'll reset and then we'll start the newscast.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're gonna reset and we're gonna start our newscast coming up in just a few minutes. But the most important thing before I let you go is we continue to have this particularly dangerous situation in southern Uvalde County and also southern portions of Kerr County where catastrophic flooding is occurring, and we've got a lot of warnings as well. We're going to recover all of this. We've got your news, and we also have folks that are out in the field. So you want to stay with us. We'll have coverage, comprehensive coverage coming up in just a few minutes.
Right up at almost 5:30 this Thursday morning, all eyes are on the radar as our area continues to be under a threat of dangerous and life-threatening flooding. It's another day, another weather impact alert day. Paul's been on the air since 2:30 this morning with multiple tornado watches, which have expired, and multiple flood watches. We want to get right to Paul Morales, who has been tracking this overnight. Paul, what's the very latest?
Okay, all right, Audrey. Yeah, this is a particularly dangerous situation for a few areas in South Central Texas and the Hill Country. Don't issue this very often, but again, a potentially dangerous situation with catastrophic flooding occurring right now in portions of Kerr County and also Uvalde counties. Let me start with that. That's the most important thing. And there's a lot of boxes here. I know it's a little busy, but we're going to step through it. First of all, here is the catastrophic flooding that is occurring right now. And if you know anybody that's in eastern Kerr County, they need to know about this if they don't already. You need to seek higher ground because the emergency management officials are saying that this is catastrophic flooding that is occurring and a particularly dangerous situation. So if you're near anywhere that could flood, you need to seek higher ground right now. And that's basically in the Kerrville area and also Ingram areas and the eastern portions of Kerr County. Okay, the same thing is happening in Uvalde County, especially along 90 here. Catastrophic flooding is occurring. And I'm not just talking along the rivers. I mean, I'm talking just catastrophic flooding is occurring. And so if you know anybody, Sabinal, Canipa, Uvalde, those areas, you need to seek higher ground because just almost everything, from what I understand, is flooding, even places that usually don't flood. So you got catastrophic flooding, you've got a particularly dangerous situation going on here in the southern portions of Uvalde County. Okay, so those are the most important right now. And all morning long, from the time I got in till just recently, we've had tornado warnings. And I'm watching a couple of spin-ups in Uvalde County, but there's no warnings going on right now as far as tornado warnings, and that's good. Okay, so we've got a lot of flood warnings. We've got flood warnings for Kendall County, Kerr County, Bandera County, southern portions of Real County, southern Edwards County, northeastern portions of Kinney County. Matter of fact, now all of Kinney County has flood warning, flash flood warning. Also, all of Uvalde County, flash flood warning, and also now the western portions of Kinney County and also out towards Del Rio. You've got flood warnings there as well. I'm not showing these graphically, but here along the Guadalupe River, it's almost major flooding. At least that's what it has on the hydro site. So almost major flooding that's happening along the Guadalupe River, as you would imagine. But some other rivers that have some real issues right now is the Sabinal River from Utopia all the way down to Sabinal. You've got major flooding that's occurring. Also the Frio River, you've got major flooding. And the western part of the Nueces River, which is right in through here. They say that it's a quarter-mile wide, about 400 yards wide, almost a quarter of a mile there. So a lot of flooding happening. Jeremy, I believe that you've got the very latest on these rivers, right?
Yeah, take a look at Guadalupe River. I'm just going to go, from west to east first.
Okay.
At Hunt first, it looks like the crest has happened there.
Okay.
The forecast was to take it at 20.45 feet, which is a couple feet below major flood stage, but still very high on the moderate stage.
Okay.
Moving eastward, going to take a look. Just give me a second here. The website's loading here. The Guadalupe River at Kerrville, we talked about that a bit ago. The forecast is 19.1 feet. Major flood stage is at 20 feet, so it's pretty close to that.
Okay.
That's probably cresting right about now. And then if you keep going east, at Comfort, the Guadalupe River, that is forecast also to go just above major flood stage. Major flood stage is at 28 feet. It's forecast to go to 28.2 feet, which is probably very close to right. Yeah, it's like all of these hydrographs are forecasting just above major flood stage.
Okay, just right at major flood stage. At your disposal, do you have the latest on the Sabinal and also the Frio rivers?
Yeah, give me just a second to pull that up.
Okay, while you're doing that, you tell me when you're ready. While you're doing that, I just want to tell you that here in Bexar County, we don't have any warnings. The rain so far this morning has been moderate to light, and there's no warnings to the south and east. All these warnings are basically in the hill country or along 90 here out towards the west. And do you have...
I've got the Nueces River at the Laguna. That's forecast to go to 16.2 feet. So that's in the moderate stage.
Okay, moderate.
Hasn't quite reached that yet. Looks like it's going to get there about 4 to 5 a.m., 16.2 feet.
And that's about here. Sabinal or the Frio?
Give me a second to pull that up here. Yeah,
Okay.
the Fear River, that's likely already close to major flood stage. Major flood stage is 15 feet. That's forecast to go to 15.2.
Okay, so right at major as well. And then the Sabinal, I believe, is just right about that as well, right at major flood stage, I believe, on that Sabinal. So there's all kinds of flooding going on there in Uvalde County. Taking a closer look here at Bexar County, just some light to moderate rainfall. Again, we have no warnings here in Bexar County, but this is a loop. This is a loop over the last 6 hours. Here's how we ended up in such a bad situation in eastern portions of Kerr County. Eastern portions of Kerr County. First of all, for the last 4 hours, it's just been raining straight. And then we've had just an amazing amount of rain over the last 2 days. And so that's why we've got catastrophic flooding occurring in eastern Kerr County and that particularly dangerous situation. And then look what happened this morning. First of all, over the last couple of days, some of the radar estimates just north of Uvalde and close to Canepa have been talking about anywhere from around 17 to 20 inches over the last couple of days. And just this morning, you had another 4 inches. I was looking at the radar rates earlier. Radar rates, how much was falling per hour was like 4.5 inches per hour. So you rain for a couple of hours and you've got 9 inches of rain. And so again, we've got a particularly dangerous situation with catastrophic flooding happening there in southern portions of Uvalde County. Okay, well, we've got a lot more. That's a recap of what's happening as far as the warnings and the rain. And I believe we have got Sarah. Sarah, what is going on?
Yeah, we do. So it's been a really busy morning as far as traffic goes, having long conditions since about 3 o'clock this morning here in San Antonio and of course in our western counties, because like you said, we have a very serious situation when it comes to our roadways. First, really quickly, I want to catch our viewers up to speed on what's happening over here by the San Antonio International Airport. We do have a major accident working right now, Loop 410 at Broadway. I believe this is going to be in the eastbound direction. Don't forget, folks, we are going to emphasize this a lot this morning. The roads are slick here in San Antonio, and it could lead to a lot of crashes as part of your morning commute. When you see situations like this one that we're showing you here right now, you're going to want to take it easy. We have first responders that are just trying to do their job here. So once again, move over, slow down. You know the drill, Audrey.
Absolutely. I hope everyone's okay there. Want to take you back out to the hill country because right now in Kerr County, the National Weather Service says there is a catastrophic flooding event happening there. They say move to higher ground right now. You see KENS 5's Bella Papaduke in Kerrville. Bella, what's the latest?
Hey Audrey, what we're seeing out here is a road close behind me on Ranchero Road near Monroe Street. We came out to this area because I actually saw a video on Facebook of water rushing through this area. So right now police have closed down the street because it is a low water crossing and they don't want people driving through because we are experiencing life-threatening, very extreme flooding out this way. And I'm going to take a step out of the way so my photographer can zoom in to what we're seeing on the scene. There's the Kerr County Sheriff's Office blocking the road, water rushing through the part down there. I know it's a little dark out and hard to see, but that area is closed off. For that reason, we're in a flash flood warning in Kerr County right now that was issued until 11 a.m. And Kerrville is telling residents to shelter in place. Emergency management is saying between 3 to 6 inches of rain have already fallen, with 2 to 4 more per hour possible as thunderstorms continue to move through the area. Officials are evacuating people. Water rescues are in progress, and they even said water is beginning to enter some structures. And as we've heard our meteorologist saying all morning, the Guadalupe River is expected to rise above flood stage later this morning. Officials say, again, this is a life-threatening situation with flooding impacting low water crossings like this one, creeks, streets, and highways. Texas Highway 39 between Ingram and Highway 83 is closed because of that water. People in Kerr County are urged to move to higher ground immediately. Audrey?
An alarming situation. It was just a year ago where Kerrville and Kerr County along the Guadalupe River there suffered life-threatening flooding as well. So right now, though, we want to head further west where Earl Sotomayor is there in Sabinal. Earl, we see a lot of flashing lights behind you.
Audrey, we were on our way to Uvalde and Sabinal PD. They turned us around right when we passed the Sabinal River because they say Dinner Creek is surging, overflowing across the roadway. So we have a barricade up here at the exit for Sabinal going towards Kaniba, and we can't even reach that because Dinner Creek is just so high. So what we have now are just trucks. They're getting turned around with the Sabinal Mayor, Eric Gomez. He's been coming out here talking with drivers. Also, Sabinal PD talking with drivers. And we also have some drivers coming from San Antonio.
Yes,
Isaac Elizondo, tell us, what are you doing out here?
We're Los Guardias de San Antonio. We're gonna go roofing. We've been up since 3 in the morning. I had a couple energy drinks and whatnot. And we came here, the police stopped us. They said, hey, it's closed. We don't know how many hours and we gotta go back. We missed out on work and hopefully it clears by tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a very long 3 days of heavy rain, potential flash flooding, high flash flooding.
We had the alert. We had the alert and it said mortal, like it was like some dangerous stuff. We were like, we can power it through. But as I said, the police stopped us and we can't make it.
Absolutely. So with this long drive that you take, how far do you go, and did you get caught up in this traffic earlier this week?
Earlier this week, no. It's a 2-hour and 50-minute drive, and I thought it was gonna be all good, like maybe some rain. It was getting bad over there, but like I said, police, so no work until tomorrow.
Gotcha. And
that's worse for my boss than me. I kind of wanted to go home and sleep, you know?
Absolutely. And you said, so your destination was going to Del Rio.
Del Rio, Texas.
And you live in San Antonio. So tell me, where do you live in San Antonio? Because we also had some flooding activity over there as well.
The tornado as well, no?
Mm-hmm.
We live by Culebra, at the top of Petrenko. So we got hit with just a lot of rain and thunderstorm. We didn't get hit with like the tornado and stuff like that. But it's been bad for the past couple of days. It's just been straight rain. It's also been affecting us. We had to go to a different city to work. And we were supposed to go here, but
it's just roadblock after
roadblock,
roadblock, stop
straight
after
rain.
stop.
That's all it's been.
Absolutely. Isaac, thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
Audrey, you have some questions? Just wanted to see what you had to say.
Yeah, Earl, you were driving in and you're right there on the border at that country store right near Kanipa. They were under a tornado warning earlier. What was the drive like? What was the weather like as you were coming in?
Audrey, we had a lot of thunder, lightning, the roads are slick, and now once we get past this barricade, we weren't able to see it ourselves, but the Sabinal PD officer told us that Dinner Creek just surging over, it's going to be impassable to even reach Kaniba, then Uvalde. And they also told us as well that there have been rescues going on all night in Kaniba and Uvalde since 1 this morning. When I asked how many rescues have been going on, he couldn't even tell me because he says that the radio has been constant. So we did take a look at the Office of Emergency Management for Uvalde County, just checking in on their updates. They're just letting everyone know about the flash flood emergency going on until 7 this morning. Paul's going to have more on that with weather, and we're also keeping our eye out for any new updates.
And before we let you go, Earl, can you see how many cars are in that line? You said there are a lot of big rigs that were headed out that way. How many have turned around? It looks like
So we had Isaac here with his truck and then a few others as well. But we have a truck over here on the side, right beside this Family Dollar. We have this truck in front of the store as well. We have a big rig down in the distance. They're just parked. They can't get past this point on Highway 90, so it's going to be a while as well for Isaac and his company to even make it through with all of this weather.
All right, thanks so much, Earl. We'll check in with you in just a bit. Paul, really alarming situation there in Sabinal and really that whole area as they're dealing with this life-threatening flooding event.
It's amazing how much rain, Audrey, has fallen just from this morning. I mean, just an amazing amount of rainfall. And so, yeah, you've got a real problem here. This is not a normal situation by any stretch of the imagination. We've got potentially dangerous situation that's happening right there where Earl is, and you're urged to seek higher ground. You've got a particularly dangerous situation with catastrophic flooding occurring. Okay, there's 3 things that I'm watching right now, amongst others. One is this potentially dangerous situation in eastern portions of Kerr County where catastrophic flooding is occurring. occurring there. Also, right where Earl's just right on the edges of it, but right in through here, you've got catastrophic flooding that is occurring as well in southern portions of Uvalde County. That's a particularly dangerous situation as well. It's what we call a flood emergency. Also, that flood emergency for eastern portions of Kerr County. We've got a new tornado warning that has been issued. I'll get to that here in just a second. And we've got just numerous flood warnings in effect all across, flash flood warnings all across the hill country and along 90 out to the west, all the way to Del Rio. And then you've got a flash flood watch in effect through tonight. Okay, so let's step through this. Tornado warning is in effect right along 55. This is a loop over the last hour, and you can see right in here signature of a tornado moving to the north at about 10 to 15 miles per hour, kind of north-northeast. This is going to be running right along 55. If you know anybody that lives right in this area, take cover now, seek cover. This tornado could reach the ground at any moment. This is not spotted by spotters, but this is radar indicated, and eventually this could come very close to Camp Wood, and that would be probably in about 30 minutes time or so. So if you're watching from Camp Wood, keep it right here. We'll let you know what's happening with this. But in northern portions, northwestern portions of Uvalde County, take cover now. We do have a possible tornado. We've got another little signature here that I'll keep my eyes on, and this is going to be working into the western portions of Bandera County and also into the eastern portions of Real County. That is moving to the north as well. So I'm keeping my eyes on this one. And across the rest of Uvalde counties, I don't see any other spin-ups, but we've had numerous tornado warnings for Uvalde County just this morning since about 2 o'clock or so. Okay, we've got all these warnings. Again, in this particularly box right here, that's the particularly dangerous situation. This is where the catastrophic flooding is occurring right now in the eastern portions of Kerr County, including the towns of Hunt and also Kerrville. And then in this in this polygon in the southern portions of Uvalde County, that's another particularly dangerous situation with catastrophic flooding occurring. Seek higher ground now. And then we've got a flood warning in effect for Kerrville, for Kendall County, Bandera County, Kerr County, Gillespie County, all of these counties, Medina County, northwest Medina County, into Uvalde County, also Kinney County, and back into portions of Valverde County, all with flood warnings into southern portions of Edwards County and also Real County. Here's the rain loop just over the last hour or so. Still very heavy rainfall, western portions, Kinney County, very heavy rainfall in the northwestern portions of Uvalde County with that tornado, with that tornadic storm there. Also, very heavy rain, western Bandera County and into Kerr County as well. More heavy rain is moving into the western portions of Kerr County, and it's moderate rainfall across Bernie and also moderate to light here in Bexar County. This is another way to look at it. And by the way, the Guadalupe River is just about to major flood stage. We're going to forecast to reach pretty close to that. Also, we've got the Sabinal River. We're at major flood stage on that one. Also, the Frio River, major flood stage, and the Nueces River, we've got major flood stage. As a matter of fact, the Nueces, they're right on kind of the county line between Kinney County and Uvalde County. About 400 yards wide is the Nueces River. So these rivers are getting very swollen. So there's no wonder that in this box right here, we have that particularly dangerous situation with catastrophic flooding in both these areas. We've seen just an amazing amount of rain just this morning. All right, here in Bexar County, in the yellow, that's kind of a moderate rain, kind of a light to moderate rain. And out to the west, we're seeing some light to moderate rain there around Uvalde. This is a loop over the last 6 hours. Look at all those lightning strikes. Wow, just a lot of lightning strikes there in the portions of Uvalde and also into Kinney counties and also into, look at Kerrville. That's why they've got that particularly dangerous situation there. Okay, let's go back to the tornado warning and what is happening here. I'm gonna show you what is going on. And we're using the radial velocity display. This is a storm relative display, and this is out of the Bracketville radar, which is right there in Kinney County. So the signature looks like it's weakened a little bit, but the possible tornado would be right in here where you don't have quite any reds. And red means winds away from the radar. Green is towards the radar. So this is a real weak signature here, and this is going to be traveling up 55. Let me do this. I'm going to back this up just a little bit and see if there was a stronger signature a little earlier. It's been weak the whole time, but you notice here, we've got another one. This is another spin up here that's in the northeastern portions of Uvalde County. We're moving to the north. There's not a warning on this, but I would watch this into the eastern portions of Real County and also western portions of Bandera County. And let's get another kind of, let's look at the just regular velocity. The storm relative velocity, by the way, takes into account the storm motion, and the velocity display does not. And it's showing up a little bit better on a regular velocity display, where you see the reds, those are winds away, and also the green is towards. And you've got just a little bit of a couplet here, and that'd be right along 55. And again, that's going to be traveling to the north, and eventually will reach, I would say, in about 20 minutes or so around Camp Wood. So again, tornado warning is in effect there for the northwestern portions of Uvalde County. I'm going to do this briefly so I can give you a little bit more information. Okay, this tornado warning, this is until, oh, hold on just 1 second, just 1 second, bear with me really quick here. Bam. Okay, this tornado warning is in effect until, let's see if I can back up a little bit. Oh, I've got to where I can't do that. Oh, I know what to do. Bam. Okay, bam, there we go. Okay, this tornado warning is in effect until 6:30 this morning. And this tornado, again, possible tornado, is moving to the north at about 15 miles per hour. And if you are in that northwestern portions of Uvalde County, you want to take cover now. You want to be at the lowest floor of the building or house, wherever you're in, and the smallest, most interior room. If you're in a vehicle, definitely want to leave that vehicle. Don't want to be in a vehicle in a situation like that. So again, we've got that tornado warning, and that's until 6:30 this morning, another 45 minutes or so. Not moving real fast, moving to the north at about 10 miles per hour. And I'm going to keep my eyes on this little situation right here. But it's really been interesting all morning. We've had every once in a while, you'll have these vortices that'll pop up, and the tornado warnings will come out. In this kind of a situation, if one did touch down, likely wouldn't last a very long time, maybe a minute or 2 or 3 minutes. Something like that, kind of like the one that hit northwestern portions of Bexar County yesterday. Okay, so here's the tornado warning. All the other warnings, we're watching the rivers closely. Major flood stage going on the Guadalupe River. Major flood stage happening or forecast to happen on the Sabinal River, the Frio River. The Nueces River is moderate, except for along the county line here, back to the west, Kinney County and Uvalde County. Major flooding is occurring right now on that Nueces River. And then we've got our catastrophic flooding occurring there around Uvalde, Canepa, and also Sabinal, and also catastrophic flooding occurring right now around the Kerrville and also the Hunt areas. Okay, so that's a rundown on what is happening. I'm not sure if we're going to keep, you want me to keep going? I guess so. Okay, I can do that.
Can you toss it to Ronnie, who's in Kerrville along the river?
Okay, all right. You know, I've been talking about this very important situation that's happening here along the Guadalupe River, and really all in Kerr County, eastern portions of Kerr County, with this particularly dangerous situation, catastrophic flooding. Oh, you know, that one area that I was talking about just a while ago, I was showing that spin in northern portions of Uvalde County. Okay, now we got a tornado warning on that one. And so I was showing here in eastern portions of Real County, also western portions of Bandera County. Watch out, take cover now. I was watching this develop, and now we've got a tornado warning on that one as that moves into Real and also Bandera counties. Take cover now. This tornado warning is in effect now, and we've got that one and that one. Okay. Let's go to Rania, and then we'll come back and I'll cover this tornado warnings going on. We've got a very serious situation happening. Ron, you're right there. Are you right along the Guadalupe River? And if you are, what are you seeing right now?
You know, Paul, I just even spoke to Kerrville PD, who tell me the width of the Guadalupe River right now is exactly like it was on the 4th of July. Right now, it's kind of a rip-roaring current at the Guadalupe River, and I brought my tape measure and measured kind of that far point that you see right there on the edge. When the water splashes, because of the current, it's about 2 feet away from where I'm standing right now in terms of height. So, I mean, these are some really, really tall trees that are nearly almost submerged. Now, it has receded just maybe within the last 5 minutes I've been here, just a little bit. But I was told that by Kerrville PD that Louise Hayes Park is still submerged. It's why they currently have a code red, a shelter in place. Earlier, I saw a person try to cross Guadalupe and Lowry, because we're along Guadalupe Street here. And even though they were in a pickup, at some point they started floating because of how high this Guadalupe River has gotten. And all around Kerrville even, it's been quite a challenge to navigate. The majority of the major streets in Kerrville have been shut down with barely any diversion. This is the closest we could get to the Guadalupe River. We were trying to actually make it to the park, and we were told it was unsafe to cross the majority of the streets that would get us to that point. So that's kind of what we're looking at here in Kerrville. Not to mention there's been a lot of debris on the roads. I mean, we ourselves in our vehicle have hit many large rocks just trying to navigate here in Kerrville. And with the heavy rain, it's been, again, there's a reason why there's a code red in place to shelter in place and to stay off the roads as much as possible. Again, quite a startling view, especially given the fact that this community still is recovering from what happened almost a year ago here. Of course, we're going to continue to keep you updated. But for now, reporting live in Kerrville, Rania Kaur, KENS 5.
Okay, thank you, Rania. She's live right there in Kerr County, which we're seeing some catastrophic flooding occurring right now in Kerr County. Okay, also, I'm watching these tornado warnings. We've got a couple of tornado warnings that are happening. We've been seeing this all morning long, just in Uvalde. Well, not just in Uvalde. We had one in Kinney County, but mainly in Uvalde County. And here we've got this radio velocity display. Now, this looks like a very weak signature, but a signature nonetheless of a possible tornado. Hasn't been sighted. I think this is radar indicated, but along 55. And I'm going to be watching this because this is going to be getting close to Camp Wood here in about 20 minutes or so. So if you're watching from Camp Wood, keep watching. We'll let you know what's going to happen. This may hold together and may affect Camp Wood in about 20 minutes or so. The lighter shade here, not quite red, but this is winds away, and that is winds towards the radar site. So again, tornado warning in effect for the northwestern portions of Uvalde County. And then I'm watching this here. We've got a nice little couplet here. This is another tornado warning, and this possible tornado, is moving to the north at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Looks like it's going to move to the east of Lakey, and this is the extreme southwestern portions of Bandera County and the extreme eastern portions of Real County. Looks like it's going to be right along that county line, continuing to move to the north. All right, I'm going to take off some of this, and that way I can get you the winds and the speeds. Let me hit one button here. Okay, there we go. Okay, now, so we're talking about, let me put some measurements on here. Close to Utopia. Matter of fact, let me zoom in because this is getting awful close to Utopia now that I look at this. Utopia is right here, and this would be just right on the western edges of Utopia. This is the latest scan that is coming in. This is the storm relative mean velocity, and the readings here, we've got inbound at about, oh, I got to get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Okay, we've got the inbound coming in at 45, and then the outbound is going to be probably about that as well, about 13. Okay, so if this is a tornado, and if it is on the ground, it's probably a weak tornado, but still can cause quite a bit of damage here. And let's take a look at the last couple of frames on this tornado. Yeah. Bam, well, that looks really good there. Not quite as impressive, but yeah, pretty good couplet. I wouldn't be surprised at all if this wasn't a tornado on the ground, and that's going to be just to the north and west of Utopia and moving to the north at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. I'm going to put the outline of the tornado polygon on here, and that way you can see, and I think this is going to be running just right north of, or just kind of right along the border, the Real County and also the Bandera County line, just kind of moving off to the north there. And let me scoot over and let's take a look at this one. By the way, I want to take a look at the regular velocity display while we're here. That's the storm relative, and the regular velocity display, yeah, shows up really nice here, just north and west of Utopia. So we may be talking about possibly tornado on the ground there northwest of Utopia. Okay, let's take a look at this one. I'm going to look at the last couple of frames, and yes, we've got pretty good rotation there along 55. Tornado warning there in northwestern portions of Uvalde County.
Paul, can you call for the live shot from Kerrville along Junction Highway to take a look at that river?
Yeah, I believe so. We've got to pull up the traffic. Is it on your traffic?
Producers have it up for you.
Oh, okay, they got it. Okay, and now what are we looking at here, Jack?
This is going to be the river along Junction Highway in Kerrville.
Okay, Junction Highway in Kerrville. This is what the Guadalupe River looks like right now. And I am not familiar with that bridge, so I can't really relate how low the water usually is, but I can tell you this, just by looking at this image, that the river is raging. And it is no wonder that it is raging because we've seen so much rain just this morning. And there, the Junction Highway. Jack, do you know whereabouts in Kerr County? I can look it up, but does anybody know where that is? That's Junction Highway, but I wonder where in Kerr. I'm guessing that that's probably central Kerr County because that's where Rania, is she really close to Kerrville? Is that where she's at right now? Because this is coming from Rania's shot, right? This is Rania's shot, right?
That is Bella.
Bella. Okay, so right there. Okay, well, shoot, we're right downtown, like downtown Kerrville, like pretty close to it. Okay, we're right outside of Kerrville. Okay, so the Junction Highway there, right outside of Kerrville. And forgive me for not knowing, but you know that park, that nice park there, the Maze Park, I think they call it Maze Park where I was there for the eclipse. That's not the same bridge, is it? Maybe that's another one.
I think it is, but we'll get confirmed.
Okay, let's get confirmed, because if that's the same bridge, then I can relate to how high that water is, because that bridge is way high from the floor, and this one's probably very similar. So we're going to find out from Jeremy what the stage is right now on that river. He's working on them right now, but I can tell you this, the Guadalupe River is rising, and it is rising pretty rapidly. Right now, we have the best estimate that we have is the major flood stage, but looking at this image, it may be above major flood stage. So the best I can tell you there in Kerr County is stay away from any river, stay away from the Guadalupe River, seek higher ground. Again, you've got a potentially dangerous situation for the eastern portions of Kerr County, and catastrophic flooding is occurring not just near the rivers, but in all of the eastern portions of Kerr County. You've got catastrophic flooding happening right now.
Paul, right, I don't have the graphic pulled up quite yet, but right now it looks like the river is at about 18 feet and it's forecast to crest in about an hour or so at 22.5.
Okay. All right. So we're going to give you a better rundown of that coming up in just a little bit. But okay, this is close to Cypress Park, they're telling me, by the way, if you know where Cypress Park is there in Kerr County. And this is a great shot. We're right there, right along the river.
Back to tornadoes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. So there's the latest shot. In case you're wondering what the Guadalupe River looks like, that is what it looks like there in Kerr County, right there at Junction Highway. The Guadalupe River is raging. Okay, I'm going to go back to these tornadoes real quick, and then we'll go back to the flood threat there in Kerr County. If we could, let's take the max one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so here's what I'm looking at. We've got a very nice signature of a possible tornado in the northwestern portions of Uvalde County. And then we've got now, this one was looking pretty good, but now maybe even a little bit less impressive northwest of Utopia. I'm going to change this up a little bit, and we're going to go to more of the storm relative velocity. Yeah, storm relative velocity display right there. Okay. And, well, you know what? I'm going to keep it back on the other one. Let's go back to velocity. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to put this in motion, and that way I can just point and click at what's going on. Okay, this is a loop over the last hour, and just kind of get your bearings a little bit. This is Uvalde County. That is Kinney County. This is right here. This is Camp Wood, of course. And then we've got Real County and then Edwards County. Okay, so right in here, this is Highway 55. There's not a lot of incorporated towns in here. I don't think there's any, but you can see what's happening. This is holding together pretty good. So if you're watching from Camp Wood, this is going to be reaching you fairly soon. I would take cover in the southern portions of Real County, there around Camp Wood. This one is not looking nearly as impressive there, just northwest of Utopia. I'm going to get rid of the radar because I want to see if we've got any updates on this actual, on this warning here in the northwestern portions of Uvalde County. Okay, let's take a look. We're going to have to dump that. Bear with me just real quick. I got to do this to get rid of that. Okay. All right. So here's the very latest. Let's see. This came out just about 5 minutes ago, and of course I was pointing out where the radar signature is, and it's still radar indicated as I've been showing you. This dangerous storm is forecast to be at Camp Wood here in about 14 minutes. So if you're watching from Camp Wood, you might as well take cover. I think this probably will hold together, and this tornado warning is in effect until 6:30. But I think this the tornado or the possible tornado is outrunning the box a little bit and running a little bit faster. The motion was north at 15, but forecast to reach Camp Wood here in about 14 minutes. Just so you know. So let me go back to the radar very quickly, and let's take another look here. There we go. And we've got, I believe we still have this on the velocity display. Yes, we do. Okay, I'm going to put this on CC real quick and see if there's anything that pops up, and that'll give me another indication of, no, okay. All right, so basically just possible tornado. We're not sure if this has actually reached the ground or not. But it has the possibility to do that. Okay, so I'm watching that one. Also, we're watching, that one is approaching Camp Wood, will be there in about 13 minutes. I think the one over here in eastern portions of Real County, I think this is going to miss Lakey, and it just barely kind of missed Utopia, but possible tornado here, and that will be working off to kind of the northwest just a little bit. Okay, that's what's happening with the tornadoes. Let's see what the rain is looking like here in Kerrville. You saw that shot out of the Guadalupe River right there close to just outside of Kerrville, that Old Junction Bridge, I think is what they call it. And in this little box area, let me get rid of the rain just so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. Okay, in this dark shaded area here, this is I'm going to read this off to you because I think it's important here. This is important. Okay. All right. This came out a little while ago. Yeah. Do you have anything, Jack? Okay. This came out just a little while ago. We've got this flash. This is what they're calling it. It's a flood emergency. Okay. This is, you came out with flash flood warnings. Well, this is a flash flood emergency. And this is from emergency management officials here. This flash flood emergency for Hunt and Kerrville. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Life-threatening flash flooding is occurring. And if it hasn't occurred, it will occur. So seek higher ground now in that boxed area. Okay. So this is the area that I'm talking about, right in here, and this is usually they put out these particularly dangerous situations for rivers, but in this case, it's just catastrophic flooding for this whole boxed area. And now I'm talking about 16, 27, 39, and you can imagine those low water crossings like here in 16, in between all these hills right in through here. All of those are probably impassable, and also on 27 and 16 going northward as well.
Toss to Bella live along the river.
Okay. All right. We have Bella. We showed you that shot, and I'm here on Kerr County. I'm here at Kerr County, and I was showing you what is happening. And the Guadalupe River runs something like this. That shot was right about in here, just kind of right outside of Kerrville, and that river is raging. Jeremy is working on the latest on what the levels are, but here in the eastern portions of Kerr County. Hey, Jeremy, is your graphics ready? Okay, Jeremy's has the very latest, and then we're going to go to Bella. You don't want to go anywhere. We've got a shot, and she's got that river and what's happening on the Guadalupe. All right, Jeremy, what is happening with the rivers right now?
Yeah, I've got the Guadalupe River pulled up right now, and this is the Guadalupe River at Kerrville. The latest reading is 16.97 feet, and the crest is at 22.5, and that's not expected to happen for another hour or so. So that's almost about 4 to 5 feet that it's expected to move up in just a matter of about an hour or so. Of course, the record is 39 feet, so not close to the record, but still, it's going to be well up there.
Okay. Okay. Those numbers, I question those. I really do, because if we just saw that shot of the Guadalupe River, and there's no way that that is less than action. There's just no way. And so, I don't know, we're going to have to redo those numbers, because you're looking at that shot of the Guadalupe River, that's above action. It's got to be above action. So we're going to redo all of this. Is Bella ready? Is she ready to go? What is going on with Bella? If she's not, I can continue to take it from here. Okay, well, I'll just keep going. Okay, so we've got this situation here in Kerr County where we've got the particularly dangerous situation. Okay, all right, so Bella is now ready. Okay, Bella, I need to know, and you're in an important situation there. I think you're right along the Guadalupe River, I believe. And tell me what you're seeing and how high is that river, and be safe, most of all. So, Bella.
Thanks, Paul. Yes, we are right in front of the Guadalupe River, and it is roaring behind us. I'm not sure if you can hear how loud it is, but the water is rushing very, very fast. Actually, just a couple minutes ago, we watched what looked like a washer or maybe dryer machine that was just like being pulled down the river. Not sure where it came from. It must have come from a house or a business, but we're seeing some debris in the river and it's looking pretty brown. There are some streetlights over here, so we do have a better view of how high the water is, and it's coming up on the bridge a little, but it's not too high on this bridge over here. Again, this is the Guadalupe River. We are in Kerrville right now, where emergency management is warning everyone to seek high ground, to shelter in place, and they did open 2 emergency shelters as well because they say this is life-threatening flooding. We'll continue to keep you updated as we stay out here and as we learn more and as we see more along the Guadalupe River and in Kerr County. Back to you guys.
I think you have to reiterate that.
Bella, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right. I know you're new to the area. It's dark up there right now. Can you give us a little better idea exactly where you are in Kerrville?
We're near Cypress Park down the river, and we're right behind a restaurant. I didn't catch the name of the restaurant, but the restaurant is right on the Guadalupe River. I think my photographer... It's called the Lake House. So we're right behind the Lake House restaurant, and there's the bridge crossing over the Guadalupe right over here. So this is where we could see the Guadalupe River the best and get the best idea of what the water is looking like, how high it is, and how fast it's flowing there.
So that's the Highway 98. That's the Highway 98 bridge, 98 and 27. You're on the north end of Nimitz Lake.
Yeah, we're right around there right now.
All right. As you got to that point, did you run across any other, or how many areas have you seen there where we have flooding, waters in buildings?
A lot of the main roads have some standing water on them, and also we've driven through a lot of parts of town that are blacked out. The power's out. Certain blocks will have power, and then we would drive through a couple blocks that would be completely pitch black. So different areas are seeing different things, but a lot of the main areas had some standing water around them, and we're seeing some flooding. And also the United Cajun Navy did say that they had to rescue some people from attics, so we know that the water has been rising in some areas in Kerr County.
There's something floating there in the river. I don't know if you can zoom in. It looks like an object. It's headed towards the left of your screen. It just went out of sight. With those rescues, were they able to tell you if they ended okay, or if there was a family or anything like that?
We know that some of the rescues were successful. I'm not 100% sure about all of them. And yeah, the debris floating down the river, we're seeing some more debris. It's hard to tell exactly what some of the objects might be because it is still pretty dark out there. But like I said earlier, we saw a whole washer or dryer unit floating down the river, and some of these other objects look like they're household objects. So I think it's safe to assume it's coming from a house or a store, and I mean, I pray and hope that everyone in that direction is safe right now.
And Bella, you're up there with our photojournalist Axel Davino, correct?
Yes, we are.
All right, ask Axel. He was up there during the flooding last year, the July 4th flooding. Give us some kind of idea, water levels comparative to what we saw last July. Ask Axel, if you will. Have him come over to the mic.
Yes. Hey, Axel, Barry's asking what water levels look like compared to last July. And I'm going to hand the mic over to you and just talk a little bit about what you're seeing now and what you saw last July, because you were here last year.
Hi, this is photojournalist Axel Davino. Funny enough, I was in the same spot during last year's floods. I remember driving by. That's why I knew this spot was one to come for this storm, because I remember it. And the water levels were a bit higher during that time. I'm watching it very closely because I do see the water creeping up on the grass, but not too alarming right now. But as for your question, it's looking almost similar. Last year was a bit higher, but it's looking similar.
What's that feeling like, Axel, seeing that debris where washer and dryer coming from a home more than likely? What's that feeling like? Because you were there in that aftermath, seeing all those homes that were damaged and the lives lost.
Audrey's now asking, how does it feel like to be here 1 year later and seeing this happening right now? Just kind of what you're feeling right now.
Honestly, first thing I said was, I can't believe we just hit that 1 year not too long ago, and here we are again. I really wasn't expecting to be seeing this again. As a photojournalist, we see a lot of things, and last year was one thing that I'd never forget, and I still think about it to this day. So seeing this again, it's deja vu, and it is kind of nerve-wracking to see these levels again. And I just hurt for the people that are in Ingram and everywhere.
Give us some kind of sense what you're seeing, Bella and Axel, both, as far as emergency response, first responders and everything. They have to be swarming that area, I would think.
Yeah, I would say the majority of cars that we've passed by this morning are emergency vehicles. We were in an area right before this on Ranchero Road by Monroe Street that was completely closed off, all emergency vehicles blocking the area, but there's not too many cars out today, and I would say the majority of vehicles that we've seen are emergency vehicles. Their lights are on, they're going somewhere. They clearly have a job that they're going to do. So we've seen a lot of that this morning out in Kerr County.
I saw an Amazon truck. Do you think a lot of people are still on the roads when you were driving in? Did you see a lot of, just business as usual, or were people really heeding that warning there in town and staying put?
Bella?
I don't know if we lost her.
Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Sorry, our phones are getting a little soaked, so I think it's messing with the connection and the phone call right now.
That's okay. Amazing images of the Guadalupe River there in Kerrville, just raging right there where Barry, you said the lake there meets the Guadalupe.
Yeah, Nimitz Lake on the north end, kind of in between Kerrville and Ingram, headed up toward Ingram North on Highway 27. Axel and Bella, thank you. We'll check back with you in just a little bit, and please keep an eye on that water. Axel had said that water is starting to come up. It's coming up a little higher, so just be aware of that, guys, and be safe out there.
Right now we want to check in with Sarah Duran to see the latest on our roadways. How's it going out there?
Gosh, it's just so concerning to see those images coming from our camera crew out there. Please be safe as you're traveling in our western communities this morning, because we're seeing a very serious situation. In fact, I would discourage travel unless you are forced to evacuate to higher ground. We're going to talk about that area right now because that is the biggest story we are seeing this morning. You can see here on our traffic radar, we have a lot of rain that's still coming down at this time, and Paul will talk about that more in a second. But first, you can see Highway 90 is going to be impacted. I-10 is also going to be impacted, including a lot of roadways. So earlier this morning, I was checking drivetexas.org. This is one of the free resources I use to do my job every single day, and it becomes very helpful in situations like we're seeing this morning because it tells me where we're seeing that flooding and where those road closures are happening. So So you can see in this snapshot I took a little while ago, we have a number of blue signatures. So what does that mean? It means that flooding is occurring in our western communities. Not so much in San Antonio. We're in better shape than we were yesterday, but you can see we have a number of those signatures in different areas in our western communities, and we have a number of road closures happening at this time because of the rain that is coming down. So if we look on this graphic now, you can see west, let's see, Uvalde, Canepa, Kinney, Sabinal, just a number of road closures, and that's going to be that blue color. It stretches over on this map. When you see it online, you can actually hover over those green spots with your mouse, and you can see which roads are currently closed in real time. Because I can't do that here on air, I went ahead and listed out all those road closures. You can see Highway 90 by Canepa. I believe one of our reporters was there not too long ago. They were saying that the police out there in Sabinal was actually blocking them from getting through. We also have road closures on State Highway 55, 127, 39, RM 2690, 334, 3008, 2804, FM 862, FM 2200, as well as 1051. So if you are in this area, there are a number of road closures. If you have loved ones that are living in this spot, traveling out there this morning, please let them know that it is a dangerous situation that we are tracking. Of course, keep it here on KENS 5. We also have more updates on drivetexas.org. Once again, this is a free resource that you can access at any time on your mobile device. Paul, I believe you have some updates as far as weather goes?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We got a lot going
Yeah.
on. Way to go, Sarah. Good update there. We got a from tornado warning to potentially dangerous situation with a flood emergency, and we've got a lot of flood warnings, so we've got a lot to cover here. First thing is we've got 2 tornado warnings. Now you can visually see that the signatures are not as strong as they were earlier. This is the tornado warning, just to kind of get your bearings here. This is the western portions of Bandera County. This is the eastern portions of Real County. This is northwestern portions of Uvalde County, and then this is southern portions of Real and Edwards County. Okay, here is Camp Wood. The original, now this typically happens with these thunderstorms. You'll have one spin or one part of the thunderstorm that is spinning and could possibly put down a tornado. It's an area of low pressure, and then that will occlude, and then not too far away, you'll have another one that will develop. And then that one will occlude, and then you'll have another one. When I say occlude, kind of dissipate. Okay, so you've got the one here that's approaching Camp Wood. It looks like that is really dissipating, and then look what's happening here, not too far away. Looks like we've got another spin in the base of that thunderstorm that is moving off to the north as well. And so watch out in Camp Wood, take cover. The original one is pretty much overhead. I'm going to zoom in here and take a look. Yeah, let's stop and let's back this up 1 or 2. Yeah, here's what I was talking about right there. So the original one kind of dissipated and before it even reached Camp Wood, it looks like. And now we've got another strong signature in that same tornado warning area. This is east of 55, and that's northern portions, northwestern portions of Uvalde County. And this is moving off kind of to the northeast as well at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. So generally speaking, I would say in the extreme northwestern portions of Uvalde County and here from Camp Wood, kind of south and eastward, just be on your toes. Take cover. This is a very strong, intense thunderstorm and could produce a tornado at any time. All right, the other one that I was showing you here that was on the Real County line with Bandera, that one has completely weakened. And so that tornado warning has been allowed to expire or it was canceled, either one. So this is what's happening as far as any kind of tornadic development. And I'm watching very closely because a lot of these storms, they've been very strong and some of them have shown signs of rotation. This is very close to the radar site out of Brackettville, and when it's that close, it's really kind of hard to tell what is going on. But I would watch out, just be on your toes in the northeastern portions of Kinney County, and definitely here in the northwestern portions of Uvalde County. You definitely have a tornado warning there with a good signature. Okay, let's zoom in one more time here, and there is your possible tornado. That is going to be just to the east of 55, and this is going to be working off kind of to the north, and east, and will end up here in about 20 minutes somewhere southeast of Camp Wood. Okay, so that covers the tornado warning. let's talk about all these other warnings. Now, there's just a ton. We have a lot of flash flood warnings in effect. We've got flash flood warnings for Kendall County, Gillespie County, Kerr County, portions of Bandera County, northwestern Medina County, all of Uvalde County, northern Zavala, northeastern Maverick, and all of Kinney County flood warning, southeastern Edwards, southern Real, and also back into Valverde counties. All of those are flash flood warnings, okay? Let's talk about some of this of what's been happening. So we've got the tornado warning from this thunderstorm here, and that's moving towards Camp Wood. We've got some very heavy rain there in Kinney County, and also very heavy rain around Del Rio, where the reds are. As you get further away, one thing I'm going to do is, I know I've got this on the sweeping radar. I'm going to take that off and put this on the regular radar. There we go. And I'm going to save that. That way I'll have it. Okay. And we also have some pretty heavy rainfall right now. Western portions of Kerr County, western Bandera County, right into Kerrville. So raining very heavy in those areas. Kind of a more moderate rainfall in Medina County, and right here in Bexar County, we've got kind of light to moderate rainfall as well into Kendall County. The heaviest rainfall right now is in Kinney County, right around Camp Wood, northern Uvalde. Here, if there's any good news at all, is the heaviest of rains are moving up to the north, because you see this little box right here, this polygon, that is where we have a potentially dangerous situation with catastrophic flooding occurring. And I'm not just talking along the rivers. Yeah, we have a couple of rivers here, but catastrophic flooding is happening there, and also in this little box here in eastern Kerr County, not just along the rivers, but catastrophic flooding happening in the county. There's a lot of low water crossings. Okay, so speaking of rivers, in Uvalde, we've got Uvalde County, we've got the Sabinal, we've got the Frio, we've got the Nueces, and one of the rivers that we've been really pointing out this morning is the Guadalupe, of course, up in Kerr County, and I believe that we have got the very latest on these rivers that are occurring and the flood situation that's going on. You saw the shot from Bella, and the best way to describe the Guadalupe River right now is raging. But let's find out what the stages are like. Do you have the latest on that, Jeremy? What's going on?
Yeah, let me show you the graphic. First, this is the Guadalupe River at Kerrville graphic I've got here. The latest showing 16.97 feet. The crest is forecast at 22.5 feet, so that is into major flood stage.
I think you're cutting your mic, so stand up and do it if you can.
Let's try that. How's that?
Yes.
Okay, much better. Yeah, the Guadalupe River at Kerrville, the latest reading is just below 17 feet at 16.97. The crest expected at 22.5. That's in a bit. Says at 7 o'clock a.m. Wouldn't be surprised if it's pushed a little later. But the Guadalupe River at Comfort, I'm just going to tell you about this while I have this graphic on there. At 5 a.m., that was right around 5 feet. I'm just looking at the graphic here. By 5:25, it was up to 15 feet. And then right now, it's sitting, the crest is forecast to go to 36.5 feet. So right now, it's at 27 point, or half an hour ago, it was 27.65. It's now over 30 feet. So it's jumped from 5 a.m. till now and into the crest about 30 feet. Between 5 a.m. and the forecasted crest.
So you're saying right now the Guadalupe River is 30 feet? Is that where we're at?
That's right.
Okay. You can see the record is 39, and I'm assuming that record was set last year. Well, maybe it was just shy of that, but it was pretty close. Anyway, so 30 feet at Kerrville. That is major flooding that is occurring right now. And one thing of interest, and we're going to find this out right now, just because of the rain where it's been falling, it wasn't as intense in the Hunt and Ingram area like we had last year, more over the Kerrville area. But we're going to find out. I'd like to see that Guadalupe River at Hunt and Ingram. We're going to get the latest on that one. Do you have any other rivers for us, Jeremy, or is this the only one?
Yeah, the Nueces River, let's see, Laguna, I'm just bringing that up right now. Right now, that's at that's about right at the crest right now, 16.6 feet, and that's in a moderate flood stage.
Okay.
I'm pulling up the Brackettville one. Right now, it looks like that is just at about 23.11 feet. That's forecast to go back down, but then crest again at 22.7. So mostly in major flood stage the entire time.
Okay. And the Sabinal and the Frio are still major as well, right?
Yeah, it looks like I'm pulling up one right now. Give me just a second here. Computer's running a little bit slow. I'm bringing up the Sabinal River here. Yeah,
Okay.
all right. Yeah, right now it's sitting, Sabinal River is at 8.67 feet right now. That's forecast, and that's at action stage. It's forecast to go just above major flood stage, 24.1 feet. That's not until 2 o'clock this afternoon, so about 8 hours from now.
Okay.
I expect it to go from action stage to just into major flood stage.
Okay, so a lot of these rivers are major flood stage, and some of them are rising. So thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate that. I've got a new tornado warning, and then I'm going to toss over to the anchors really quick. We got a new tornado warning that just came out, and I was spotting that out just a second ago. It's the one that I was saying sometimes when it's close to the radar site, it's hard to really pick out. But here it is. This is the latest. This is, yeah, you can now that it's gotten a little distance from the radar site, you can definitely see it. The reds and the yellows close together. That is north of Brackettville, and that's going to be moving off to the north, and that expires at 7:15. So I've got a tornado warning just north of Brackettville and in Kinney County, and then I've got this other one that looks pretty good on radar as well, southeast of Camp Wood, and that's a tornado warning in extreme northern portions of Uvalde County. So guys, Barry and Audrey, we've got a lot happening. What do you have? What's going on right now?
Paul, you know, looking at that radar and looking at that shot right there, it really just flashed back for me to last year as we sat and watched that system just circulate and churn over the Hunt area up in the hill country. The way that's turning just really just flashed me back to this point last year when we were sitting here watching that flood. And to give us some idea, we've been talking about all this rain and the inches and inches of rain that have fallen over the past 2 or 3 days. So we're just pulling up. I was just curious as what this has done to Medina Lake, for example, because it's going to, that's one beneficial aspect out of this. Just 2 days ago, Medina was about at 9%. 9% capacity. Today, it's at 20%. So we've gone from 1,100 acres, surface acres of water, to almost 2,000 surface acres of water just in a 2-day period, which is, it's phenomenal how quickly this thing is filling up and how much water we're seeing dropped.
Yeah. Right now, though, we want to get right to Rania Kaur, also in Kerr County, where
Stand
they are
by,
seeing
Roy.
that life-threatening flooding. Rania, you've moved locations. Where exactly are you right now in Kerr?
Audrey, I'm actually at the VFW right next to Louise Hayes Park here. It's hard to see kind of, I mean, Louise Hayes Park is just a fantastic example of just how high the river has risen. I mean, just 10 or so days ago when I was here for 4th of July, you couldn't see the river from this high up. These trees were not submerged like this. So to experience Louise Hayes Park like this again, just about a year later, it's quite a shocking scene. That's saying the rain has just picked up here within the last 10 minutes or so, gotten heavier here. The wind too has picked up since we've gotten here at the VFW parking lot. Also, the code red is still here. Now, mind you, we were only able to make it to Louise Hayes Park from where we were on Guadalupe Street because some of the river did recede, allowing some of those low water crossings to once again be safe enough to travel through. But we know that bridge here is quite a concern. We were told not to park there because, of course, there's a flood risk going on and just a lot of things that they're trying to monitor right now. But this is kind of what the state of the Guadalupe River looks like at this moment.
Exact same spot this time last year, the July 4th flooding. I remember you doing live shots from there. Where is that water now as compared to where it was where you were standing last year?
So Barry, last year I wasn't even able to get this close to the edge of the parking lot. The water was actually higher at this point. By the time I arrived, the water was still in the parking lot of the American Legion Post. But as you can see, I'm just maybe a couple feet up from where the water is currently. Again, a much different state that we were in last year here at Louise Hayes Park and this area.
And Rania, I know you have a really good relationship with PD there. Have you been able to reach out to them? Bella was saying that there have been a number of rescues. Anything within the city limits?
Audrey, we've been reaching out to Kerrville PIO's public information officers all throughout this morning. All of them are hunkered down at the Emergency Operations Center at Kerrville Police Department right now, trying to, of course, keep everyone safe. I spoke to the mayor a little bit ago, and he said he's been there since midnight last night. But the reality is, at this point, it's really hard to confirm anything going on right now because, again, with a code red still in effect, they're just trying to keep people off the roadways as the water rises. They're just trying to make everyone safe. So we're still working to learn that information. But at this point, we have not confirmed how many rescues exactly have been in this area. That saying, I have seen people trying to cross low water crossings in this area. And just to give you perspective on how high the water was, on Guadalupe Street, there was a point where there was a pickup that was trying to cross. And you know, pickups are much higher from the ground than a sedan or an SUV. And even that pickup at some point lost control and started floating. So again, that's kind of the state here that we've seen in Kerrville since we've been here.
So, Rania, at this time last year, the police were going around with over their loudspeakers telling people to evacuate. Emergency management was everywhere. Have you seen patrol units, emergency management vehicles out on the road? Are there evacuations taking place along the river?
So all we've heard at this point, and since we've gotten here, is to shelter in place. Obviously, a lot of these emergency responders don't want people out on the roadways. We've bumped into quite a lot of patrol vehicles in this area who have been monitoring. I've definitely run into the same Kerrville police officers multiple times as they have circled the area we've been in and trying to redirect us from the low water crossings, telling us where we can go, how we can travel to get to where we need to go. But there's quite a lot of emergency responders out on the roadways, definitely monitoring conditions.
Sounds like.
Yeah, we've dropped our audio again, unfortunately. That happens when you're in conditions like this. There's so much rain and problems with everything.
Yeah, but this is developing all over our area. I want to get right back to Paul because there is another tornado warning. I believe, Paul, what's the latest?
We've got a couple of tornado warnings, guys. I'm right here. I'm just right off, and I'm going to be talking about them and pointing. But yeah, first of all, we do have a tornado warning for northwestern Uvalde County. This is the same system that we've been watching for a while. This is until 7 o'clock. I just wanted to make sure, I'm off the screen because I wanted to make sure this was radar indicated. All these have been radar indicated. They haven't been spotted by spotters. So with this one right here in Uvalde County that's now working into Leakey, or I should say into Real County, that one is until 7 o'clock. We've got another warning that is for Kinney County, and that's until 7:15. And this is, of course, both of these storms are dangerous storms, and they're moving pretty much off to the northeast at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Okay, let me show you what's going on. Let me back out, push this back in. There we go. Okay, so we've got the radial velocity display here, and what we're looking at is winds towards the radar site and winds away from the radar. So the reds are away and the greens are towards, and here is where the possible tornado would be, pretty much right in this, right at the Uvalde, and also that would be the Real County line here. And it looks like this possible tornado is going to move just to the east of Camp Wood. If you're watching anywhere in this area between Camp Wood and between Leakey, I would take take cover now as this potential tornado continues to move off to the north and east. Now, this is a little bit better signature, and I think possibly one of the reasons is it's a little bit closer to the radar site. See where that little circle is? That's the radar site just outside of Bracketville. It's not very far away at all, but this is a very good signature, and of course the reds are away and the green is towards, and really got a nice little spin here. But this is where the next possible tornado is, and again, this is here in Kenny County. This is working off to the northeast at about 15 miles per hour, 10 to 15 miles per hour. I'm going to be watching both of these very closely, and this one warning goes till 7:15, the other one till about 7. So again, watching these tornado warnings very closely. This has been happening all morning long with these thunderstorms, particularly in Kenny County and Uvalde counties, where you'll have these spin ups. And what has been typically happening, and what probably will happen, is this right here, this radar signature of a possible tornado will likely dissipate, and then we'll see another one pop up. And that's what typically happens, is you'll have an area of low pressure or the signature of the tornado, and then it occludes. And then you'll have another one not too far away that will pop up, and the same thing will probably happen with this. So anyway, we do have tornado warnings for Kenny County and also for northern portions of Uvalde County into southern portions of Real County. This one coming very close to Camp Wood, just to the east of Camp Wood here very shortly. So take cover now if you're watching from the east of Camp Wood right into Lakey there. So this is a close-up shot of the same thing that I'm talking about, and this is the believe we've got the storm motion velocity display. This takes into account the storm motion, and either way, you can see the reds away and the green towards. So I would watch out from, let's say, Camp Wood proper, all the way over here to the east, let's say about 4 or 5 miles east of Camp Wood, right here in the southern portions of Real County, here over the next 5 to 10 minutes or so, and then I'll continue to watch that for you. So we've got these tornado warnings. Looks like they just updated the one, so I'm gonna have to go back because this one just updated again, and I'm not sure why. Maybe another spin. Yeah. Oh yeah, there it is right there. And it's really easy to miss, especially with the purple, which is the range folding. But just like I was talking about, you know, you have one that occludes or weakens, and then you have another one. So here's the next one. This is the next tornado, possible tornado that is developing, and that's moving. It's a little bit narrow box that they have there, but we've got a couple. So we actually have 3 tornado warnings going on, 2 in Kenny County and 1 into Uvalde, now pushing into Real counties. And I'm going to be watching all of these real quick. I'm going to spend just a little extra time here on Camp Wood because I know that some folks live here in Camp Wood, and a lot of folks come and visit Camp Wood there. So again, if you're watching from Camp Wood just to the east, take cover now. This potential tornado, this is not spotted by spotters, but radar indicated, but this could put down a tornado at any time and probably won't stay on the ground very long, but if it does touch down, then it would cause quite a bit of damage here. So just to the east of Camp Wood, watch out there in southern portions of Real County. Taking another look at what's happening, there's our warning areas for the tornadoes. Just kind of get a little better view here. Northwestern portions of Uvalde County going into Real, and then here are the 2 tornado warnings in Kenny County. And then we've got all kinds of flood warnings. I mean, all these boxes are all flash flood warnings. And then we've got a couple that are really important to talk about, and that is this box right here, this little polygon here. This one right here is what we call a PDS, or a flash flood, not just warning, but emergency. And this came out earlier this morning and talking about how catastrophic flooding is occurring in eastern portions of Kerr County. Also, this one came out just a couple of hours ago, or an hour and a half ago, but the same thing in southern portions of Uvalde County. This is a potentially dangerous situation with catastrophic flooding occurring right now, including the towns of, I believe Sabinal was included, definitely Canepa, and also Uvalde. And in those areas, catastrophic flooding is occurring or is imminent. So watch out in those areas, and particularly right here, eastern Kerr County and southeastern portions of Uvalde County, where they're seeing catastrophic, that's what they called it, catastrophic flooding is happening right now. And you can imagine why. I mean, we've seen just an amazing amount of rain. So we've got a lot of lightning. The heaviest rain right now is pushing into Real County with that tornadic thunderstorm, or possible tornadic thunderstorm here in Real County. And you can see all the lightning strikes right there in Kenny County. And we've had a lot of heavy rain rainfall out there around Del Rio as well. And this is all feeding into just kind of a weak, broad area of low pressure that's kind of north of Junction up there. And so we're just feeding into this. If there's any good news, the heaviest rainfall has now moved out of Uvalde County. Bad news is it's raining heavily again. We just saw the shots. We've got some reporters there on the scene here in Kerrville, and it's raining heavily again there in Kerrville, and that may continue. And Kerrville, this situation in Kerrville may get worse, and it's already really bad in Uvalde, but this may get worse here in Kerrville if rain just continues to pop up. And the worst case scenario, and I don't think this is going to happen, but if some of this rain comes back around and kind of pinwheels around and comes back through Uvalde County, that would be very, very bad as well. Okay, I'm going to go back to the tornado warnings here real quick, but just kind of gives you a little bit better shot here of the potentially dangerous situation, catastrophic flooding in Kerrville, and also there in Uvalde. Let me see if we've got to talk about the rivers. We've got the Guadalupe River, of course, major flood. I don't know if you saw earlier, if you're just joining us, the best way to describe the Guadalupe River right now is raging. Apparently, according to folks, some of our reporters that were there last year and some of our photographers that were there last year, not quite as high as it was last year, but getting very close. We've got a major flood going on the Guadalupe River. And I think this go around, I haven't looked at the gauges at Hunt and Ingram, but I think downstream is heavier and not so much on the right at the headwaters there, or right at the beginning at the Hunt and Ingram, a little bit higher towards Kerrville. So all that's going to work down towards Center Point, also going to work down towards Comfort, and we've got major flooding going on right now, and the Guadalupe River just cannot take much more rain, but I see more rain coming there into Kerr County. Here in Bexar County, we've got some spots of some heavier rainfall now showing up close to downtown, back to Helotes, back to Bernie, and also Bandera. The eastern portions of the county towards Lavernia looking pretty good right now, and looking at another shot there of the radar. Okay, I'm going to go back to our tornado warnings because that's very important right now. Okay, here we've got 3 tornado warnings that are going on. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go back to the velocity display. I like that one better. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's start off with these ones in Kinney County. You see Bracketville there. Here's Bracketville, and the area in question we're talking about is about 7 miles or so north of Bracketville. We've got a spin there, and we've got another one that is right here. And this is, I don't see any incorporated areas. This is eastern or north and northeastern portions of Kinney County, but we've got these 2 tornado warnings that are going on. I'm going to zoom in and see if there's any incorporated areas here. I don't believe that there is, no. Okay, so we've got a couple of tornado warnings there for Kinney County, and then we've got this. This one's looking a little more impressive, kind of rallied a little bit here in the last couple of minutes. Yeah, okay, there you go. It's really looking good, especially right there. Of course, we're looking up in the sky just a little bit above the ground here, but I want to see what the winds are looking like here. So I'm going to take that off and put this on here. Okay, so we've got these warnings here. I'm going to go back to the anchors, but I do want to leave you with this. There is a tornado warning, and this is getting very close to Camp Wood. It looks like these cells are moving a little bit more north and east. So if you're watching right now from Camp Wood just to the east of Camp Wood, this is a possible tornado continuing to work off to the north. I'll be watching this very closely, but we've got a lot happening this morning. I'm going to go back to Audrey and Barry. What is the very latest? What's happening?
Well, Paul, this is from the U.S. National Weather Service. They said they've seen, you were talking about the water moving down through down along through Comfort and downstream. They said the Guadalupe River at Comfort in the past 50 minutes has risen 22 feet in less than an hour. And the Kendall County Office of Emergency Management, the fire marshal, are saying if you need to shelter, please go to the Comfort High School. They've issued an urgent Guadalupe River warning. They say to seek higher ground now. Do not wait to see that water rising around you. Immediately move to higher ground if you're in the Comfort area as that water continues to move down the Guadalupe. So don't wait. Do not wait until that water, till you see it start to rise. Get out now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we want to move, further up the river where we've been this morning in Kerr County. As you can tell right there, text Kendall right there on your screen. We had it if you're not getting those alerts. But Bella Papaduke there in Kerr. Bella, the rain continuing to come down. They are telling people to get out if you live along the Guadalupe. What's the latest? What have you learned?
Audrey, we're really feeling the rain right now. It is coming down really, really hard in front of the Guadalupe River. We're right behind the Lake House restaurant, which is near Junction Highway and the Thompson Bridge Drive. I'm sure you can see and hear how strong the rain is right now. Axel's gonna zoom in to the river, which is roaring behind us. As we spoke about earlier, we've seen a lot of debris, even some household objects just rushing down the river, even a washer or dryer earlier, and the conditions have definitely gotten a bit stronger since we've been out here. And I'm with my photographer Axel, who was here last year during the 4th of July floods, and he was saying earlier that the water levels near this bridge are similar. They're lower than they were last year, but they're pretty high right now. So we're just trying to keep an eye on the river levels and make sure we stay safe and the water doesn't come too close to us, and keep you all updated. Right now there are 2 shelters open in Kerr County. Residents are encouraged to seek high ground, do not leave your house, and stay safe. We know several rescues have already happened and will continue to happen. I'm sure you guys just heard that. That was a really loud clap of thunder. The storm is definitely picking up around here. We'll send it back to you guys for now, but reporting live, Bella Papaduke, KENS 5.
And Bella, Axel said a while ago you could see the water coming up. Have you all had to pull back from that river? Is that water continuing to creep up further toward y'all?
It's slowly getting a little higher, and the parking lot that we're in is getting more flooded. We're parked to leave if we have to, if the water comes up and we need to leave. But it has risen a little, but not too much.
And the sun is starting to come up and give us a little better view. Bella, tell us what you can see behind you, because it looks like those trees are bending sideways.
Yeah, the trees are completely at a 90-degree angle. The river still rushing, still really loud, like what we saw earlier. I haven't seen any debris float down in the last, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes. But as the sun comes up, we are getting a better picture of what the river looks like, how high the levels are, and what some of those trees in the river look like right now.
And again, want to tell everybody, Bella, thank you. Bella and Axel right there at 27 and 98. You can see something floating there in the river. Just barely get a shot of it.
Stop, because
we know
there have been rescues going on. We know they've been evacuating people. The Cajun Navy is there in Kerr County assisting. As they always do, they rush in wherever the need is. But we know Kerr County officials, PD, Sheriff's Office, Office of Emergency Management, they've been all over this all night.
Well, and you could hear, I don't know if you all noticed it or not, but as Bella was doing her live shot, you could clearly hear sirens going on behind her, emergency vehicles passing through that area now. So Bella and Axel, be safe out there where you are. Keep an eye on that water. Don't let it get you by surprise.
Yeah, and we want to reiterate what Bella was saying. Kerr County officials have announced several shelters for people who need safety from those rising flood waters. So those are going to be Calvary Temple in Kerrville and City West Church in Ingram.
And then further down the river, don't let this take you by surprise either. It's going to happen there as well. There are shelters open at Comfort High School in Kendall County that is on 143 and US 87 North. Authorities are saying move to higher ground immediately if you're in a low-lying or a flood-prone area near the river. If you live near the river, they're saying get out now. just avoid any flooded roads. Do not go over any low water crossings. This is stuff that we've repeated now for 2 days. This is our third day going into this. So.
Absolutely. So there again is that shelter that Barry was talking about, Comfort High School. That's on 143 US 87 North, or Calvary Temple. That's at 3000 Texas 534 Loop. Now, we definitely want to talk about that number. If you are not getting those alerts, I don't know if we can pull it up again. If you're not getting alerts to your phone, you should already be having those. You can text the word Kendall to a specific number. Can we pull that back up for folks to look at directly? I don't have that number in front of me, but 1 second, we are trying to get that for you because that's really important. Text the word Kendall to 69310, but hopefully you're already getting those alerts to your phone because this has been going on all night. This weather event has started several days ago.
Well, and I remember yesterday when we were about the same time, Paul had a graphic up and it was showing just a band from Uvalde all the way through to far east Bexar County. And Comal County, you know, to the east, Paul, you were saying we were going to get anywhere from, I think, and I'm just trying to recall, like 13 inches to 10 inches, and all along that entire band,
right.
We were expecting basically a foot of rain in the past 24-hour period.
Yeah, you know, Barry, this is amazing. Earlier this morning, I was looking at some of these individual thunderstorms. They were producing rainfall rates of 4.5 inches per hour.
That's amazing.
So if it stays and it rains for 2 hours, that's 9 right there.
Right.
I mean, amazing.
And the ground's already saturated.
Right.
There is no place for this water to go except downhill.
Perfect point, and that's exactly why we're seeing catastrophic flooding across eastern portions of Kerr County and also into down to the South Uvalde County as well. Both of those areas have seen an amazing amount. I'm going to try to show you what the radar estimates are. Some of the radar estimates are so high I don't believe them. So anyway, first thing I need to talk about though is we have some tornado warnings. We've got a tornado warning here for the southern portions of Real County. This is just to the east of Camp Wood, and then we've got a couple of other tornado warnings here in Kinney County. They're not showing up as good as they were before, but let me zoom in here. And let me see if I can get a better shot. Notice, I'm going to step you through. I got to do this off the screen here. Boy, this was really looking very impressive here. Northern portions of Uvalde County. Look at that, where you see the reds and the greens. The reds away, greens are toward. You can definitely see a definite spin there. And then as it moves into Real County, even stronger. I wouldn't be surprised if a tornado didn't touch down just east of Camp Wood here in the last 10 minutes or so. And then now starting to weaken again as it moves to the north and east of Camp Wood. But can you see that? This was at 6:43. What time is it? This was about 10 minutes ago. Very nice signature here of a possible tornado east of Camp Wood, and this is moving off to the north. So again, with that kind of a signature, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't have a touchdown there. I guess we will find out a little bit later if we actually did have a touchdown. And just to show you how close that is to Camp Wood, this was about 10 minutes ago, fairly close, just a couple of miles outside of town, if you know anybody that lives there in that area there in southern portions of Real County. Okay, let's take a look at these here. Let me put this into motion again. And yeah, we definitely have a spin here, but it looks like this one is occluding. And notice how it just stopped moving. It really is kind of in place. And that's right there north of Brackettville in Kinney County. And then this is kind of over empty country here. And this one doesn't look as impressive. It'd be right here, kind of skewed off away from, it looks like, the actual track of the tornado polygon here. But we've got 2 tornado warnings here in Kinney County. That's the northeastern and eastern portions of Kinney County. The one that I'm really going to concentrate on, again, is this Camp Wood one, just outside of Camp Wood here, and this is a loop over the last hour. Let me make this the last half hour, and you can see what has happened there. Yeah. Okay. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put the CC on and see if we see any kind of debris in the air from this over the last half hour, and that would help to tell me. You know, perhaps, maybe, but it's not definitive, that is for sure. But anyway, I'm looking closely. You can see the polygon there of the tornado warning, and that is for the areas just to the east of Camp Wood, and it would be right about in here. I've got the storm relative on, kind of see a better idea. All of this area right here, very near Camp Wood, watch out, and this is going to continue to move off to the northeast. So I'm watching this very closely. Again, tornado warning in effect there for southern portions of Real County. Okay, we're going to get back to what Barry was talking about. I think I'm going to do this off the screen. So Barry, you brought up a good point. I'm going to erase this. This is the 24-hour rainfall, the last 24 hours, okay? And let me put some points on here. Just outside of Uvalde, this is saying 14 inches, northern Kennedy County, 17 around Bernie, pretty close to around 8, and close to Kerrville, about 15 inches just in the last 24 hours, okay? That's big time rainfall. Now, this is incredible. Let's go to the 48-hour. I mean, wouldn't you say that's a lot for 24 hours? That's a whole lot of rainfall. Let's go to 48, and I'm going to erase these and redo them. And look at this. This is 48 hours. Matter of fact, I don't think I've ever seen this, guys, but just outside of Uvalde, see right here, it stops counting and goes the other way. It's so much rain. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And some of this, you're going to have to use just a grain of salt. But let's take a look at some of these totals. I'm doing it off the fly here. We're talking 24. See, at 24 inches, it stops and kind of recounts and reconfigures. But anyway, between Canepa and Uvalde, this is saying 24 inches of rain in 48 hours. You know, I think it's inflated, so you could probably say anywhere from definitely 18 to 20. And in that whole Uvalde area, look at that. I mean, that is a broad area. All that pink there, I would estimate anywhere from 18 to 20 inches of rain. That's a broad area of that much rainfall. That is huge. And the reason I think it's inflated is you look at northern Bexar County. I know how much that northern Bexar County has gotten, and probably not that much. So you could probably take about 25% off of these numbers. But I think it's safe to say anywhere from 16 to about 20 inches of rain has fallen across the greater Uvalde area. Up around Kerrville, I would probably say definitely a foot of rainfall over the last 48 hours, maybe even close to 14 inches, something like that. Now, the question is, how much have we received just in the last 6 hours here? And this is probably really close to real. And I would say here in Uvalde County, maybe a foot in the last 6 hours, definitely 10 inches, and widespread 7 to 10 inches of rain all through Uvalde County. And Kerr County, you're looking at about 10 to 12 inches of rainfall and about 7 inches out to the west around Kennedy. So, I mean, you're talking about major, major rainfall and unbelievable rainfall, to be honest. I mean, that's just a lot. Okay, we're going back to the tornado warnings very quickly. We've got, I'm watching this cell just very close to Camp Wood, maybe a possible tornado there. I'm watching for some other spins in the atmosphere. A couple of tornado warnings. These are warnings, of course, out in Kennedy County as well. So we've got Real to Kennedy County. And this one looks like it is lifting out of the Camp Wood area, but it's very close there. All right, we've got all kinds of warnings. We've got the regular, I shouldn't even say that, regular flash flood warnings, and then you've got some that are emergencies. And right now we've got an emergency for the eastern portions of Kerr County. That's what we call a flash flood emergency, potentially dangerous situation, catastrophic flooding, and also in this area right here, southern portions of Uvalde County. And a lot of different counties that have warnings as well. I'm not sure. Jeremy, are you ready? And are they ready? Can we go to Jeremy? I want to find out. He's been working on those rivers and what the very latest is on the river. And Chelsea, I know I'm throwing a little curveball here, but I'm not sure if we can go to Jeremy. If we can't.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, I've got the latest here.
Oh, okay, all right. So we've got the very latest on some of these rivers, and probably, I'm going to guess you're going to start with the Guadalupe.
Yeah, definitely going to start with the Guadalupe. I've got the graphic pulled up here. This is the Guadalupe River at Kerrville. The latest reading, 16.97 feet, and that was just about at 6 a.m. The crest is anticipated at 22.5 feet. And that's at 7 a.m. So it says in a minute, it hasn't quite updated yet. But the crest there, that is well in the major flood stage.
You know, Jeremy, because I've seen this before, I bet you these gauges are having a hard time keeping up. Because I would guess that it's, I hate to guess on top of the gauge, because a gauge, but maybe even higher than this, maybe. But okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
To be honest, when I'm putting these graphics in and the numbers, I go back and forth between two screens, and by the time I update it, I go back to the other screen where it shows the hydrograph, and oftentimes it's already updated.
Yes.
So then I have to re-update the graphic. So it's happening very quickly because these rivers are rising so quickly. But the crest is anticipated to be at 22.5 feet, so well into major flood stage. And let me show you the Guadalupe at Comfort here. This is the latest. 32.57 feet was the latest reading in Comfort, and that just occurred within the last half hour.
By the way, Jeremy, that's high.
Yeah, that's well into major flood. That's not just a foot or 2 feet into major flood stage. Major flood stage at Comfort is 28 feet. That's 4 feet above major flood stage, and just at 5 a.m. it was at 5 feet. 5:50, so just before 6, it was up to 27 feet, so 22 feet in 50 minutes. Now it's at 32.57 feet. The crest is forecast at 35.6 feet, and that's, it does say 7 a.m. That hasn't updated yet, of course, because it's having a hard time keeping up most likely. But also, look at the cubic feet per second. At 5 a.m., that was 1,000 cubic feet per second. And you can see the latest, that's at 135,000 cubic feet per second. So
that's amazing.
135 times, and it's going to go up another 42,000 to the forecast crest.
So you said 1,000 to 135,000.
Right, so about 135 times the cubic feet per second.
That's a lot of water.
Yeah.
Do you have any others for us?
Yeah, let me take a look at some of the others here.
By the way, that's forecast to get to 177,000 cubic feet, and normal for that river is, like you said, about 1,000. That's a huge increase.
Yeah, the Nueces River at Brackettville, the latest observation there was at 23 feet. It looks like it's about crested there, so that's definitely some good news. We'll take a look at the Frio River at Concan. I don't have the graphics for it, but I'll just tell you about those there. If you guys can go back to the radar, that would be great. The Frio River at Concan, that's at 11.78 feet. That was the latest reading. That's forecast to go to 15.2 feet. That's just above major flood stage. Major flood stage there is at 15 feet. Okay. And the Sabinal River, right now, that is sitting, that just updated, that is at, it had been at 18 feet, and that was yesterday afternoon. It dropped down to 8 feet at about 5:30 this morning. That's expected to crest. Again, right now that's at 8 feet. Cubic feet per second there, about 1,000. That's forecast to go to 24.1 feet by this afternoon at 2 o'clock. And the cubic feet per second about 30 times what it is now. And that's into major flood stage. That's the Sabinal River at Sabinal.
That's Sabinal River. Okay, so definitely major flood stage and way up there.
Yeah, so we're looking at that. But the one in Comfort, that's the one I'm most concerned about there. Again, the latest there, well into major flood stage, 32.57 feet.
It's already major at Comfort?
It's already major, yeah. Already major at Comfort.
And there's a lot coming downstage, downriver. What is the estimated crest there at Comfort?
The estimated crest there is 35.6 feet. Oh, it does look like it's updated just now. Right now, it is sitting at 32.57 feet. Forecast crest 33 feet. So it's just about at its crest. The graphic, it's showing that it's going to crest at 8 a.m., so in about an hour. So we're about near the crest, so it shouldn't be rising much more than where it is now.
Okay, so it's going to get to 33. What is major flood?
Major flood stage is 28 feet, so 5 feet above major.
Yeah. That's major there on the Guadalupe River. All right, Jeremy, is that it? Do you have any others?
No, I think that about covers it for now.
Jeremy, great job there, because the rivers are very, very important. Thank you so much. Okay, we're taking a look at the latest radar. I'm watching 2 tornado warnings in Kenny County. I've got my eyes on those. And if you look at this is a loop over the last hour, I believe. You can see more heavy rain is going to moving in to northwestern portions of Uvalde County and going to be pinwheeling around. And you can see Kerrville, lots of heavy rainfall right there. And I'm telling you, Bella, she did a great job up there in Kerrville, keeping everybody notified of what is happening along the Guadalupe River. And there in Kerrville, there are a few lightning strikes, so they need to be careful. But anyway, I believe that we're going to be going, I'm going to be going after this radar. You can see the radar, what's happening here. You've got quite a bit of rainfall. I'm going to zoom in here real quick, and I'm going to get rid of the lightning, because I'm really concerned about the rain kind of moving back into Guadalupe County, not Guadalupe County, but into Uvalde County there in Camp Wood. Okay, so that's the latest with the radars. Barry and Audrey, what do you have? What's going on?
All right, we want to get back to Rania Kaur, who's there in Kerrville. She has some new information for us.
Audrey, Barry, I just heard from the Kerrville Public Information Officer who gave me quite a lot of information I'm going to convey to you guys. This is from the most up-to-date information they were able to give me from their meeting earlier this morning. I know you have asked about the rescues. They were not able to confirm that number with me at this time, but here's what we do know so far. Now, they did have a wireless emergency alert that was issued around 2:30, 2:40 a.m., instructing residents to shelter in place and to avoid travel. Officials have emphasized people to not drive through flooded streets, turn around and don't drown, and many roads are impassable and stranded. Motorists cause additional rescue demands. Now, there are a lot of active evacuations underway in several areas, including the Goat Creek, Acadia Loop area, the Lowry Guadalupe area, which we were in earlier, and the Junction Highway low water crossings, along with other low-lying neighborhoods. We have been mentioning the two shelters in place, the Calvary Temple Church and the Impact Church, which is the Goat Creek evacuation point. Now, that's saying in terms of their emergency operations, they told us fire, police, Public Works, County Emergency Management were coordinating flood response. They did confirm that they did have multiple swiftwater rescues underway, and additional rescue resources from outside the county have been requested. Now, one fire vehicle was swept away from the road, but luckily that firefighter was able to be safely rescued. A lot of streets and low water crossings were closed, including G Street, which a year ago that too was closed as well. The Francisco Lemos area and low water crossings near Arcadia Loop, Highway 27 crossings, and several intersections along Sidney Baker. And then closures were increasing as the water continued to rise. There are power outages, which Bella has been mentioning all morning, that have been affecting several parts of the city. Now, utility crews even reported a barge that had gone over the dam and damaged a power line supplying city facilities, and even some city communications and utility sites were operating on limited power. Now, we have also learned that water was approaching cabins and homes in riverfront areas. Vehicles were swept down streets in some neighborhoods, and officials warned that if rainfall continued, we could have historic levels, which we have been communicating to. Now, even the first responders have been directing their own people to check on their families and such, but that is the latest information that we just received just minutes ago from the officials here in Kerrville. And as you can see, while the water has receded just a little bit with this heavy rain, of course, the Guadalupe River is still remaining a concern this morning. For now, in Kerrville, I'm Rania Kaur, sending it back to you.
All right, thank you, Ron. I know it's a tough situation to be up in there. And looking at that Louise Hayes Bridge, Rania, let me ask you this before you go. It looks, from this perspective, that water is probably only 10 feet lower or so than it was when it got to its height last year, looking at the bridge.
You know, it does seem that way, Barry. Again, last year at this point, we were not, even at this hour, we were not able to stand to where I'm standing, but 10 feet is quite a good estimate of how much lower this bridge has been. Now, granted, perspective is everything. So, I mean, as I mentioned, the river has receded just a little bit before a lot of the trees that are still standing, not bent from last year's flood, were covered maybe about a couple feet or so higher than what you're even seeing now. But as it's turning daylight, we're getting a little bit of a better perspective of just how high this river is currently.
All right, thank you, Rania.
But that's what we're seeing. Thank you.
So a lot of updates there in Kerrville. A lot of people being evacuated. But right now we want to get back to Earl, who's there in Concan, I believe, in the Concan area. Earl, do you have any idea how the Frio is flowing this morning?
Good morning, Audrey Berry. So we were on our way up to KENS to give you a live report on what things are looking like at the Frio River, but I'm gonna go ahead and turn the camera because we got stuck. We are at Blanco Creek where this water is rushing over State Highway 127 and we cannot get through the water. And we actually even have a truck in the distance. They can't even get to because the water is surging and it's going to take a while for all of this to come down. So where we're at, we are north of County Road 388 and south of Farm to Market Road 1049. And even if we made it past Blanco Creek, we have Hackberry Creek and it weaves through the highway 3 times before you hit Concan. So we are still in a flash flood warning until 1 p.m. And I'll just kind of go through just some of the updates that we're getting from Uvalde County officials in the last hour. So in the last hour we had from Concan Fire and EMS, they've been talking about doing rescues. They posted it on their Facebook page and just telling everyone to stay up in high ground. Please do not go outside into the water. And then also we've had leadership from Uvalde County Office of Emergency Management. They gave an update 6:15 p.m. telling everyone to stay in place. Do not go outside of your home. Don't evacuate. And Uvalde County Sheriff's Office telling people to stop going through the barricades. So for all of us here on State Highway 127, it's been pretty good, but on the county roads and all of the intersections getting to where we are now, there has been water on the road. This one is just too big for us to cross, but we're going to wait and see what happens. And if it gets too high, of course, we'll go back to safe grounds, but that's the latest here.
Be careful out there. It's easy to get through there. I want to go over to Sarah Duran now and get a look at our road situation.
Yeah, so I've been closely monitoring our road conditions since about 3 o'clock this morning. And as you can tell, things are still developing, especially out west. You can see here on our traffic radar, it's still very active. Lots of water being dumped on different areas like Uvalde, Del Rio, Kerrville, like Paul's been mentioning all morning long. And of course, this is having an impact on the interstates and highways that feed into those areas. I'm going to take you in closer to the Kerrville area because I haven't shown you this visual yet, but it's a good indication of how severe this situation is. Of course, we certainly don't want to scare our viewers, but we do want you to be informed. That way you can make the best decision for you and your family. You can see here on our traffic map, State Highway 39 has a bunch of purple on it from Kerrville all the way to Highway 83. That is indicating a highway closure. State Highway 27 just north of there, we do have some red popping up on the map. I do believe that portion is also closed. Our traffic map not reflecting that, but of course, use your best judgment if you're traveling in that area. Avoid travel if possible, but I know sometimes that's just too hard to do, especially if you are forced to evacuate to higher ground. I want to go south of there into Uvalde, where we've been talking about that spot all morning long. Lots of water being dumped on that area right now. You can see our traffic map is reflecting highway closures along Highway 90. You can see from Sabinal all the way to Brackettville as well as Del Rio. We just have a number of colors showing up here. I have never seen this before on our traffic map, but that just speaking once again to the seriousness of the situation. We're also seeing some brief slowdowns on Highway 83 heading into Uvalde, and then some red north of La Pryor. So Uvalde police, they have been online just speaking to the serious of the situation, and we'll get to that in a second. But first, I want to switch it over to drivetexas.org. I've been talking about this all morning long. This is a snapshot. I believe we do have a live image of what it's showing people online right now. Do we have that, producers? Can we pop that up? All right, there we go. Oh, that's going to be CPS Energy. Do we have drivetexas.org popped up? Okay, they tell us it's not working, and that's okay. I have a screenshot that I can show our viewers if we want to toss it back to max traffic. There we go. All right, so I took this about a few hours ago, but I do want to let you know not much has changed as far as the blue signatures go. What does that indicate? It indicates flooding is occurring actively, and there are a number of road closures tied to it. So once again, going to focus on areas like Uvalde and Kerrville. First, you can see that blue is stretching all over the map. If I had a larger image of it, I could show you you just how far and wide those closures and flooding areas are expanding to. But you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, we have a number of road closures. Once again, Highway 90, a bunch of state highways closed, and you can see that in real time on drivetexas.org. Speaking of Uvalde, like I was mentioning, the Office of Emergency Management is encouraging people to avoid getting into their vehicles unless they do not feel safe. If you feel like you're in immediate danger at your location, you feel like it's no longer safe, they are encouraging people to dial 911 immediately for the fastest emergency response. They're trying to keep drivers off the road to allow first responders to reach emergencies more quickly as well as safely. This is a very serious situation, and our first responders are trying to get to people who are in desperate need of help. So let's respect that and stay off the roadway unless it's totally necessary. North of there, in areas like Kendall in Kerr County, we've been talking a lot this morning about Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt. Those may sound familiar because we saw that tragic flooding on July 4th of last year. And unfortunately, Drive Texas has those areas fired up this morning because of the flooding that we're seeing out there. I took this image on the left side of your screen not too long ago, and you can see we have a bit more blue on our map. You can see we have areas that are in circles. That is indicating flooding is happening in those areas along I-10 at Goat Creek Road, State Highway 39, as well as 27, FM 2771, and 1338. And not too far from those spots, we also have a separate road closure. This is going to be due to a major accident that was first reported around midnight. It's along I-10 West at mile marker 589. The Kerr County Sheriff's Office does say on their social media that this is a major accident, and you can see that closure is reflected there in the westbound lanes right before 290. So as you can imagine, resources are already limited because of the flooding response out there, and now they're having to tend to this. So they're telling drivers avoid this area and use an alternate route if you have to navigate in that spot. All right, back here in San Antonio, here is a live look of our traffic map now at 7:17. You can see it's much more calm here in San Antonio. We still have rain in a lot of areas. One area that did catch my interest was over here on the far west side, Highway 90. I can't show you a camera of that spot right now because I don't have access to it, but I was on the phone with TransGuide because I do see some flashers off in the distance. It looks like if you're heading in the eastbound direction right before Highway 211, State Highway 211, it looks like there's a brief gap on the highway. TransGuide tells me they don't know what the situation is. I don't know if it's an accident or if there's water on the roadway. Either way, there are some serious slowdowns in that spot. And guys, I'm going to keep looking into this and hopefully bring you some more updates when I see you again soon.
All right, we are in for another crazy morning.
Yeah.
Absolutely unreal.
We want to get back to Bella Papaduke, who is there in Kerrville. Bella, you're there, 1655 Junction Highway. What's the latest? Looks like that river continues to rise.
So actually, Audrey, we feel like we've seen it lower a little since we've got here. It kind of went up and it seemed to have gone down a little bit. It's hard to actually tell, but my photographer and I were talking about it a little bit ago, and we both said it looks like if you look a little bit closer to the bridge that the water's gone down. But as I speak, the rain is kind of picking up again and the river is still moving pretty fast. Still some debris floating down. We've seen a lot more of tree branches, brush, that type of debris floating down the river. That's the Thompson Drive Bridge over that way. Kerr County Emergency Management is asking people to find higher ground, stay in place, and if you need shelter, there are 2 emergency shelters open this way. We're going to continue to stay out here, monitor the conditions, and let you guys know what we see, because earlier the water was higher, now it's a little lower. It might be starting to pick back up again out here, so things are changing, and we'll keep you guys updated.
Looking at a website here from Kerr County, and right now they're saying the river's at about 35 feet. Memory serves, the flood last year got 42. It crested at 42, so it's only 7-8 feet below where it was this point last year. So.
Yeah, and I want to give an update from Kerrville Public Works. They're reporting some operational issues at their surface water plant, which is currently offline. And they want people to really encourage them to minimize their water use at this time, not to strain the system. But they do want to say that the water supply is not contaminated. They solely want people to conserve so they can avoid any other issues. So just something there from the Kerrville Public Works Department.
Well, look at that. Yeah, a tire floating down the river. Unbelievable.
And yeah.
So reminiscent of last year. With us on the phone now, we have Brett Remkus, who we spoke with yesterday. He's works at Garner State Park as well, runs things out there. Also is a volunteer with Uvalde County EMS. Brett, we saw yesterday that Frio River was boiling. I can only imagine what it's like this morning.
Yeah, it continues. We had anywhere from 8 to 12 inches on this last storm that just came through. And the problem that we have, Barry, is that there's no more places for this water to go. So when this water hits, it's filling up creeks, it's running off, and it's going straight down to the river. So when you have all that rain, it's coming off the mountains quite quick. And so we're keeping an eye on it. But, there was 8 to 12 inches here. There was 30 inches in Canepa. These places are getting hammered pretty hard, along with tornado warnings that are coming through here.
Have y'all had to do any evacuations? I know yesterday you said you just were monitoring and telling people, hey, get to higher ground if you need to, but have you had to, pull anyone out?
No, so right now we're doing the same thing. We with this 3-day period, it's allowed us to make sure everybody was very educated on what was going on. We've had a couple places that of concern that people are starting to get landlocked, but we haven't had to evacuate anybody at this time. We do have Texas game wardens down here and other boat patrols that are out here ready to work. We have a couple of choppers in the area that we're going to start addressing on the people that are landlocked, because a lot of these places now, it's not going up and draining out quite as fast as we, would hope. So we're starting to have a different game plan as far as making sure everybody's safe.
Looking at the radar, Brett, you guys are getting hammered with rain. It's probably raining pretty hard there now. It's north of you as well. I can only imagine that river's going to continue to go up.
Right. Yeah. There's no way for this stuff to go. And the more it rains, especially coming from the south, like it does or it did on this storm, when it comes from the south, it just keeps pouring on top of each other. It's going to hit both prongs. It's hitting the Sabinal River. It's hitting the Nueces River again. All these places are getting hit over and over again. So it's just a constant battle we're watching creeks. We're staying up all night, and then it's constantly watching to make sure that everybody stays safe.
I would imagine, I looked at the Drive Texas map a while ago, and Sarah had this up just a little bit ago. There are somewhere from Kerrville down to where you are to on out to Del Rio, there are something like 50, 60 road closures there now. The problem is, in your area in particular, Brett, I can't imagine you can go anywhere on the roads.
No, and that's a hard thing for us. So the 3 southern places to get out of here, which is to Utopia, Sabinal, and Uvalde, are all closed down right now. The creeks are going to cross. They're not going to open up anytime soon. And so really the only place going out of here is going 83 north to Junction. And even we're kind of discouraging people that right now because the storm is up there and these creeks are coming across the road. So really it's kind of put us in a place down here just to kind of sit around here and watch from here.
And we know that y'all have some emergency shelters, one at the Sabinal Civic Center, Uvalde County Fairplex. Have you had to send anyone there, or do you know, just from being in the area and speaking to other first responders, are those filling up with folks?
Yes, I know that they've been taking cots over to the Civic Center down in Uvalde. We have a WhatsApp that we are all communication with. I know they're very active down there, talking to the game warden. They were talking about having to go down to Uvalde and assist with that because, like I said, they got hit this morning again pretty hard. Like I said, Canepa had close to 30 inches. I'm sure they got between 16 and 20 at least in Uvalde. And so you're starting to get into what happens is with these rains, you're starting to get into more and more neighborhoods. So what happened was, we're just in this neighborhood or that neighborhood. Now it's expanding and going, okay, there's no more water. The water has nowhere to go here. So it starts going to the next neighborhood. And so those people, they're on top of it. but it is definitely using the resources down there to make sure that everybody stays safe.
So the river itself, Brett, when you guys were on the bridge yesterday with Rania, you joined us 2 or 3 times there. Is the river up beyond where it was yesterday about this time?
No, at this time it's not. It's gone back down, but we expect it to be at the level it was yesterday, or if not higher. So we won't know until all the drainage is coming off these hillsides. Sometimes it takes, hours and half a day for it to all come out when you start noticing how much more. But it's happening at a faster pace where normally rains will have time to soak into the ground, and then you wait for an extra rain on top of it. Everything's soaked right now. So it's happening actually a little bit quicker now than it was the last couple of days because the rains have nowhere to go except for the river.
I know you were there this time last year whenever we got those heavy rains in July. When's the last time you've seen it like this?
It was exactly July 14th last year, which was July 14th this year. It was 1 year ago today. And it was the exact same time period. And so, it kind of has everybody on edge with the Guadalupe happening. And now with this happening, people are starting to take these storms more seriously and starting to have, trying to plan out things better. We've been very blessed that we have a lot of first responders in this area, a lot of agencies that are preparing everybody. And each time they're taking notes and making sure that they try to make sure that there's a plan in place to make sure that keeps people of Texas safe.
Now, yesterday you had, I think you said you had roughly 20% occupancy over at the state park. Have all of those people left now? I can't imagine anybody wants to be out there in this kind of weather.
It's kind of a double-edged sword. You can leave, but you can't really go anywhere. So some people are sitting here and they have their campers and they're like, we're just going to wait it out. They're on high ground. They're safe. We've had 2 law enforcement, Texas Parks and Wildlife officers around since I think probably 2 this morning. I saw them walking around. They're going down, educating everybody on what's going on, making sure they're at the right level. And so everybody's safe and just kind of waiting it out. But yeah, everybody kind of left the area that could leave the area, and now the people that are here are just kind of waiting out the storm.
Well, that's the smart thing to do. Brett, we appreciate you joining us this morning again. Be safe out there. We may be back in touch with you.
That sounds good. Anytime.
All right. Thank you, my friend.
Stay safe, Brett. Well, you're looking right now on your screen a view of the Guadalupe River, which is rising and falling today, but the rain just keeps coming down. We want to head back to Rania Kaur, who's there at the VFW Hall there in Kerrville. Rania, you had a lot of updates earlier. Anything new?
Yeah, we just received an update, Audrey, that residents are now asked to, residents and businesses are being asked to conserve water at this time. I'm going to step aside so you can continue getting this view of the Guadalupe River as it stands. They're telling me that Kerrville Public Works is reporting an operational issues at the surface water treatment plant, which is currently offline. And as a result, to make sure that the residents continue to have water, the city has transitioned to the groundwater well sites to make sure that they keep having water. And as a result, residents and businesses are being asked to minimize the non-essential water use so they can limit the strain while crews continue to try to fix the issues. But they're telling me that there is no actual issue right now with the community's water supply. They're just, again, trying to convey this information as they work on continuing to make sure that the water continues right now.
And we can
but
see
that's the
highway.
latest we've just heard here in Kerrville.
That's Highway 16 behind you that crosses the bridge coming from Rio Medina out. Is there much traffic moving through that area at all? Or are people staying off the road?
There is a little bit of traffic, Barry. I don't know if you can see, there's just a vehicle that just passed through the area, but it's not quite the traffic that you're used to seeing over that bridge. We have seen a lot of first responders in the area as well. Again, they're allowing people to move through the bridge, just not stop at the bridge and just take a look at what's going on. In fact, there have been some residents that have come here to the VFW post to observe kind of the state of the Guadalupe River as it's risen here this morning. So not a lot of traffic, but that's what we're seeing here in Kerrville right now. Barry, Audrey?
Were you able to talk to any of those residents? How are they feeling? Because, I mean, this is their home and they saw this just a year ago.
You know, Audrey, I was able to talk to some of those residents. The word they used was surreal. It's surreal to see a flood like this again, especially, I mean, these are being considered historic floods because of how high the Guadalupe River has risen. And to see two floods back to back is not just unusual for this community, it's almost unheard of. So again, a lot of people have been stopping by, a good amount of people have been stopping by this parking lot just to see it again being this high. And you know, a lot of them have been getting those emergency alert notifications since midnight last night. They know what the condition has been in Kerrville because of those emergency alerts and because of how active the official pages have been on Facebook, they tell me. But to see it for themselves is a completely different story here in Kerrville right now.
Did they say they felt more prepared this time around with all of the alerts and everything that's been going out to the community, especially ahead of time? They had a little more, you know, a few more days of rain ahead of this.
You know, I believe people have felt more prepared this time around, again, because those emergency alerts have been somewhat nonstop since midnight. So they've been, again, well aware of the circumstances. Again, they tell me the official pages have been doing a good job on Facebook, keeping them informed on what's happening here in Kerrville, Barry, Audrey.
All right, thank you, Rania. Want to go back out now to Earl Stoudemire, who's out somewhere on Highway 127 between Uvalde and Concan. Earl, that water doesn't appear to be rising anywhere you are.
The water is rushing still, and it's slowing down just a little bit, but we did get some new information from Uvalde County officials that no one has died, no injuries have been reported with all of the floods and tornado warnings that we've had. So they have given us just some information on what's been going on with a lot of vehicle rescues going on, and also they had to do evacuations last night as well. So thankfully everyone's doing good, but we do have some trucks. They're stuck here. They were on their way up to Concan. I talked to the man in the truck, but now he's going to have to stop just in his tracks and talk to his boss and say, hey, it's going to be a while before I can make it up there. It's going to be still a long time before the road on Highway 90 before it clears up, and with an update from Uvalde County officials on how many people had to get rescued. But as we get new information, we'll be sure to keep you updated, but we'll go ahead and toss it back to you.
Be up. Okay, all right, we're coming right to me. I thought Earl was going to toss to me. Okay, hey, one thing we want to do is I'm letting my computer rev up again. Here's good news. We have no warnings. We have no tornado warnings out there. I am watching, though, a squall line moving into Uvalde County again, or at least trying to. And there could be a few spin-ups along the leading edge. But good news, this is the first time all morning since about 2 o'clock this morning that I haven't seen any kind of rotation from these thunderstorms. And so that is some good news. We've got some important news that we need to pass along. I don't think Jeremy's probably not ready for this, but I'm going to toss to him anyway. We found out about some important information about Centerpoint, and I think this puts this all in perspective about the crest in Centerpoint coming up.
Yeah, the good news is it looks like the rivers have crested at least westward. Kerrville, the hydrograph still hasn't quite updated yet, but in Kerrville, if you could take the image here that I've got on Max 2, guys, it's got the hydrograph of the Guadalupe River at Kerrville. The latest is showing 13.1. It had been up to 16, but I believe it has already crested because the Comfort one is showing that it has already crested, and Comfort is off to the east. For the Kerrville, is showing the crest 18.6 feet, which is into major flood stage. The record is up there at 39 feet, so not close to that, but it is still well into major. And the Guadalupe River at Comfort, the latest 35 feet. The forecast crest was 35 feet. It looks like the forecast now takes it down from there. So it looks like the Comfort, at Comfort, the river has crested there. And take a look at the cubic feet per second. We were talking about that earlier. At 5 a.m., the cubic feet per second was 1,040, so just over 1,000 cubic feet per second. And by 7 a.m., or by now, really, it's 168,000. So about 168 times what it was just about 2.5 hours ago. And you were talking about between Comfort or Center Point and Bergheim, the Weather Service put this out. The river gauge at Center Point went up 32 feet in just 4 hours. At 12:50 in the morning, the river was 6 feet high. By 5:30, about 4.5 hours later, 38 feet. So just 32 feet in just 4 hours. And that just shows you how quickly that can rise. And they're comparing that to a crest that was similar to July 4th. So catastrophic river flooding there. But the good news is, at least for Kerrville and Comfort for now, it looks like the rivers have crested in those areas.
Yeah, but we buried the lead a little bit. Didn't you say that at Center Point that it's going to equal what it was on July 4th of last year?
Right, yeah. It looks like it's already done that. Now it looks like that wave, the height of the water, the highest part has now moved to the east of Center Point, it looks like. So that's some good news there. But yeah, it went up 32 feet in just 4 hours.
Okay, and that was equal to July 4th, 2025.
Right.
Wow. I mean, that puts a lot into perspective here. And we may see some more rises just depending on the rainfall and more rain. And we may not be finished with these rivers. They may still yet crest, but we're watching them and we're watching them closely. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Okay, so we don't have any tornado warnings out there for the first time all morning long, and that's great news. But we have just a tremendous amount of warnings. We have flood warnings in effect, flash flood warnings for Kendall County, Kerr County, Gillespie County, portions of Bandera County, northwestern Medina, all of Uvalde County, southern portions of Real County, including Leakey, southeastern portions of Edwards County, all of Kinney County, and a large portion of Valverde County as well. All of those flash flood warnings. Now let's get into the particulars here, and notice that I've got this in purple here. This is our particularly dangerous situation. This is our area where folks are urged to just seek higher ground. At least that was earlier this morning. Hopefully you've already done that. And in these areas, eastern portions of Kerr County, you've got catastrophic flooding occurring. And also we have got catastrophic flooding occurring here in the southern portions of Uvalde County. I believe that's where Earl was. He was pretty close to one of these areas right in here. And you saw, I don't know how close he was to the river, but you see how the water was just everywhere. So catastrophic flooding going on here in southern portions of Uvalde County. Now they do have a portion of the Guadalupe River here that has that's seeing catastrophic flooding, and also a particularly dangerous situation going into Kendall County. So try to get away from the Guadalupe River. Just if you can, if you've got no interest, just stay away from the Guadalupe River, as it is definitely swollen and major flooding going on. Also, major flooding happening on the Sabinal River, the Frio River, and right here along the county line, Uvalde County line, and also Kinney County line, you've got some major flooding going on the Nueces River, and you can see all this lightning and thunder. Now this is troubling. This is a loop over an hour. And notice how there's just not a lot of movement on this heavy, heavy rain. And you can use the lightning strikes as a proxy to the amount of rainfall and the heavy intensity of the rain, and just continues. I mean, this is for a whole hour, I believe. I've got this on. Let me make sure that I've got that. No, it's a 30-minute loop. All right, let's take a look at an hour loop here, because I'm kind of curious as to what that looks like. All right, here is an hour. Yeah, that's a whole hour. Okay, so in this whole hour, notice how this rain, and this is really intense rainfall, probably rainfall rates of about 4 inches per hour, just not moving a whole lot. And this is really troubling if this happens. Let's hope it doesn't. But let's say that this just continually, gradually kind of moves around, because everything is kind of moving in this kind of a fashion around a broad area of low pressure that's somewhere north of Junction up there. And let's say that this continues to pinwheel around. These heavy, heavy rainfall rates are going to come right back into Uvalde County. that's already seen very heavy rainfall already this morning. And let's hope that this dissipates. Right now, I kind of don't see a reason why that would, but we'll be looking. So a couple of real serious areas here, potentially dangerous situations there in Kerr County and also into Kendall County and also Uvalde County. And we have numerous flood warnings that are going on right now. Let's take another look. I'm going to push this through. Yeah, there we go. So this is Kerr County. Inside of this box right here is considered catastrophic flooding is going on. And also along the Guadalupe River, we've had a lot of shots there along the Guadalupe. It is definitely swollen and major flooding going on. Also along the Guadalupe into Comfort, Center Point, and on back into Kendall County. You've got a particularly dangerous situation with catastrophic flooding happening along the Guadalupe River there into Kendall County. We're watching that very closely. Also here in the southern portions of Uvalde County, believe that Earl was somewhere around in here. And you saw how the water was really rising and coming up there, and it was just looked really hazardous. Well, in this whole little box area here, in this polygon, Uvalde, including Canepa, in that whole area, just catastrophic flooding is happening right now. And I believe that there's portions of 90 that are closed. Sarah, do you know about that?
Yeah, there are portions of 90 that are
Do you know which part?
Closer to Canepa.
Okay, closer to Canepa.
Yeah.
So if you're going westbound, you stopped.
Oh, yeah. It stretches, Paul, from Sabinal almost all the way to Del Rio.
Oh, this,
like it's a serious
this whole
closure.
area.
Yeah.
So you can't go east or west.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
it's real bad.
But that doesn't happen all the time.
No.
So a large part of 90 is closed, and you can't travel 90 this morning, which really puts a cramp on a lot of folks, and it's really serious. Okay, we do have some heavy rain that has started to develop here into Bexar County. Let me take a look at this. This is a 30-minute loop. I'm going to lengthen this out to about an hour because this was not the case earlier. Yeah, it was kind of lighter, but now we've got some heavier stuff in the northeastern part of the county there into Bexar County. Okay, so just to kind of put it all together here, we've got potentially dangerous situation for Kerr County and also southern portions of Uvalde County. Numerous warnings out there. I'm watching them all, and we've got now some more rain developing here in Bexar County. All right, Barry and Audrey, what is happening? What is the very latest?
Well, right now we want to go back to Bella Papaduke, who is in Kerrville. And Bella, I understand you've got some folks with you that live there along the river.
Yeah, Barry, I ran into Simeon here, who's been a Kerrville resident for about 3 years now. He said he was coming out to check out the Guadalupe River and has already seen some impacts at his house that's kind of across the street from where we are right now. Hey, Simeon, can you tell me what you saw at your house about some concrete being moved and some other things being moved?
Yes, I live on a tributary to Goat Creek, and it must have come through there really hard last night and moved. It took out a fence with a rock wall, and my concrete furniture was just destroyed and pushed down the river.
You had a weather meter, sorry to interrupt, that you said was measuring at 18 inches but got pushed away. So what did you see there?
The data shows on my weather station 18.8 inches, and then it's gone. So I don't have any more recorded data, but it retained that. But it's the hardest rain I've seen here.
And you said something that stuck with me about the colors of the radar. Can you tell everyone what you said to me earlier about just how shocking they look?
I watch radar a lot, and they're a pinkish color that I've never seen, even in the highest thunderstorms. It just sat there, and hardest rain I've ever seen. It's amazing.
And you said you've lived here for about 3 years, and now you're having to go through these really, really hard rains again after going through them last year. How were you feeling when you woke up today and kind of saw how strong it was out here after going through such a hard time last year here in Kerrville?
That's a good question. I think I have to process that. It's I hope I'm high enough, and I hope there's not too much damage, because this is insane. I mean, this is a lot of rain. It doesn't deter me from living here, but I don't know what to make of it yet. It's I just woke up an hour ago to it, so I don't know what to say.
And how do you plan to keep monitoring everything throughout the day and keep making sure that y'all are safe at your home?
Watching the radar, I guess, and just see, and then walk around sometimes. The roads are shut.
Well, thank you so much for talking about what you're seeing at your house and then coming out here and talking about what we're seeing out here. We really appreciate it. We'll continue to keep you guys updated on what we're seeing at the Guadalupe River and here in Kirk County. Everyone stay safe out there. But for now, reporting live, Bella Papaduke, KENS 5.
Thank you, Bella. And really, that gentleman just really summed it all up. Just saying, I think I just have to process it.
Yeah.
I would imagine a lot of people are feeling that way.
Like Rania said earlier, they're feeling like this is a very surreal situation for everyone in that area along the Guadalupe River. Right now, we want to head over to someone who's in the Comfort area. We told you earlier that Comfort was also telling people to evacuate. There are sirens going off. I want to talk to the one of the owners of Comfort RV Resort. We have Duke Earwood here on the phone with us. Duke, you're right off 27 there. What are you seeing and what have you been told by first responders?
Yes, ma'am. I'm off 27 in Herman Sons Road, right on the Guadalupe. I've been up since 5 this morning. We were notified by the local fire department here in Comfort that at the time was a voluntary evacuation. River was rising, I want to say he said 2 feet a minute at that point. So I notified the entire resort. And we've just been, having people hook up their trailers and move to higher ground until further notice. We're watching the river currently, and it's very reminiscent of July 4th. I'm going to say that we're at least to the point, if not worse, as far as the flooding goes in the resort.
Were any of the people, Duke, this Barry Davis, were any of the people that you had to evacuate to get out this morning, were any of them there last year when this happened?
Yes, sir. Yeah, my resort consists mostly of long-term residents that live here. So, yes, they have been through it. We learned a lot from last year. I, immediately started evacuating the rows that were usually first on the list to start flooding. We, accumulate water in our southwest corner of the resort, and it just kind of fills in from there. Currently, I would say I've got about 15 sites that are underwater, about 3 foot. Most of those trailers have been pulled out and are no one that I know of right now has been affected by, or a trailer at least, by the water. I do have a couple of cars that are about halfway up the windows underwater in the southwest corner of the resort.
And have you heard, I know you said those sirens have been going off. You're a longtime resident there in Comfort. What's everyone feeling, like you said, and have you heard about any other rescues in the area?
I've not heard of any rescues in the area. Again, we were notified pretty far in advance before the water, came into the resort. So we've had time to get people hooked up and moved up to higher ground. We do hear the sirens going off. We're a good 2 miles probably from our local fire department, and yes, we can hear the sirens. They've been going off, I would say, a little before 6 a.m. this morning. But we're just kind of rolling with it right now.
Can you give us a little better idea, Duke, exactly where you are? You're near the Cypress Creek, which is usually dry, right?
Correct. Yes, you rarely see water flowing through that creek. We are right on the Guadalupe at Highway 27 and Herman Sons Road. It's about half a mile, maybe a mile from Cypress Creek. And I have gotten word that Lane Valley, upriver from here, maybe 2 miles, is basically underwater, the bridge there. And I hear that when that bridge is underwater, Cypress Creek usually fills in and will cover that bridge as well. So it kind of traps us in a way.
Well, I'm glad.
If it does crest over the bridge at Cypress Creek, we're kind of stuck here.
But you have high ground where you are, correct?
We do have higher ground. The July 4th flood, again, we're at that point now. and then the most of the resort did not take on water. It's just our southwest corner. But again, we're at that point now, and I'm hearing that we've got more rain to come, so it could be worse as far as flooding goes than the July 4th deal.
Do you plan on hopefully, getting everyone out before that happens, before that bridge floods over?
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. I've already sent a mass message. I did this about an hour ago at least, sent another message out about, concern about the bridge overflowing there. As far as what the fire department says, everyone can head to Comfort High School. And there's kind of a staging area for trailers, until further notice from that point.
Absolutely. Well, we're praying for you guys for the best outcome, and I'm glad you're letting everyone know what they can do ahead of time. I feel like a lot of people have been prepared. Do you feel like y'all are maybe a little more prepared than you were this time last year? Although I know the water took a little while longer to get down to Comfort.
Correct. Yeah, it seems like last July 4th we had more of a heads up warning. This was very quick. I mean, we knew there was a flood, but it rose a lot quicker, it seems like, this time around. Yes, and we learned a lot from last year. I've got a checklist now that I go by, and, the clearing out of sites that are, affected first is my first priority. And that's what we're going by.
Well, Duke, we certainly appreciate you joining us. We know you're busy this morning. Be careful and good luck.
Yeah, stay safe.
Thank y'all very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there's a number on your screen too. If you're in that area, anywhere around the Comfort area, if you need, if you're not getting the alerts, you can text Kendall, Kendall, like the county, obviously, to 69310. That will ensure that you do get the weather alerts on your phone. And to further drive home the point that Duke Earwood was just talking about, we said the Guadalupe there at Comfort rose 22 feet in 50 minutes.
That's
wild.
wild.
That's absolutely unbelievable, the volume of water that's flowing down that river.
And he said, it came up faster than it did last year. They had a little more warning last year. This rose faster this morning, but they were also prepared because of everything that happened last year. And he reiterated what the town of Comfort is saying, that you can head to Comfort High School if you are in need of a safe space to go to, if you are taking on water, if you see that river rising close to you. That's going to be at 143 US 87 North there in Comfort. They will take you in and shelter you until, we can all get through this.
Well, and they had the sirens too. You heard them say that they had the sirens. He heard the sirens
all
go
morning.
off. So they had that warning that made them aware of what was going on. And what we're looking at now, that is I believe that's the Highway 98 bridge at 27 there, just north, in between Kerrville and Ingram. That's where Bella Papaduke and Axel Divino were this morning, and she had said they thought the river was going down just a little, and it looks like it has, perhaps.
That brush that's there on the right side, we've been seeing the water kind of at that brush level, so it seems like, just to me, just visually, it looks like it's holding steady. I don't know. We'd have to check with Paul and Jeremy to see where those river levels are. But I'd be interested to hear from those campsites, because they did install a few of those new emergency warning systems. Not all of them with those funds from the state, but they did install a few weeks ago. I'd be interested to see if any of those have gone off or how the warning have gone with them.
And we were up there, myself and Gus Alonso and Mariana Sanchez were up there when we were putting together our special about the floods a year later, just 2.5 weeks ago. And we had a piece on the siren, the warning system. They had said they were testing them, but we don't really know if they were online yet, if they were effective during this incident or not.
I'm sure we'll be checking in, but we want to go to Rania, who is there in Kerrville. She's at the VFW. Rania, I see you have someone with you.
Yeah, this is Robert Love, and you live across literally the river. So you were evacuated last year. What's it like seeing this again?
This is just really incredible to see this again this soon. For the river to get up this high again, it's just incredible. It's unbelievable.
You were evacuated last year because of where your apartment is in comparison to the river. Did you have to do that again this year?
No, they didn't evacuate us this time, but it got up real close again.
How close?
Oh, I would say within 75 feet of our apartment, maybe 80.
Incredible to hear. Now, sir, you were mentioning that you've lived in Kerrville for the majority of your life. You've been around this area. How many times have you seen the Guadalupe River like this?
Well, I've seen it up a lot of times, but this high, only a couple times. You know, it's just really, really crazy.
You know, living here for as long as you have, you weren't able to see across the river until this last flood. I mean, tell me how this area has changed as a result of last year, and how are you feeling now this year?
Well, it's hard to answer that question, but there has been a lot of changes. Yeah.
Would you say Kerrville is still recovering from last year?
Well, they were recovering, and looks like they might have to try to recover again. This is crazy.
Do you remember how high the river was last year in comparison to what it looks like now?
Well, it got up real close to the entry gate over there where those pipes go across the road, and it was up there pretty close to that about 5 o'clock this morning.
Were you on the ready to evacuate? I've heard alerts have been going off since midnight.
Oh yeah, I've been up since midnight. The rain started, I think, about 11, maybe earlier, and it just continuously rained all night long. So I stayed alert.
Tell me, you came this way just to see this for yourself. I know you've said incredible, but why was it so important to see it again from this perspective?
I just wanted to kind of get out and see what was going on because we live so close to the river.
It's surreal, I imagine.
It is, really.
Well, thank you so, so much. And Audrey, Barry, since we've been here in the parking lot of VFW, we've seen a lot of people like Mr. Love here who have stopped by just to look at it from for themselves. It's one thing hearing the alerts, but it's another thing seeing the river for yourself. Again, now the rivers are receding a little bit, so you're able to see the line of what it was just a little bit ago. A little different now, but still quite high than what we're used to seeing here at Louise Hayes Park on a regular day. For now, in Kerrville, Rania Kaur, KENS 5.
Thanks so much, Rania. We definitely feel for the community of Kerrville. That's really hard to see. I'm sure it's, you know, it's making everyone feel very, very nervous.
Oh, absolutely. And the one good thing is at least it has stopped raining, or the rain has diminished a lot. And Paul, I just, in my mind, I want to know what is feeding this? What's causing this to just cycle like this?
Yeah. You know what's really interesting? Well, first of all, you see a big oak tree there in the water. Yeah. Here's what's happening, Barry, is you've got the northern part of the country with a big ridge of summertime high, like a lot of times we see in July. So you've got that way off to the north, and then underneath it, you've got a lot of moisture that's come up from the Gulf and also from the east, and you've got a little weak area of low pressure underneath that high that's to the north. And so it's just really kind of a topsy-turvy kind of a weather pattern. And now we've just got so much moisture in a weak area of low pressure. That moisture is just feeding into it, and it's just going over and over and over again. Computer models are saying that we're going to catch a break as we head into tomorrow. So I'm going to throw in a slight chance for tomorrow, but I think once we get through tonight and into tomorrow, things will get better. But this has been definitely a rain-making machine, and that machine is still going. And I'm going to show you the radar. Now, you brought up a good point. You had a good question, or you said, hey, the rain rain is kind of letting up a little bit in Kerrville. Is that temporary? Well, let's see. All right, first of all, we've got a lot of warnings going on. Of course, we've got a flash flood warning for Kendall County, all of Kirk County, parts of Gillespie County, parts of Bandera County, also for Uvalde, northwestern Medina, out to the west around Kinney. We've got flood warnings in effect for southeastern portions of Edwards, southern portions of Real, and also out in Valverde County. So almost every county to the west has got some kind of warning issued. Okay. So I showed you the warnings, and these purple boxes, this is a different situation, kind of an elevated warning. This is a potentially dangerous situation and a flash flood emergency, and that is for eastern portions of Kerr County and also along the Guadalupe River here into Kendall County. And in the southern portions of Uvalde County, we've got the same thing. So these are the two most important areas right now that I'm watching. Now, this is a loop of the radar, and this is an hour loop, I believe. This is 30 minutes. Okay, so let's put it on an hour and let's loop this and see what we happen. Okay, so Kerrville, yeah, it looks like the rain has let up. You've got heavier rain across the western portions of Kerr County and also into Gillespie County. So I would say for, you know, the next hour or so, probably not much heavier rain moving in. Over here in Uvalde County, this is starting to turn into a totally different situation. You've got a broad area of low pressure that's off to the north, and you can see the kind of the rain kind of pinwheeling around, and you've got more coming into this. And look at this. I mean, where you have the lightning strikes, where you've seen the lightning, you can pretty much use that as a proxy to how heavy the rainfall is and how high the rainfall rates are. So here it looks like conditions are getting a little bit better, and that is good news. Still some rain around. This situation, believe it or not, where Uvalde has had the most rain out of anywhere, Uvalde County may end up getting even more rain. This has been really slow to move in. But if it's slow to move in, chances are it's going to be slow to move out. And I don't see a lot of weakening here as well. So this is one thing that I'm going to be watching over the next couple of hours, let's say from around especially 9 to 10 to 11 o'clock, watching to see just how much additional rain will fall across Uvalde County. It's raining very heavy right now out into Kinney County and back towards Del Rio and also southeastern portions of Edwards County. This is going to be a very important thing to watch here over the next couple of hours, and just how much rain falls there across Uvalde. Okay, so you can see this is a close-up look. Coming into 55, you've got more rain. Here's some good news too, is I'm not noticing near as many vortices, not as many spin-ups along with these thunderstorms. That could happen in this kind of situation, and I would probably anticipate that as this moves across Uvalde County, maybe having another tornado warning. I haven't seen much of that lately, but I'm definitely on the look out for that. Okay, so we've got the particularly dangerous situation here across the southern portions of Uvalde County, and you can see that heavy rain moving back across Uvalde. Okay, here's another way to look at this. You can see all the different warnings, just a number of different warnings, including the catastrophic flooding that's going on across eastern portions of Kerr County and also southern portions of Uvalde County. Let's take another look here, very close. Again, there is that catastrophic flooding that's occurring along the Guadalupe River. We're going to check those rivers here in just a minute. Jeremy he's had his face in the computer all morning trying to update those, update the rivers. And Jeremy, are you ready over there? Nod his head. Yeah, I think he is. Yes, he is ready. Okay, so we'll start with this one. Again, we've got catastrophic flooding in this box, not just the river, but also around 16, 173. All of these roads, you know, they've got a lot of low water crossings, catastrophic flooding happening, and also on the Guadalupe. And at Center Point earlier, they had said that the crest was equal to what they saw last year on July 4th. So for the very latest, I want to find out what is happening on these rivers. Jeremy, what do you got?
Well, the good news is for Kerrville, we'll start there at the Guadalupe at Kerrville. The latest is 17 feet. And that
now, I'm going to stop you right there real quick. You got 35 at Hunt, right? And you've got 35 over at Comfort. I don't know. It just seems like maybe the gate, can it be 16 with the other ones in the 30s?
It could very well be. That's what the gauges are showing. And of course, without eyes out there, we're kind of stuck to looking at this online.
Yeah, what these numbers are. Okay, I'm sorry to stop you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically it's the hydrograph. It's a graph that shows us, how high the water is, how high it's forecast to go. And it's showing that 17 feet was the crest in Kerrville, which is pretty much what it's at right now. That's what it's showing us there. Let me show you Comfort, of course, which is further east from Kerrville. This is the Guadalupe at Comfort. The latest showing 36 feet, and that should be the crest. So we've already crested in Comfort also. So both locations, we've hit the crest, and both should be coming down now. So definitely some good news. One thing about that Comfort, when we were talking about the cubic feet per second there, at 5 a.m. was just 1,000 cubic feet per second. 50 minutes later, 81,000 feet per second, and at the crest, 186,000 feet per second. So between 5 a.m. and about now, it went up about 186 times. So that's incredible there. Let me just go through a few of the other ones real quick. I'll pop the radar back on here while I'm talking about these other rivers. The Nueces River at Bracketville, that's at crest now at major flood stage. Major flood stage there is 18 feet. Now it's sitting at 22. For the Frio River at Concan, right now that's at 13 feet. It crested at 15 feet in the past hour, or it's expected to crest at 15 feet within the hour. So that still has not crested. The Sabinal River at Sabinal, right now it's sitting at 8 feet. That's expected to crest at 24 feet. By 2 p.m. So that's going to go from 8 to 24 feet over the next 6 hours.
Jeremy, I hate to inter. So Sabinal is at 8 now?
It's at 8 right now.
And going to go to 24?
That's right.
And what station is that?
At Sabinal.
Sabinal,
Right.
That's a big jump.
Yeah, that's from 8 to 24 feet in about 6 hours. So it's over 6 hours, but still that is a big jump. And the Medina River at Bandera, very similar also. Right now, it's sitting at 7 feet. It's expected to crest at 24 feet at 11 a.m. So from 7 feet to 24 feet in the next 3 hours.
So your advice, Jeremy, for anybody that's along these rivers, to watch out because they're still rising in some places.
Yeah, several hours to go for the ones down to the south, the Sabinal River and the Medina River.
Well, that's one of the reasons I'm sure we've got the particularly dangerous situation in southern Uvalde County with that Sabinal River really coming up.
Yeah, so those are the ones we're watching now. I mean, of course, the other ones are high. The Guadalupe River at Comfort and Kerrville are still both very high, but they have hit their crest, and they are on the way down now.
Now, did you say Frio?
Yeah, Frio, that one right now is at 13 feet, not far from cresting, at 15 feet within the hour. So we're almost at the crest there.
Okay, I want another opinion on this. And notice that rain that's coming into Uvalde County. You've been watching these gauges. You've been watching these rivers all morning long. Let's say that line, by the way, those rainfall rates are like 4 inches per hour, 4.5. It does look like the lightning's coming down coming into Uvalde County. But if that swipes across the northern part of the county, that's probably going to change a lot of these crests and the rivers.
You would think that would be, yeah, that would probably drive the crest up with that coming through. Yeah. The good news is, I'm watching the radar and it's moving at a decent speed, unlike the past couple mornings when things just, they would form and not move very much. At least it's moving, so that's a little bit of good news there.
Yeah, but that has the potential to dump at least another 2 to 4 inches at least, I would think.
Yeah, so that definitely does bear some watching. And these hydrographs and these crest forecasts have been changing every, I would say every 5 or 10 minutes. It continuously updates.
Okay, yeah, so they're changing. Well, Jeremy, doing a great job, and we're glad that you're on our side over there in the Weather Center and keeping up with that, because those rivers, there's a lot of numbers over there for sure. Okay, thank you so much. All right, let's get back to the map here. And again, we've got the situation in Kerr County. That situation looks to be improving with the catastrophic flooding that's happening in Kerr County, and also that situation in Uvalde County may actually get a little bit worse. I believe we're looking at the Guadalupe River, and there's I believe that's a big park that's there. Usually the river's way down from there. But let's go to the max one. Yeah, here we go. All right, so we have a catastrophic flooding that is occurring in Kerr County, also there around Comfort, and also there around Kendall County. This is also an area that we're watching very closely as well, and that's close to Uvalde, Canepa, and also Sabinal. And you just heard from Jeremy that the Sabinal River is going to take a big jump this afternoon, and so that could be very, very dangerous there along the Sabinal River, and very dangerous there. Also, we got the Frio River that kind of runs kind of close to the Canepa there, and that river is probably going to go up as well. So you've got catastrophic flooding that is going on. I think Earl is kind of close to there. If y'all are hearing me back in the back, because Earl had a great shot earlier and just had water all over the place. If you can hear me back there, where exactly was Earl? Can you tell me?
He was on 127
okay.
west of Sabinal.
Okay, he was on 127 west of Sabinal. I don't know if you guys can put me up on the wall, but they're 127, and that was just west. Okay, this is a live pic from Earl. I'm assuming that he's on 127. And okay, he's on 127, and you can see how much standing water is just all over the place. And I'm assuming that on this shot that he is not close to any kind of river, but you can just see water is just everywhere on the side of the roads and just everywhere, and just cannot, the soil and that whole county there just cannot take any more rainfall. And it does look like some more rain is going to be moving across. You can see the shots breaking up because he's out there kind of getting away from the cities there. But on 127, and I'm not sure if he's traveling north or south, but either way, you get the vantage point of what is happening there along 127. And I can point it to you on the map on exactly, well, hold on, let's just stay with Earl real quick. Look at that. So again, he's not, as far as I know, he's not near a river, probably not near a creek, but did you see that water just coming across the road there? It takes a lot of water just along a normal road like this to come across there without any kind of creek or stream or anything. And you know what? You can see debris. So it looks like the water was actually a little bit higher earlier on this roadway and maybe has receded just a little bit on 127. I guess it doesn't really matter really, but can y'all ask Earl, can y'all communicate? Where's he headed right now? Where is he going on 127 as we look at this shot right now? And you can see how high that water is. This is why we're discouraging. Okay, he's trying to make his way back to Kendall County. Well, he's not going to make it to Kendall County because the next county over is Medina, but I think he's, okay, I think maybe we're sending him to Kendall County or something, but anyway, the next county over is Medina. Maybe that's where he's trying to go. But anyway, right here, I don't know, it doesn't tell me if he's going north or south. I was just kind of curious, but you can see what's happening here. And they're telling me that they're trying one way, they couldn't go. They're trying to go another way because eventually 127 is impassable. And they're trying to find another way on 127 to get out here. So basically, Earl is somewhere around here on 127, and that's just outside of Sabinal. So those shots that you just saw, that's what it looks like on 127 right here in that catastrophic flooding kind of a zone here. So it's not good. It's not good at all. And it appears that even the smallest of kind of low-lying areas is flooding enough to where you can't make it through 127 there. Now, they were telling me that he's going, is he really going to Kendall County? Because the next county over is Medina to the east, and the next county to the north is Bandera. And and if he's on 127, I don't know how he's going to get there. But anyway, that's the latest from Earl there on 127, just outside of Sabinal. And if you keep going, if he is going north, that situation could be worse because you can see the topography here. You've got more, and you know, when you have topography and you've got the low lying and you've got all that rain, you know, if you look at that rain and it's on a flat, if you do something like this with hills, then it just amplifies it and puts even more rainfall there. So anyway, that was great. I was glad we had a live shot there out of 127. Just kind of shows you exactly what we're seeing out there and why travel is totally discouraged. Okay, here in Bexar County, we've seen some rainfall right now. We don't have any rain. There's no warning here in Bexar County, and that is definitely a good thing. This is a loop over the last 6 hours, and this is how, you know, yesterday I was talking about if you live in the hill country, you're going to want a way that you can get alerts because overnight, with this kind of a tropical kind of a situation with a lot of tropical moisture like this and a feed out of the Gulf into it, most of the time the heaviest rainfall is overnight, and that's where, and then it tends to have a die down as we get closer to the afternoon and then builds again tomorrow morning. So I was telling everybody yesterday, have a way to get alerts because I see more rainfall, and I thought like yesterday the biggest zone or the most important zone was going to be between Leakey and Uvalde and basically really this whole area, and sure enough it's turned that way. Here's a look at the last 6 hours and you can see what has been happening. Look at all that rain earlier, and now we've got more that's going to be coming across the northern portions of Uvalde County, and it looks like temporarily, and hopefully it'll stay that way, we're going to catch a break here in Kerrville. Let's just hope that this doesn't come across and then somehow go back to the north and get absorbed. You can see more of this kind of moving in here. I do think that the overall trend is for this to relax and not be as much rainfall as we head into the afternoon. Why do I say that? Well, let's take a look. This is the, I like the graph model. I think the HRRR is kind of out to lunch. It was out to lunch yesterday, so I'm using the graph model. It's really the IBM model, but anyway, I think it's probably doing the best job. The NAM, I'm forgetting that one as well. So this is what the radar from the graph, this is what it says it should look like. No, that's not right. Yeah, that is right. Okay, this is what it should look like, and this is, yeah, I don't know if the latest update on the graph is bad too, I think. Look at that. It just kind of dissipates it all and doesn't really show very well. Let's go to the, well, I can't do it on the fly. But anyway, I think the overall trend, I'll just tell you what I think. The overall trend, I think, is going to be, it's 8 o'clock. Notice how it's not picking up a lot of this rainfall. Matter of fact, this should be a little bit further to the south. I guess the general is that this is kind of weakening, and this should be a little bit further to the south and kind of move like this. So let's use that assumption and see what this is doing with this in a couple of hours to 10 o'clock. Okay, to 10 o'clock, just basically if you were to move this all the way down here, still raining and still some showers and storms there in Kerr County. I'm gonna fix that. Next time I show you, I'm gonna use a totally different model. I don't like that one anymore. I don't think it's doing a very good job. Anyway, let's see, let's go back and see what is happening as far as the tornado situation. We did have all morning long, we had tornado warnings. I'm gonna look at the rotation, see if there's any out there right now with those thunderstorms that are moving into Uvalde County. No, I don't see anything at all. So I think the biggest thing right now is we're gonna watch and see the rain trends. I'm going to go back and look at the computer models, try to give you a better idea what I think is going to happen through the rest of the morning into the afternoon. I would probably say that we're going to catch a break here in this dangerous situation. We're going to catch a break till probably about 10 a.m. and then may ramp back up again. That's a maybe. And then this situation with all this rain kind of moving back across is not going to get any better over the next hour or two. This is probably going to get worse and maybe even a lot worse here in this area. So I'm going to be watching Uvalde County very, very closely. So let me regroup with some of these computer models and get a better idea. But I do think over the next couple of hours, this worse and this a little bit better. That's kind of the trend that I'm seeing over the next several hours till about 10 or 11 o'clock this morning. So I guess I can, do I send it? Okay, okay, Sarah, it is your turn. What is the latest out there on those roadways?
Yeah, so we're going to turn it over to traffic now just to update our viewers on what's happening here in Bexar County as well as in our outer western communities. But first, I wanted to update you. So when I last saw you, I was telling you about a scene that I was monitoring on our TransGuide cameras over here on the far west side. So I wasn't sure if it was a crash, if there was flooding on the highway. I finally got a hold of TransGuide and they told me that this is a crash along Highway 90 East at Montgomery. You can see the backup behind that crash area because it currently has the highway shut down. So you can see that purple indicated there as you're approaching Loop 1604. This has been closed for quite some time and it doesn't look like much movement has happened. I just checked the traffic cameras within the last few minutes and it looks like first responders are still there at the scene. So either plan your commute this morning or maybe even put a pause on your commute while they work to clean this up. Meantime, we are tracking 2 more accidents here in San Antonio. Both are going to be on the north side of town. I do have a visual of this one along 281. It looks like it's a single vehicle accident involving a Kia over there in the grassy area. SAPD is on the scene as well as a tow truck, not impacting the main lanes of traffic in the southbound direction of 281, but like I've mentioned in the past, when we see first responders, take it easy, slow down and move over. All right, as we zoom out on our map once more, I want to show you the rain that's happening. You can see most of Bexar County is looking good. We had a little while ago some heavy pockets along 281 in the far north area of our traffic map, but it looks like things are improving in that direction. But don't be fooled, folks. We still have some flooding that's leading to some road closures. I just checked the Public Works Department page on online, and we're up to 13 right now. At the beginning of the morning, we were down to 11, but 2 more have been added to that list, and you can see that reflected here. A lot of these spots flood when we see heavy rains, right? Like Old Grissom Road, Seguin Road, Old Fredericksburg Road. A lot of these are just those typical spots that are very vulnerable to flooding. So no surprise there, but still want to keep you updated because that's what we're here to do. As far as our western communities, we're still seeing a number of roads closed at this time because of that serious flooding situation that's happening out there in Uvalde. You can see that reflected on the left-hand side of your screen. We have a number of blue spots appearing on drivetexas.org, and that indicates that flooding is happening and that roads are closed, especially along Highway 90. Paul and I were talking about it a little while ago. We are seeing a huge section of that highway currently closed in the western portions of our traffic map, and you can see that reflected here on our map. You can see Highway 90 pretty much from, let's see, Sabinal and all the way to Brackettville, as well as Del Rio. We're just seeing a lot of that purple. Some areas are red, but I do believe much of the highway is going to be shut down because of the rain we saw earlier this morning, and it's still currently at this time. We're also seeing some slowdowns north of Uvalde along 83 and south of Uvalde. It looks like we even have a road closure in the southbound direction. Yep, that's what's appearing here on our traffic map as you're approaching La Pryor. La Pryor also has some slow spots as well. I believe north of there, yes, over in Kerrville, we have a long stretch of purple indicating a road closure along State Highway 39. You can see 27 also has some red. State Highway 16 also has some slowdowns. And then north of there on I-10, we do have a road closure, not because of flooding, but because the Kerr County Sheriff's Office is responding to a major accident. Haven't seen any more updates on this, but it did happen about midnight, and it looks like the highway is still shut down at this time. What's up, Paul?
How does 127 where Earl is?
127 looks...
That's in Uvalde County there, southern
let's
Uvalde.
move down there. I think it was okay, but let's double check. So there was some slowdown, but if he is traveling east towards Hondo, he should be okay. There's no way he can go on Highway 90 in the opposite direction.
Okay, so going north.
North,
maybe...
he should be fine. If he's hopping on 83, also looking okay towards Leakey.
Okay, yeah, because they were saying that they had to turn around.
Oh, they did have to turn around. Okay. Maybe our traffic map isn't picking up something that they're seeing out there. So I always say in these situations, just use your best judgment in case you are seeing something that I'm not able to see here on our traffic maps. But for now, I'll leave you with this picture of Drive Texas. This just shows you the bigger picture of what we're seeing out west, guys.
Well, and Sarah, I tried to count all the blue dots there, which means the closures. I stopped at 73.
Wow.
From
it's easy to believe with the weather.
Well, it's crazy from Mountain Home to Pearsall and then west to Del Rio. Yeah, I stopped counting at 73 road closures out west of San Antonio.
That's a
crazy.
ton. And one of those areas seeing some road closures and a lot of water is there in Comfort. Joining us now by phone, we have Ernesto Villarreal, who is there in Comfort. Ernesto, you live right there. You were saying near the Cypress Creek and Guadalupe River where they meet. What are you seeing outside your window?
Well, we're definitely seeing the water rose definitely very quickly, and we're seeing the water. It hasn't come up over the bridge. I live close to where the Guadalupe and our actual Cypress Creek converge. So we're seeing definitely a lot of water in that area, but it's affecting more so the downtown area. And you're seeing a lot of road closures from the creek. The creek runs along the backside of the city, and it's creeping its way up through the downtown area. Pretty much already, I'm seeing it already in homes that are literally in downtown, creeping up to the road. So it's about to hit the center, which is the beautiful historic area of Comfort.
So you do have water in homes in Comfort there along the river and along Cypress Creek?
It's along Cypress Creek where, yes, you're seeing a lot of, there's a bed and breakfast and there's some homes along the main street of downtown, and you're seeing the water in their backyards all the way up to the center. There are a few as you get closer to the Guadalupe and River Creek convergence, you are seeing water inside homes already.
Wow. How were you alerted about Guadalupe and Cypress Creek? Around what time did you really start realizing the water was coming up?
Early this morning, we have a really neat siren and alert system that we've had here in Comfort for a while that really, it wakes you up and it alerts you and lets you know. And of course, we went through this a little over last year, so we're a little bit more aware and more responsive. And at times like this, we take this seriously.
Yeah. Did your neighbors, you and your neighbors know when those sirens went off? I mean, did you all immediately jump into action? Because I would think after going through it last year, you would.
Yes, you do. We did. We get up and we went and looked, and like I live a block and a half down from the Guadalupe, so we walk out and check just to see how far it's come up to us. My neighbor has their backyard is already completely full because it runs against the Guadalupe, and then mine, it hasn't come up into my yard yet. We live a little higher up, so hopefully that won't happen.
Yeah, and talking to you earlier, you were saying, you lived along the Guadalupe and the Cypress. How was it last year whenever the water came down last year, this time of year? Is it higher this time around or?
It seems to be higher this time around, and the difference this time is we were a little bit more in drought last year, so our creek was dry, right? So when the water came, you had this creek to kind of take in some of the excess, and it saved Comfort, right? I mean, we had a little bit, but not the destruction we could have had. And at this time, the difference is because of the rains that we've had, that Cypress Creek was full and flowing.
Well, and the river along there is, the banks are a little more steep and everything too, which I think accounts for the height of the flood stage, doesn't it, Ernesto?
Yes.
And Ernesto, I know you're really involved with the food bank and feeding those who are in need. Do you know if any of that is going to be happening in the next few days for any folks who have been displaced?
I'm pretty sure if there's somebody, if anybody has been displaced, our organization will be ready to help, of course, if there's any need. And we have several organizations locally that are very ready to rise to that challenge. And of course, we have other state and local organizations that are fully aware and ready to jump up and help. So we will be very well taken care of, I'm sure.
Well, Ernesto, thank you so much for speaking with us this morning. We appreciate you, and we hope you and your neighbors stay safe out there in Comfort.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right, I want to go back up to Kerrville now. Rania Corr's there, right there at Louise Hayes Park, where she was last year during the flooding, just outside of the VFW hall there. Rania, what's going on now?
You know, Barry, quite a lot of people stopping by, still looking at the Guadalupe River just to see for themselves how high it's risen as compared to last year. Again, a lot of these people have been receiving alerts since last night. But, you know, because of the widespread impacts this has had and the flooding system has had, with me is Derek Dykey, who's actually, you're not from here. Where are you from, sir?
I live in Bernie.
So how did you end up here, and how long have you been in Kerrville because of this situation? Explain.
Yeah, I got here about 6 this morning, just helping out at the hospital, and we have not been able to do any of the work up there because the staff has not gotten here. So now I'm trying to figure out how to get back home with the barge stuck underneath the bridge.
Any idea?
Wait for the water to go down, so we can take back roads, I guess. But yeah, there's a lot of water there.
You know, have you been monitoring the situation? Have you been seeing this? What has been your reaction?
I think the best thing is there's a lot more warning than there was last year, and so there's probably property damage, but not loss of life like last year.
You know, you were mentioning you're actually from the Hill Country area. Tell me, have you been in touch with those back home? Like, how's your house doing, sir?
My house is fine. It's the people who live up and down the river that everybody's concerned about, and so people don't realize how fast this river floods, how quick it happens, and today's another example.
Yeah, 6 in the morning you were able to get here just fine, and now
that bridge is closed now, so but it's all right. We waited out.
Wait it out. Well, thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. I'll let you go now. And again, Barry, as he mentioned, the river has been going fast. You know, we did hear from Kerr County officials about the impacts. And again, the water does continue to recede just a little bit. But again, with these rainy conditions, it's hard to tell exactly when it's going to be safe for those along the river and for those trying to get back the normal way to get back home, like we just heard here. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you. Again, you've been looking at Louise Hayes Park and that bridge right there. From Kerrville, Rania Kaur, KENS 5.
Hey, real quick, Rania, does it appear the water is going down any, or just? And granted, it's just an opinion. We can't see it.
You know, I'm going to actually have Roy pan to the line you could see. You know, when we got here, the water was up to kind of that mark, that muddy mark that you are able to see that line around. So as you can see, it has receded just a bit here. It was much, much higher again when we got here. So, I mean, from the looks of it, it's receded, but again, only those experts can tell kind of what the situation is right now with the Guadalupe River, because again, it's still moving fast.
Yeah,
but we are seeing a helicopter right now. Yeah, it's hard. They're behind the trees now. You can still hear it. I wasn't able to exactly tell what kind of chopper it was. It did look like a police chopper. It was completely black, obviously assessing the situation here at the Guadalupe River. I mean, again, this is what we saw about a year ago. So that's kind of the situation here in Kerrville. I mean, despite it not being as high as it was back last year on the 4th of July, still a massive, massive impact that we're seeing, at least here locally. Now, we are expected to get an update from officials here shortly. I know they're doing another briefing at 8 a.m. and have a press conference planned with officials giving us direct updates on what's going on. So, of course, we're going to continue to keep you updated here. Reporting live from Kerrville, Rania Kaur, KENS 5.
All right, thank you, Ron. It looked like a Black Hawk to me, more than likely members of the State National Guard. You know, just because the governor activated a lot of state resources, you know, to prepare for this, because we knew it was coming. We had already had issues yesterday, so the governor took steps to put things in place.
Over 50 counties were included in that disaster declaration. But back to Kerrville, Public Works has reported an operational issue at their surface water plant, which is currently offline. And in order to maintain water service, they are asking people to cut back on your water usage to try and reduce the strain on that system while their crews continue to monitor it. But they do want to tell people there is no issue with the water supply, but solely preventative to make sure that, you know, you don't override that system.
Rather ironic in that they're inundated with water right now, and obviously putting a big strain over the water system. Not unusual either when we have incidents like this. That's the main thing. They want to make sure that it doesn't pollute the water system.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, Paul, it's absolutely amazing. You had said while ago it had shown how much rain had fallen.
Yes.
And that gentleman, he has a system at his house. He said he had 19 inches, and I think that's what you had said. You thought that was probably closer to that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some numbers here that are hard to believe, and some I think are definitely inflated. I'll show you those coming up here in just a minute. But a couple of things I want to tell you. First of all is that we have got this particularly dangerous situation in Kerr County, where we've got the catastrophic flooding that's going on, and also catastrophic flooding along the Guadalupe into Kendall County. This situation is stable. It's bad. It's very bad, but I think this is a little more stable. There still is some heavy rainfall here in the western portions of this warning area, but it's somewhat stable. I mean, it's like I said, it's bad, but it's stable. This is getting worse, okay? I'm going to walk off the screen, and I'm going to tell you what's happening here. Initially, they had a potentially dangerous situation with catastrophic flooding going on in southern portions of Uvalde County. Now it is the entire county. We've already seen 10 to 20 inches, give or take, across across Uvalde County over the last couple of days, and we've got another 2 to 4 that's going to be working across. Could be even more than that. So this is the latest statement that's coming out of Uvalde. Of course, this is from the National Weather Service there in New Braunfels. Okay, so we've got a flash flood emergency, which is higher grade than a flash flood warning. Okay, I was just telling you 10 to 20 inches of rain has fallen there across Uvalde County in the past 48 hours or so. Another 2 to 4 inches of rain, could be even end up being more than that. So that's going to be coming across. So the entire county now is under a potentially dangerous situation, flash flood emergency. Flash flooding is definitely occurring with numerous water rescues and structures impacted by water. Numerous roads around the county are flooded, including Highway 90. Travel is discouraged, except if you're going to reach higher ground. This flash flood emergency for Uvalde County, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground now. This is a life-threatening flooding situation. All right, let's see if I've got any more information here. Some locations like that will experience flash flooding include Uvalde, Sabinal, Canepa, Concan, really just the whole entire county. So this is right now what I want you to do if you're watching from Uvalde County is stay where you're at. Don't move unless you need to seek higher ground. Don't travel. This is, again, a particularly dangerous situation. This doesn't happen very often at all. And so I've got it highlighted there in the purple. I do know this, that some folks are trying to travel around in the county. They're having real trouble. And so that's why I'm saying do not travel across the county. And we've got this new rainfall that's moving across, and it looks like this is going to be moving across most of the county, and it's going to really just aggravate the situation. I'm not sure if we've got an update on the Sabinal River and the Frio River. We'll find out in just a little bit if we have a latest update. But the earlier, Jeremy was telling me that the Sabinal River, which runs from basically Utopia down to just west of Sabinal, is going to see a big rise this afternoon, and the Frio River is experiencing some pretty big flooding, of course. And then you got the Nueces River that is across the western portions of Uvalde County. And it looks like to me, even if you're not near a river, there's a potential for flooding. We've just seen that much rainfall, and more is going to be coming across. So that's the very latest on the flooding situation that is going on there in Uvalde County. Of course, we've got warnings for almost every county out to the west. Here in Bexar County, we haven't seen much rainfall, but here in Kendall County, back into Kerr County and Bandera County, Medina County, also Uvalde County, back towards Del Rio and Valverde County, and also Kinney counties. Flood warnings that are in effect, so we've got just a tremendous amount of warnings. Okay.
Paul, we just got some new video in from Garner State Park showing the Frio Rio, if you want to call for that. It was taken about an hour ago.
Okay. All right. Here is the latest video. Again, this is out of Garner State Park. Oh, my goodness. This is the Frio River flooding, and this is near Utopia. They've had around 7:15 this morning. That is massive for the Frio River there at Utopia. Now, if you can imagine this river, the Sabinal River, and some other rivers, and just the general terrain going from higher to lower, this is all going to be pushing south and eastward. And so that's why we've got the entire county of Uvalde is into that particularly dangerous situation with the flood emergency. This is a flood emergency for Uvalde County. And this is just amazing footage coming out of the Frio River there near Utopia. This would probably be a good time. Jeremy, you give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Yeah, Jeremy is ready for the latest on these rivers. These rivers are very important today. And so let's find out what is going on the rivers. Jeremy, what do you got?
Yeah, we've been talking about how these gauges, because the river levels are changing so rapidly because the rain's falling so heavily that they're changing, and they're not able to keep up often online. That's where we get our information. We basically go to the National Weather Service. The National Water Prediction Service is what it's called, to see these hydrographs, which is what you're looking at right there. And that's where we get our information from. And you're looking at the Guadalupe River at Kerrville, and it was looking like it was close to cresting a bit ago, but now it's showing the latest 13 feet is where it sits right now, and it's forecasting a rise of 4 feet in the next hour and a half to 17 feet. So it may look like it's crested, but according to this, it does look like it could still rise a bit more. Let's take a further look downstream to Comfort. This one here also was showing that it was looking like it had crested and was coming down. Now that's been adjusted once again. The latest just about at 37 feet. The crest now forecast within the next half an hour to an hour or so, about 1 to 2 feet higher than that, to close to 39 feet. And take a look at that cubic feet per second. In Comfort this morning, we've been talking about this throughout the morning. At 5 a.m., the cubic feet per second, the volume of water rushing through was about 1,000 feet. The crest now forecast at 212,000 feet. So we're talking, a good 200 times the flow that it was about 3.5 to 4 hours ago. So it's an incredible amount of water going through there. Now, some of the other rivers, I'll just run through these real quick. The Nueces at Laguna, right now it's sitting at 13 feet. The crest anticipated within the hour at about 16.5 feet. The Frio is about at its crest right now at Concan at 15 feet. But then the Sabinal and Medina rivers, both well under their expected crest. The Sabinal River at Sabinal now sitting at 8 feet. The crest anticipated at 24 feet by 2 p.m. Medina River at Bandera right now is at 7 feet. The crest forecast to be 24 feet. So from 7 to 24 feet by 11 a.m. So in about 2 hours. So some of these rivers are near the crest now with more of that rain rolling through, but some still have several hours to go before they peak. Paul?
Up there. It looks like Sabinal River is going to come up, and some of those rivers in Uvalde. Okay, that is my main focus right now is Uvalde County. Here's some good news. Now, you can, as a proxy, as a kind of a judge, the amount of lightning strikes you have, that's generally how heavy the rainfall is. And so the lightning strikes are really on the decrease as it's moving into Uvalde County. Bad news, though, I think this is probably going to be an additional 2 to 4 inches, and that's why the entire county has a flood emergency. This is a closer look at it, especially along 55. We've got some heavy rainfall right now going back to Brackettville on 90, and there are reports that 90 is closed. Once you get to around Sabinal, if you're going west, it's closed, and I believe that Sarah was telling me almost all the way to Del Rio. Highway 90 is closed at the moment, so you can just imagine it takes a lot of rain to flood Highway 90. All right, here's another look. Again, all the warnings that are going on, and again the flood emergencies that are happening. This is a close-up look inside your box right here. That's where we've had that flood emergency, and also along the Guadalupe River from Comfort and eastward from there. Also, southern portions of Uvalde County. This is where we've got the flood emergency, but now that's been expanded and does include the entire county is now under the flood emergency. Here in Bexar County, haven't seen much rainfall at all. Most of this has been out towards the west, and it looks like over the last 6 hours, you can see where the heaviest has been, both in those emergency areas around Kerrville and also around Uvalde. With Kerrville, I think the general trend, trying to look at some of these computer models, they're not doing a very good job at all for the rest of the morning into the afternoon, but I do believe that the general trend here is stable and perhaps maybe a little better. Here, worse, and that's exactly why we've got the potentially dangerous situation for the entire county there. There is the chance that some of this could kind of move around because you've got just a big kind of low kind of pinwheeling around. There is a chance that this could get worse, but right now it is stable, and we've got another. Wow, okay, this just came out. I got to find out what's happening here. This is Gillespie County, right on the edges of our viewing area, but it looks like we've got another potentially dangerous situation, another flood emergency, and that would be up there in Gillespie County. Let me see if I can get you some more information on that one. That one just came out. Let's see. Yeah, we got flood emergency. This is a flash flood emergency. This just happened just a second ago. This is for the Pedernales River, and the flood emergency is for Blanco County and also Gillespie County along the Pedernales. Let's see, a large and deadly flood wave is moving down the Pedernales River. The river gauge at Fredericksburg reported a stage of 31.48 feet and is rapidly rising. I'm not familiar, really, to be honest, with the Fredericksburg gauge there, but 31.48 feet at the Pedernales at Fredericksburg seems very high to me. And it says that that's what it was just a second ago and is rapidly rising. Flash flooding is already occurring, of course. This is a flash flood emergency for the Pedernales River. This, of course, is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground now if you're watching from Gillespie County along the Pedernales and also Blanco County along the Pedernales. life-threatening flash flooding is occurring, and this is, of course, reported from the emergency management there in those two counties. Let's see if I get any more information for you. Yeah, I think the most important information from this is that a large and deadly flood wave is moving down the Pedernales as we speak. This came out about 2 minutes ago. So yeah, let's see. Of course, let me zoom in a little bit. That way you can kind of tell. Everybody knows what's going on there in Fredericksburg, or is familiar with Fredericksburg anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I have the hydrograph pulled up, and I was taking a look at that river there, the Pedernales. Right now, it's sitting at about 28 feet. It's expected to crest at 33 feet.
33 now?
33, so about 5 foot higher than what it is now.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Jeremy. Jeremy's on the spot there. So it's going to go up another several feet. And again, the biggest word on that is a deadly wave is coming down the Pedernales. And here's Fredericksburg. Oh, well, let's see. Here we go. All right. So here's Fredericksburg, and the Pedernales is something like that. And of course, we all go to Fredericksburg from time to time, up 87. And you know, we've crossed the Pedernales. When you look off to the sides, beautiful river, looks really pristine. Well, not today. Today is raging, and a wave apparently has just crossed through that gauge, and that gauge apparently is probably somewhere in here. And so that wave of water is coming down. So if you're watching right now, or if you know folks, I know there's a lot of folks that live or they have property. There's probably a lot of vineyards as well along the Pedernales. You need to warn them if they don't know that a wave of water is coming down that Pedernales, and that is going to cause a deadly situation as that continues to work into Blanco County and eventually here into Johnson City. So if you know people here, tell them, get on the phone, let them know that a wave of water is coming down that Pedernales, and it is going to be a deadly wave along that river. Okay, so we've got 3 different situations that we're watching here: Pedernales, the Guadalupe, and also just the entire county of Uvalde. Probably not very often we see a whole county in a particularly dangerous situation like that. Okay, so what is going to happen from now? I think I've got a computer model that I'm kind of satisfied with, so let's go to that. I got to get off the screen and go to it. All right, this is the HRRR. It was doing a horrible job yesterday, but I think it's probably doing a little bit better job than the graph model. Okay, you can see 9 o'clock. You saw what the radar looks like. Kinda, not quite, but anyway, what I'm going to do here is this is actually right here, and the rainfall that's here is really kind of right in here. But we're going to get the general trend over the next couple of hours, because that is what is important. And over the next couple of hours, all the way through 11 o'clock, I think kind of what was probably going to happen is this rain that is now moving into Uvalde County is going to slowly move into Uvalde County and probably going to be slow to move. And so I think we're going to see inches more rainfall in Uvalde County. And I think Kerrville is going to be okay, but there's going to be a lot of rainfall in western portions of Kerr County. And then after that, as we head into the afternoon, I think the general trend is just a general weakening of the entire system, and I think the rainfall is going to slowly start coming to an end. But for the next several hours, let's go back to the radar. You saw what the computer model is saying generally, but let's go back to the radar, and that way I can kind of tell you what I think is going to happen over the next 3 to 4 hours here as we look at that computer model and what is happening on the radar. Okay, so looking at that and the way things should move, I think all of this is going to continue to kind of weaken, but not really move very fast at all. And so we're going to see general rainfalls around Uvalde County of anywhere from 2 to 4, maybe 3 to 6, kind of hard to say, but more rain is going to be moving into Uvalde County, and more rain is going to be bad news. So we've got that particularly dangerous situation there. Here, I think the situation is not going to improve a whole lot, but it's probably going to be stable. And it's already really bad, apparently, there in Fredericksburg with that deadly wave of water coming down the Pedernales River there into Johnson City. You know, while I'm continuing talking, Jeremy, if you can hear me real quick, you don't have to respond, but what I would love to know is what the normal level is on the Pedernales at Fredericksburg, what the average level when it's not in flood, because right now it's going to crest at 33 feet. I would assume that it's probably 5 feet is normal. Yeah, well, I got it right on the dot. Okay, so 5 feet is normal here on the Pedernales at Fredericksburg, and it's going to crest at 33 here very shortly. So all through here, not used to that kind of water. You're talking about 6 times the height here all through. And you know, this is really pretty. When you drive from Fredericksburg over to Johnson City, you've got all of the wineries and so forth. So anyway, you just need to tell folks between Johnson City and Fredericksburg to watch out there along the Pedernales River. I'm not sure how far over the banks it's going to go, but apparently it's not going to be a great sight there. So we'll see what happens. But just let folks know, I want you to know, deadly wave of water coming down. Okay, so this situation is not going to get any better either. Okay, so I am not sure where we want to go from here. I can keep talking about rainfall and how much rain that we have received. That's what we're going to do until I get some instructions here. Okay, so we've got this is 24 hours. In the last 24 hours, let me update this because this is a little old. This is the estimated rainfall over the last 24 hours, and some of this is a little inflated, I'm telling you, but you can just kind of use it as a general rule here. Okay, I would say you can see those bullseyes there, one in Kinney County and also Uvalde County, in the last 24 hours showing 15 and 17. I'd be safe to say that anywhere from 14 to 17 inches is probably accurate, maybe 12 to 15 or something like that. But you see those rainfall amounts, and that's just in 24 hours. That's not the 48 or 60 hour total. So that's why we've got such the problem, Barry and Audrey, these big rainfall amounts. And then now you've got 2 to 4 inches coming back across. Big issues there in Uvalde County.
Well, it's tough to have to deal with. And there's as you were saying a while ago, when you showed the video of Earl driving on the road up or down 127, there's nowhere for that water to go. You know, so.
Hey, and we just got this update from the Kerrville VA Medical Center. They posted on their Facebook that in the last half hour, they will be closing their center today due to the significant rain and floodwaters in the area.
So if you have an appointment at the VA today, they're trying to contact everyone by the health administration staff. They're going to reschedule your appointment, but they do ask you use extreme caution when you're driving because of the water, obviously along the Guadalupe River too, and check on the South Texas VA social media accounts for any kind of updates or anything too.
Yeah, and for any questions or to reschedule appointments, be sure to give them a call. That number is 210-949-9702. And I'm assuming a lot of places in Kerrville, Kerr County will be closed today due to all of that rising water. It's just not safe to travel. If you could stay home, do that. Don't be on the roads. I know in Uvalde, they were having a lot of trouble with people trying to go around barricades, and they're telling people don't do that, stop doing that, because it is just stressing out first responders.
Well, fortunately, that water is not. Now, we haven't gotten any reports like it did in before it didn't get on Water Street. But this is the bridge. This is at Comfort, you're telling me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the Guadalupe River at Comfort.
Yeah, this is a Kendall County EMS who sent this to us. And, you know, we've been talking to people there in Comfort that the Guadalupe is coming up. So is that creek there. And you can just see it is a raging river there, and it's getting really close to that bridge. And the river is very low in that area.
Well, you certainly have a deeper valley for it to flow through. But it's amazing to me when you look at that video now, the width of that river across there now, how it's come up and out of the bank. And Paul and Jeremy were saying a while ago that I think they said the river is cresting at about 35 feet there. That gives you kind of an indication of the steepness of the banks and whatever, given the height at Kerrville and the height here. For it to be that wide, it's just absolutely amazing, the volume of water that's come down through there.
Oh, yeah. And we want to check in back with Earl. He is there in off Blanco Creek. It is rising there. What's the latest, Earl?
Audrey, we're now stuck both ways because Blanco Creek is right behind me and it's still a raging force of nature. And then the little Blanco Creek, it is also getting higher. So we are stuck waiting for the water to get lower. And we also have a truck driver beside us. I chatted with him off camera. He woke up in Sabinal. He was trying to get his delivery all the way up to Amarillo. He stuck with us and he's talking to the boss to see what he can do for leeway on just what he can get for accommodations, because it's going to be a while for officials. And they did tell us that they did a lot of rescues overnight in water crossings and their cars. They were getting taken out. Thankfully, no deaths are reported, but a lot of damage is a current issue. So they are still working to give us an exact.
All right, we're losing Earl there. Really not good service in that area. He's out in the county. But this is video of Leona River near Uvalde around 6 this morning. And this video comes to us from Eric Graves, and it just shows those flood waters reaching even higher off that bridge than they did Wednesday, and the river continues to climb.
Now, that's the same little creek that runs through the park where Earl was yesterday, and we saw it had gotten considerably higher. Earl, I remember Earl saying, look, I'm 6'4", and this is how high the water had gotten. It had gone down substantially, but that runs right through the middle of the park there, which runs through the middle of town too. So, boy, it's unreal how much water we've seen.
And we're starting to get more video, and this is video of flash flooding that left a vehicle partially submerged in Ingram, Texas. Ingram also has been hit really hard during the severe weather incident, and this video is from Kristen Ward, and we thank her for sending us that. This is out of Ingram, and we hope everyone who was in those vehicles got out safely.
Well, and the nice thing, though, the rain has started to die down a little bit, but there's more. It's a lull. That's a much better description. Thank you. There is more moving through there. So, and we say this all the time, the whole, turn around, don't drown thing. But that truck right there will show you. Even if you're in a truck, and I don't care how big it is, it doesn't take a whole lot of fast-moving water to wash away a vehicle. So if you come up on water like that, you don't know how deep it is, don't drive through it. It's simple. And
we heard from Rania and from Bella that there have been swift water rescues there in Kerr County and the city of Kerrville. We haven't gotten an exact report as to how many people they've had to rescue, if they had any injuries. We are still waiting to get an update. I know Rania said the city was going to give an update and emergency management on the very latest. That was supposed to be around 8 a.m. It's now, we're heading into the 9 a.m. hour, so hopefully we will get an update and maybe some more specific numbers. But they have done a really great job of warning people overnight. They said they had been there since midnight, letting people know about this rising water and the roadways that were closing, and really warning people who needed to get out because they started evacuating people overnight.
Well, and the one good thing is, and we saw this just on the last live shot that Rania did, she's right there at Louise Hayes Park, which is right, the Highway 16 bridge was just a little bit south of her. And we saw the water had gone down. She said it's gone down some, but you also saw that Black Hawk helicopter come through during the middle of her live shot too. The state has put a lot of resources in place to make sure we don't get into a situation we did a year and a week ago. They already have everything in place, but again, don't go through that water if you see it rise. And here we have, this is a rescue, an animal rescue that was going on. Is that a house we see there? They're spotlighting? I can't.
Yeah, but it looks like a Buck Wild Animal Rescue and Wildlife Rehab in Ingram. We're working overnight to move animals to higher ground amid all that flash flooding. But man, this video is just so unsettling because this part of Kerr County, Ingram, Kerrville, they all saw this type of flooding just a year ago, a little more than a year ago, and just seeing it again, I'm sure that whole community is shaken by all of this. But there have been really good warnings. Paul's been keeping everybody up to date over the last few days about, this rising water and this continued storm system that's really just dancing over this area. It's not moving.
No. Paul, the rain, we said that we're kind of in a lull right now, but that orange, well, to your right, we see on the map, it's going to move somewhere.
Oh, yeah. You know, a lull for some and for others is just not getting any better. Matter of fact, it's getting worse. Two new developments within the last half hour. One is we've got now a particularly dangerous situation for Uvalde County, not just the southern part of the county, but for the entire county now. Catastrophic flooding is occurring throughout the county, especially along the streams and the rivers. The Sabinal River is going to see a big rise. The Frio River has major flooding going on right now, and we've already seen over the last couple of days anywhere from 15 to 20 inches of rain, and we've got more 2 to 4 inches of rain going to be moving across Uvalde County. So Uvalde County, you've got some real problems here. Matter of fact, I would discourage travel at all unless you're seeking higher ground. So particularly dangerous situation for Uvalde County. And those PDSs, those particularly dangerous situations, they're not issued very often at all. So this is a very dangerous situation for the folks that live in Uvalde County. Okay, that's the latest development just in the last half hour. This came out about 15 minutes ago, and this is along the Pedernales River here in Gillespie County. The emergency management officials and the gauge at Fredericksburg is saying that a dangerous wave of water is running down the Pedernales River. The Pedernales, usually the level is 5 feet. It is now at almost 32 feet and is rising rapidly, and that wave of water is going to continue to move through the southeastern portions of Gillespie County along the Pedernales. And you know that Pedernales River, everybody's gone to Fredericksburg, and right before you get to Fredericksburg, you see that real peaceful river there. Well, it's not peaceful today. It is out of control and continuing to move across the southeastern portions of Gillespie County, where all those vineyards and everything is there. I'm not sure how close those vineyards are to the river itself, but a dangerous wave of water is moving down the Pedernales and will eventually move close to Johnson City. So that's a dangerous situation there. We also have the PDS, or potentially dangerous situation, for the Guadalupe River here in Kerr County and also into Kendall County. Now, you look at these two situations, there's more rain that's going to be draining into that Pedernales River. So it may take a while before that gets better. Here's, I would say, is stable. And we've had our reporters there on the Guadalupe River. It's raging right now, but it looks like to me it's probably just going to kind of stay stable. This situation here is not stable. If anything, I think this is really unstable. And again, we've got a flood emergency that is going on for Uvalde County as more rain is moving into Uvalde County. So again, guys, there's two things that actually three things. Here, the Pedernales, and also Uvalde County.
All right.
Well, and Paul, it's really surprising that that wall of water, where it crosses right there south of Fredericksburg, it's got to be 100 yards wide, the Pedernales there. So, all right. Thank you, Paul.
Well, right now we want to check back in with Rania. We were expecting an update from the city of Kerrville. Rania, what's the latest from them?
Audrey, Barry, we're still waiting to hear back from Kerrville. We know they had a briefing with emergency responders just about an hour ago. Again, still waiting for that information. But what we do know is within the last half an hour or so, Kerr County has declared an emergency. The judge off on it, Judge Rob Kelly. Again, this is the state of the Guadalupe River right now. As you can see, it's receded quite a bit. Before, we weren't able to see what it seems to be that bottom of that bridge. It looks like there's some lettering there. But within just the past 10 minutes, many of us here just received an emergency alert letting us know that the river is expected to rise again within the hour and to stay away from this area and from the river area as we once again expected to rise. Still a lot of people coming into this area looking and seeing what has happened here again. The last time we saw the Guadalupe River rise like this was literally on the 4th of July last year. But one thing we have seen quite a bit, I saw another helicopter. Barry, there was a Black Hawk helicopter, as you mentioned. It was completely black. This one was black and white as well. And you know, again, this is a site we saw again last year on the 4th of July, is helicopters circling Louise Hayes Park a year ago.
Looks like Ronnie is breaking up.
Oh, darn, I hate we lost that shot. That looked to be, looking at the shot of the bridge right there at Louise Hayes Park, that looked like a barge.
Yeah.
That had come from somewhere, and
It
they're
said
still
Float
doing
Master.
well, and they were still doing some work when we were up there the other day, a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. They were still doing a lot of work along the river, further up on Nimitz Lake and some of the other lakes they built with the dams that go through Kerrville. So I can only, there we are. Rania, looking behind you at the bridge, is that a barge we see against the bridge down there?
It seems to be a barge, Barry, because I've not seen it before. I mean, and honestly, we've only able to see it now since the river has receded quite a bit. I don't know if you heard, but we also received an emergency alert within the past 10 minutes, letting us know that the Guadalupe River is expected to rise again within the hour and to not come close to the river because, again, those conditions are going to change here. And that was just an emergency alert we received. Another thing, Barry, that we've gotten, Barry and Audrey, is we've seen it now, a second helicopter circling the area. Earlier, it was a Black Hawk helicopter, as you mentioned. This one, however, was a little far away for me to tell exactly which agency this helicopter belonged to. It was half black and half white. But you know, this is a site we've seen before on the 4th of July. Immediately after the waters receded, there were agencies in helicopters starting to circle this area to assess what's going on. Again, we're still waiting for that update, but a disaster declaration now. Again, a different site, a site similar to what we've seen before.
And
for now, Barry, Audrey, I'm sending it back to you.
Ronnie, in regards to that disaster declaration, we know earlier in the week the governor did declare a disaster declaration in 59 counties ahead of this storm system. You know, what does it mean that the county judge felt he needed to issue another since Kerr was included in that original one?
I think it just strengthens kind of the need that we're seeing again here in Kerr County. I mean, this time the judge did not go over specifics of what was needed here, just sort of strengthening the state of Kerr County that we've seen. Again, when I skimmed over the disaster declaration, there weren't exactly specifics like we saw in the Governor Abbott's disaster declaration in terms of the resources they were going to give out. So this one, it seemed more of just a formality, if anything, because again, as you mentioned, Kerr County was included. But again, we're still working to confirm details with officials. Barry, Audrey?
You said that you had gotten a notice 10 minutes or so ago that the river was expected to rise again. Did they give you any idea to what level, where it was expected to crest?
You know, I'm going to take a look at that emergency alert right now, and it just says rise again within the hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Stay away from low water crossings and the river area. And you know, this is another one I have received. The last one before that was an hour ago, and then another one within that same hour. So as you can see, we've been receiving quite a few emergency alerts since we've been here this morning. Barry, Audrey?
All right, thanks so much, Rania, for that latest update. Right now, we want to toss things back over to Paul. Paul, a lot of people just getting that emergency alert. Can't even imagine that river rising anymore.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to look at the National Weather Service and see if we've got an update on that river. Just hold on with me real quick here. Let's see if we've got a latest update that's come out. What time is it? 9:05. The latest that I have received has not been updated that soon. So anyway, I'm going to investigate what Rania is talking about. But I can tell you this, is that there's 3 areas that I'm really watching closely. And not too often do we have a situation where you've got almost every county out here to the west in some kind of a flash flood warning, but also upgraded on top of that are particularly dangerous situations and flood emergencies, not just flash flood warnings, but emergencies. And we've got a couple of those. One is here the Pedernales River, where we've got that deadly wave of water that's coming down the Pedernales, and also the Guadalupe River. You just saw that. And yeah, I'm glad that Barry asked about that little barge thing. I didn't know what that was. I'm not familiar seeing that on that bridge there, so that makes sense. And also, we've got a dangerous situation going on here in the entire county of Uvalde is under that flood emergency and particularly dangerous situation. And you can see the rain continuing there in Uvalde County. And I was saying earlier that I think this is bad, but maybe stable. And this is really bad with that wave of water, that deadly wave coming down the Pedernales. And this is probably getting worse and will get worse along the Sabinal River, Frio River, all these rivers. We've seen some shots from the Frio River there there in the northern portions of Uvalde County. Also raining pretty good right now, Kenny County, and also we've got some thunderstorm action around Del Rio. So a close-up look here at Uvalde County. The heaviest rain right now is along 55 and approaching, I believe, 83, yes, and also 90. Now, if you haven't heard, I'm sure you have, that once you get to Sabinal, which is right here, you going westbound, the 90 is closed. You cannot use 90, so that'll just tell you it takes a lot of water to close Highway 90, and it is closed somewhere between Sabinal and back towards Del Rio somewhere. So nobody's going east and nobody is going west on Highway 90. Here's another look, just kind of get a perspective. Here in Bexar County, we haven't had any warnings here, but we do have a flash flood warning for Kendall County, Kerr County, Gillespie County, Bandera, all of Real County, half of Edwards County, also Uvalde County, of course, and back towards Kinney and portions of Valverde County, all under flood warnings right now. And then the purple, those are the particularly dangerous situations that are going on right now, 3 of them. Here's a close-up view. Inside this box right here, catastrophic flooding is occurring. Also catastrophic flooding occurring along the Guadalupe. And I need to widen this out so I can show you there around the Pedernales River. Oh, I do. I've got it. So look at this. You know, you can kind of look at the topography map. There's the Pedernales right there. Usually just a real quiet river, you know, and here it crosses right around 87, and it's usually really nice and peaceful. Well, it is really raging and will continue to do that. So if you know anybody in Stonewall, and I believe that along the highway there along 290, you know, there's all the wineries and stuff all the way to Johnson City. Maybe those might be in jeopardy. And then you kind of see how the Pedernales kind of crosses here, crosses 290, and then ends up a little bit north of Johnson City. All of that is going to see a wall of water. At least that's the way that a deadly wall of water, that's what was in the statement. So you can put that into perspective here. Okay, and then looking at Uvalde County, the entire county there, not just, it used to be just the southern part, but the entire county with a flood emergency and particularly dangerous situation. Okay, we've got Ryan Shoptaw in, and he's been working on these rivers. These rivers are very important. I'm really concerned about the Sabinal and the Frio rivers, the Pedernales, and also the Guadalupe. But let's see what is going on. This is the very latest on those rivers. What's happening?
Yeah, hey there, Paul. So there's just so many active flood warnings across numerous rivers in, the Hill Country, South Central Texas. So we're going to break it down hour by hour and, through the next several hours until this afternoon, because it's going to continue to change. The river levels will continue to fluctuate. But here are some of the latest numbers from the National Weather Service. So Paul and Jeremy have been talking about it the last couple of hours. And recently the Pedernales River, right? So this is in Gillespie County, heading towards Johnson City in our northern, part of the viewing area. Current levels as of 9 a.m. 28 feet. Flood stage is at 22 feet, so you can kind of, gauge on how much more it is compared to what it's expected to be. Forecast crest 33.7 feet, and that's forecast around noon today. So the Pedernales River expected to rise a few more feet, a little bit more than that, until the early afternoon. So if you are anywhere in that area, we mentioned unnecessary travel, but if you are uprooted in that area and you have to evacuate or move to higher ground, we do suggest that, because the water level expected to rise in this particular area of Gillespie County. The Guadalupe at Comfort, the river at Comfort, current is at 37.1 feet. Flood stage is at 21 feet, so that's significantly above the minor to moderate flood stage level. Forecast crest, it's right around there. And matter of fact, it's expected to crest sometime this morning, probably between 11 a.m. and lunchtime. So right now, 37.1 feet, the Guadalupe at Comfort, and forecast to crest around 38 feet later this morning. The Frio River at Concan, current level at 16.9 feet. Flood stage is at 11 feet, so quite a bit above that. Forecast crest around 17 feet later this morning, later this afternoon. So right around the crest as we speak. And then Cibolo Creek at Sutherland Springs, a little bit farther southeast of the hill country, obviously. This is east and southeast of San Antonio, but it is seeing, another river flood warning. It's currently at 27.1 feet. Flood stage is at 21 feet, so quite a bit above that. Forecast crest to be about 32 feet. That's through tomorrow. So that's because of all the rain that's falling in the hill country and, across parts of, Kendall, northern Bexar County, Comal County. A lot of that is going to move downstream through Cibolo Creek and eventually move east and southeast of San Antonio. And that's, again, why that part of the Cibolo Creek east and southeast of Bexar County is expected to crest later tomorrow at 32 feet. Here's another update with some more locations out towards our west. So the Sabinal River, the Nueces River at Laguna, and the Medina River at Bandera. We'll have to adjust some of these locations on the text boxes, but the data is correct. Current level for the Nueces at 14.1 feet. Flood stage is at 10 feet, so a little bit above that. Forecast crest expected to rise a couple more feet on the Nueces at Laguna later this afternoon, later this morning. The Sabinal at Sabinal, so current level is at 8.4. Flood stage is at 12, so it's approaching that, but this is pretty significant. The Sabinal River at Sabinal forecast to crest around 24 feet later today around 2 p.m. based on the latest National Weather Service forecast. And the Medina River at Bandera, that's just, west-northwest of San Antonio, north of Medina Lake. That's currently at 7.9. Flood stage is at 13, so a little bit below that, but still forecast to crest later this morning around 24 feet. So some of these rivers, like the Sabinal, like the Medina, are expected to see pretty large jumps in a rise of water. The Sabinal and Medina specifically, the Nueces is expected to jump a couple more feet through this afternoon, but it's certainly something to watch. Here are some numbers for you. So these are for Kerrville. So back in 1932, 1987, those were some of the deadliest floods. And regarding the rise of the water level on the Guadalupe, and of course last year, July 2025, we saw the river crest at the Guadalupe at Kerrville, near Kerrville, 37.5 feet. With a rain estimate between 11 and 12 inches. Currently, the Guadalupe at Kerrville, from what we've seen from the Weather Service on the river gauges, earlier this morning it was 16.9 feet. Now, from what I'm seeing, 12 to 13 feet. And it's forecast to crest around 17 feet later this morning. So these numbers are going to fluctuate a little bit over the next couple of hours, Paul. But of course, things can change so rapidly. As you see, obviously, on radar, I mean, just all the rain, the inundation can, make these water levels, rise rapidly. But we're going to continue to watch these levels very closely and keep you up to date on the Sabinal, the Frio, the Medina. And if you have any other river levels for me to look at, you let me know, Paul.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan, let's go back one.
Okay.
Can we go back one?
Yeah.
Because something is just not jiving with me. And it's not your fault. You're doing a awesome job.
It's just not matching up to what we're seeing.
It's this, yes, because we've got folks on the ground that are saying, hey, this river is not a whole lot further from, maybe 10 feet below what we had last year, July 4th. And July 4th, it got up to 37. And this is saying crest at 17. I don't know. It just doesn't seem right.
The river gauges are just, I don't think they're matching from the observations we're noticing out in the hill country.
Yeah, right. It just doesn't. And I thought that was maybe just me, but it just doesn't seem like it's right. All the other ones. So can we back up one more or two more? Because I want to point out, not that one, but the one before. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so it looks like to me from your work that you've put together that the Sabinal River is one that we really have to watch I mean, that is going to go from currently at about 8 feet to 24. That's a big jump.
Yeah, let me just edit some of the text boxes real quick, and you can continue to talk about it.
Yeah. So we got Sabinal River. That's a big jump here by 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we're talking in 5 hours that river is going to triple, or pretty close to it, a little bit shy of that.
Yeah.
And that's a big rise. I'm not exactly sure what. Usually in the summary, it'll say what happens when you have a crest of 24 feet. I don't know if you have that with you, but I'd be really interested to see what happens on the Sabinal River as it gets up to 24 feet. Also, we have got Bandera. That's a big one there at Bandera.
The Medina River, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big jump as well. That's a triple. And that's supposed to happen really quick. So in 2 hours, we're going to go from 8 to 24?
I mean, like, let me ask you this. Have you seen these big fluctuations in big weather events like this? Like, the Weather Service will call for, a 10-feet jump, but sometimes it doesn't materialize, right? Sometimes we do see a lot of rain moving, but it doesn't exactly match the forecast crest because, as you know, forecasts can change over hours on end.
Yeah. Well, here's good. I'm going to answer this with, I'm glad I'm not a hydrologist.
Right. Yeah, that's the big job from the National Weather Service. They have hydrologists on staff to look at how much rain's moving in and what kind of water's flowing downstream.
Yeah, that's a totally different job, hydrologist. I'm just pointing out, just looking at these numbers, because these rivers, they can jump and fall pretty quickly. And those are two that we're going to watch. The Sabinal, the Bandera, Medina River at Bandera, and also the Pedernales up there around Fredericksburg. That's a big deal as well.
Yeah, let me go up to that one really quickly. And we'll see what the latest is on that. If you're just joining us, we're tracking the Pedernales River. We're tracking so many different river levels because there's so many active flood warnings in the region. So,
and not only flood warnings, but Ryan, these are particularly dangerous situations. These are emergencies. It's one thing to have a warning. These are emergencies.
Right. And I do want to mention the flood warning that was east of San Antonio, the Cibolo Creek at Sutherland Springs. That has since expired since the last 5 minutes that I updated it. So they're still seeing in forecasts to see an influx of water. The Cibolo Creek at Sutherland Springs, southeast of San Antonio, currently at 27, flood stages at 21, forecast crest 32 feet by tomorrow. But as you've been talking about, Paul, it's really mostly the hill country. It's the Pedernales. It's the Guadalupe at Comfort. Yeah. It's the Frio River at Concan. I mean, just so much water's continuing to fall with already, it's just adding insult to injury because last 48 hours, so much water's fallen and they just don't need that much water right now.
Yeah.
It's not good.
So we're going to watch all of those situations. And Ryan, since I got you on the line, I'm not sure if the folks in the back can go to Max 1, and that way me and you we just talk about the situation that's happening here in Uvalde.
There you go.
I'm struggling in my mind to remember a time when a whole entire county was under a emergency in a particularly dangerous situation like that. Do you remember?
No, I don't remember this many active flash flood emergencies, active flash flood warnings between Uvalde County all the way through Gillespie County. So many different rivers are active right now and flowing with a wall of water.
Yeah, and another thing that I want to talk to you about too, let's talk about this, is the computer models. I don't know if you've looked at the HRRR, the NAM, you name it. They're doing a horrible job with what is actually happening right now.
Yeah, I noticed the graph. Some of our high resolution models yesterday were just kind of hinting at, I don't know if my mic's on right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to mine. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, the graph and a lot of the other high resolution models were putting the focus of rain a little bit more towards the west yesterday. But now, you've probably seen it all morning. It's a lot more widespread than any of the high resolution guidance have been suggesting the last 24 hours.
Yeah,
so
any
that's why
of
it's a problem.
And this is one thing I am watching too. We've got some kind of a broad area of low pressure, and all this keeps feeding into it. And all of a sudden, magically, overnight and into tomorrow, most of these high resolution computer models are saying that it's going to be over and not nearly as bad. I don't know if I'm really sold out on that.
Yeah, it's almost a little. It's similar to last year where we saw. We've been talking about the MCV, right? The mesoscale convective vortex. It's basically a spinning area of thunderstorms that continue to crank in hour after hour, rain after rain, storm after storm, and it almost looks larger than last year. Paul, I don't know if you've seen like satellite. It's covering so much real estate. And it's just incredible to see how much widespread rain is covering not just the hill country, but into our western counties as well.
You know, we can speculate all day long. We probably could debate this all day long, but I saw the same thing on the satellite imagery that you're talking about. And you know what I'm thinking is that there's so much soil moisture across the state of Texas, and especially south central Texas, that this is kind of feeding on that. You know, I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing there. It's just kind of feedback.
Well, let me ask you. Like, you know, it's always July. It almost seems like it's the summertime where these conditions come together. I mean, it happened last year, both in June in San Antonio, and then July last year in Kerrville and parts of Central Texas, between Burnett County, Kirk County, even up to Tom Green County. What is it about July that brings in so much of a flooding threat compared to the fall? Because we've seen flooding events in October and November, but what is unique about, you know, these spinning areas of low pressure, these driving in rains that train over the same areas hour after hour, day after day?
Yeah, you know, I think the circumstances have to be just right. But for one thing, you have a lot of moisture in the Gulf, right? And so that moisture is readily available. It's like a bathtub just right there. And if the circumstances are right, in this case, you've got in the big synoptic scale, you've got a big, huge ridge of high pressure across the northern part of the country. Right. And that's allowed these thunderstorms and the threat for thunderstorms to really develop here across Texas. And now it doesn't want to leave. So what is it about July? I think because you've got so much moisture, if the conditions are right, then you can have a lot of flooding and big time flooding. And, you know, we've seen a lot of events in July, and this won't be the last one.
And then, you know, also to your point, you know, if someone's moving here to San Antonio, you know, into the hill country from earlier this year, they don't know about Flash Flood Alley, right? I mean, the topography, the terrain here can fluctuate. I mean, just can rapidly deteriorate so fast, right, Paul? I mean, the water funnels in and moves rapidly in this kind of environment and in this kind of topography.
Yeah, you know, you've got a couple of things going on. You're going from sea level, and then you go to a couple of thousand feet above sea level fairly rapidly into the hill country. And so, yeah, you get into that situation. Before I let you go, let's take a look at this visible satellite imagery.
And if you want those hill country river levels again, you let me know.
Okay. Have they updated?
Not significantly, but we've just fixed the location of the graphic a little bit more.
They look better.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, just aesthetically, yeah.
Okay, they look better. Here's what you were talking about. I'm going to let this go and look at this. All right.
With visible satellite.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. I'm going to put this on the 2 hour, and it's almost got like a nice little swirl to it, right?
Yeah, you can see it spinning. I mean, between San Angelo, I-35, I mean, it's just covering so much real estate with a lot of the focused thunderstorm action between Del Rio, Uvalde, and parts of the hill country, right, where you can see those, you know, convective, more organized thunderstorms between Del Rio and Kerrville and even up towards San Angelo, where, I mean, it's probably coming down in buckets. I mean, which is, you know, prompting so many different flash flood emergencies, flood warnings, and you've talked about it all morning.
Yeah, it is coming down in buckets there. So, well, good rapping with you. You know, it's always good. But you know what? Before we let you go, we might as well. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at those river warnings again, since you've got them cleaned up there. And let's take a look. This is a 6 hour rainfall, by the way. And you've got, let me erase this. And this, I'm going to get the very latest. This is making sure this is 6 hours. Okay.
Yeah, we'll go back to that because right now we have Max.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, you can see, so there, and we'll have to adjust the text on the Pedernales River. But, you know, there's the Free River, the Cibolo Creek, there's the Guadalupe River. Obviously, it's a lot of numbers on your screen, and we'll adjust that text for the Pedernales River in Gillespie County in a second. But the Frio River at Concan, that's something to watch. And then, of course, Guadalupe River at Comfort. I mean, right now, as of, you know, the latest update from the Weather Service, 37.1 feet. Flood stage is at 21 feet, so that's incredible. It's about 16 feet above flood stage. I'm doing public math. It's about 16 feet above that, and it's forecast to rise another foot or so through this morning to hit about 38.7 feet. Same thing with the Pedernales River in Gillespie County. It's about 6 feet above flood stage and forecast to rise another 5 feet through lunchtime later today. Here's a second update on the Nueces, the Sabinal, the Medina River. So again, as Paul and, you know, Jeremy have been talking about all morning long, I mean, it's just been so much of an influx of water just driving down our rivers, our water sources. all the different tributaries. I mean, you can see Sabinal is at 8.4 forecast, and we're going to watch this closely because, of course, there's so much. And you saw on Paul's graphic earlier. There in the last 6 hours, a lot of the rain has fallen in parts of Val Verde, northern Uvalde County, northern Medina County, and that's all like bullseye locations to fall downstream towards Crystal City, towards Sabinal, down towards Pearsall, parts of Frio County, for example. So we will likely, and based on the latest forecast, the Sabinal River, the Nueces, and the Medina River forecast to crest and significantly through later this morning and this afternoon.
We'll be watching those very closely, and I know, Ryan, you have not seen this. I want you to stay with me just for a second and look at this. Is the 48-hour total. I think it's inflated, and the reason I say that is you look at parts of northern Bexar County, 9 inches, that's a little overdone, 9 to 11. I think that's a little overdone. But my point is, look at this.
Let's take Max 1 first with there.
Yeah,
perfect,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay, so a little overdone there in North Bexar County. That's why I think they're overdone. But look at Uvalde. Look what we're painting here in 48-hour totals.
So basically since Tuesday, just kind of round after round of thunderstorm. It's just been nonstop.
And you see that one little area north of Uvalde? The computer will only go up to 24, and then
the contour map just stops.
It stops at 24. So that'll put in perspective how much rain that we have received across South Central Texas.
And all that water is flowing downstream, Paul, correctly?
Yes.
Through the Frio, through the Nueces. In Uvalde County, there are a couple of different rivers that flow towards Crystal City, down towards the I-35 corridor, that eventually feed into... is it Choke Canyon, I believe? This is the entire watershed region that just funnels in farther south and can impact communities towards Highway 57 and areas farther south. So we'll have to watch it.
Looking at the silver lining, Medina Lake is going to come up.
Yeah,
I think Canyon Lake is going to come up.
I think, and we'll actually look at that later today, and I think it's risen. 10 to 15 feet in the last couple of days. Just so much water has been flowing downstream towards northern Medina County and Medina Lake. So we'll take a look at that and get the details here on KENS 5 in a little bit.
Okay, all right. Good talking with you, Ryan.
Good stuff.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Love Ryan Shoptaw. Okay, let's see. I think we're going to go to traffic. Sarah, you're ready for traffic, right? Okay, let's see what's happening out there on those roads.
All right, thank you for those latest updates, guys. Still a very serious and active situation in our western counties. As far as traffic goes, I did want to touch base in Frio County. I haven't been able to talk about the road closures that the sheriff's office is reporting. This was about an hour ago that they posted this, so I just want to get you up to speed in case you live in this area or if you have loved ones in this area. That way you know that they cannot travel in these areas, like West FM 140, US 57, FM 3352, and FM 1581. These county roads are also closed at this time. Barricades are on the roadway, and please do not go around those barricades. They are there for a reason. In fact, it's illegal to do so. Over on our traffic map, you can see one of those closures along 57. You can see portions of the highway are shut down right before I-35. So don't forget that if you're traveling out in Frio County. I wanted to get you up to speed on what's happening west of there. We've been checking in with La Pryor over the last few hours. It looked like it was starting to improve. We were seeing more green than color, but 83 heading northbound towards Uvalde starting to appear a little bit slow there on our traffic map. Speaking of Uvalde, we still have a lot of closures along Highway 90 right now at this time because of the weather that we had overnight and into the early morning hours. We have this picture from Eric Graves. It was taken along Highway 90 in Uvalde over by the MG building materials. This is as you're leaving Uvalde, but you can see that 18-wheeler is stuck there in the water, and it just goes to show how serious of a situation this is as far as how much water dropped in this spot and continues to do so at this time. Incredible image there. In Kerrville, we've been also keeping our eyes out there as well because State Highway 39 has been shut down in both directions for quite some time. You can see we have a number of different colors also along State Highway 16 as well as State Highway 27 closer to Center Point. Now, my traffic map doesn't go as far as Fredericksburg. It kind of cuts off right before it, but I did want to let you know that the Fredericksburg Police Department is reporting that Highway 16 South is closed due to water over the bridge at the city limit line. So if you're traveling in that area, highly recommend you put your pause on travel as it appears that they have a situation with water over that bridge right now, and it's a leading to some problems on that part of our traffic map. All right, this is a snapshot I took earlier this morning from drivetexas.org. I want to check in with our producers. Do we have a live image from this website available to us? Can we get that popped up? If not, if we're not able to get that up, oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, thank you guys. All right, so this is what Drive Texas looks like as of right now at 9:30. It looks like it's over Uvalde. So if you're not familiar with this website, I'm a big fan because it allows me to see where that flooding is occurring in real time. It also allows me to see what closures are happening right now, and we have those toggled on. You can see how far and wide it stretches. It looks like Uvalde is completely covered, as well as Uvalde Estates. It goes as north as Concan, even past it. It looks like Sabinal is also covered. So I know a little while ago, the police department there in Uvalde, they were encouraging drivers not to travel right now. They're really trying to make the roadways as easy and accessible for first responders, for those who are responding to different water rescues. So if you can put a pause on your travel, I definitely would do so because it's a dangerous situation. I just showed you that photo from that one viewer, and it seems to be the case still right now as we inch closer to the 10 o'clock hour. I do want to touch base in San Antonio. Really not that bad compared to what we saw here yesterday. We have a lot of green on our major highways, so that's good to see. But we do have a few incidents. It's still slick out there in some spots, but not as bad as it was earlier this morning. A lot of our roadways were covered with rain because we had some early morning storms, but it looks like things are starting to dry out a bit. But we are still seeing some flooding in different areas. We've dropped down by 1. We were at 13 when I last saw you. The Public Works Department is reporting 12 right now. And I will say, if you weren't here the last time I was giving my traffic report, I noticed that a lot of these areas are just vulnerable to flooding. It's a lot of our typical spots like Old Grissom Road, Seguin Road, Old Fredericksburg Road. Either way, still want to make you aware that this is happening right now as those rains are starting to clear out. At least we're making some progress there. And then outside on our TransGuide cameras of San Antonio, 35 at San Marcos looking good, 10 at Medical. It looks like things are clearing up, looking much better over here. 1604 at Bulverde also looking good. So as far as San Antonio goes, it looks like things are improving on our roadways, but our eyes, our attention just so deeply, heavily focused on the western and northwestern parts of our map, Audrey and Barry.
Well, I counted on that Drive Texas map a while ago, like 75 road closures out west of here, north and west.
No movement.
Absolutely amazing.
Incredible.
Don't go that way if you don't have to.
Yeah, and as Sarah's touching on Sabinal, and we want to go to this video from Sabinal Mayor Eric Gomez. He just posted this. This was taken at Ranch to Market Road 1050 near Utopia Park. The mayor says the Sabinal River has risen approximately 3 to 4 feet over the roadway since yesterday. And at this time, the river does not appear to be rising any further, according to him, though conditions, he says, like everyone, can change really quickly.
Well, especially like Paul was saying, that more of that storm is going to be coming up through that area. He said up to another 4.5 inches of rain, so the water is going to go back over that. You know, the city and the county are doing everything they can, obviously, to make sure that emergency responders and everybody can get through there. The Emergency Operations Center is open. First responders are going to monitor the conditions and provide, updates as they get them in.
And we were just in contact with him, and he said he actually was in a meeting with the EOC right now. And so we're hoping to get an update from him after they speak, hopefully live on air. But you saw Earl Stonemeyer there in our weather tracker. He was headed east on Highway 90 towards Hondo, I believe, or maybe D'Hanis.
At least he's moving anyway, right, Earl?
Yes, we are finally out of the trapped area between Little Blanco Creek and Blanco Creek in Uvalde County. It took us about 2 hours for the water to go down, but let me give you a look right now on Highway 90 as we approach Hondo. It's very empty, not a lot of cars on the road, and there's still a sheet of rain covering the highway, but thankfully everyone's paying attention to the coverage for just staying inside with all of the severe weather that we have. So we do have a little bit of time before we make it to Bernie. That's our goal, to give some more weather coverage on what's happening. But in Uvalde County, it was just so much happening this morning because Sabinal PD, they turned us around at 5 in the morning saying that you can't get to First Canepa, you can't get to Uvalde. People in Uvalde, they cannot get out to us. So everyone was getting turned around at Sabinal, and then even going north up to Concan. That's where we were stuck between Blanco and Little Blanco Creek, and some truck drivers, they got stuck as well. Some of the locals in the area, thankfully they had big trucks they're able to drive through. But for just an average SUV or a regular 4-door sedan, you're not going to be able to make it through some of that high, fast-moving water because we are in a Subaru. If our Subaru can get caught up in that and it took us a little work to even push through that water, just imagine your car and you can get in a dangerous situation. Thankfully, we're out of it. We're moving towards Bernie right now, but we just want to give you that update. We are moving, so be sure to stick with us, and we're going to give you some more looks at the roads.
So where are you headed now, Earl? Where's the target?
The goal, we are going to Bernie, Barry. We are going to Bernie. We've heard a lot about the severe weather out in Kendall County, so that is our plan. I'm going to be checking the Kendall County Office of Emergency Management page. So whenever you check in with me next time, I'll be bringing you updates in that area. It's a lot of work happening in Uvalde County right now, but thankfully, when I did check in with them earlier, they did say that no deaths have been reported, no injuries as well. It's just a lot of business and home damage. So we are going to the next place where our priorities, we just need to take care of everyone in our coverage area.
Cheryl. All right, and now we want to check in with Rania Kaur. She's been following updates in Kerr County and in Kerrville. Any updates as far as those high water rescues? I know you were working on that.
You know, Audrey, I've reached out to Kerr County officials and Kerrville officials, but at this point, I have not heard back. But you know, what we have seen multiple times is helicopters circling this area. We've seen the Black Hawk helicopter that we mentioned earlier, and we've also seen what seems to be the Kerrville Police Department helicopter circling the area multiple times. At one point, the Black Hawk helicopter got so close to us, we were able to see what looked like 2 emergency responders hanging out from the door, assessing the Guadalupe River below them, which is what you're seeing now. At this point, it doesn't look like the Guadalupe River has risen much since the last time we saw it. But at this point, you know, we did receive that emergency alert saying that the Guadalupe River was going to rise within the hour. To be alert and to stay away from this area if we could. But that's the situation here in Kerrville that we know of at this point. Again, last time on the 4th of July when we did see the helicopter circling, it was because they were assessing the damage and looking for kind of any sign of life. You know, it was a similar situation, but also a bit different than what we saw last year. Audrey, Barry?
All right, thank you, Rania.
Okay, we want to go over some of this really pertinent information for folks who live out there in the Hill Country. Right now, there is a shelter in Comfort at the Comfort High School there in Kendall County. That's on 143 US 87 North. Authorities say, you know, move higher ground immediately. We saw those images of the Guadalupe River there in Comfort, and the water just rose very, very quickly in that area. And if you're not getting text alerts, you can text the word Kendall. I don't know if we can go back to that graphic.
69310 there. The number, text it to 69310, and you'll get those alerts. And we spoke with Duke Earwood, who owned the RV resort there.
Comfort RV Resort, yeah.
Yeah, they had gotten everybody out of there. We also spoke with Ernesto Villarreal,
who lives there right at the entrance of Comfort.
Yeah, right. They were telling us just how high the water is getting in that area as well. And I think we said it's expected to crest at like 35 feet there. So, and it came up 22 feet within a matter of 50 minutes this morning. It's just absolutely amazing.
And they are hearing those sirens go off in Comfort, but they said they received the warnings very early on, so that's something good. So again, there you go, some of the shelters there in Comfort High School. You also have Cavalry Temple, excuse me, it's 3000 TX 534 Loop, City West Church at 3139 JCT Highway, and Impact Christian 2031 Goat Creek Road.
Yeah, the resources are out there. Just whatever you need, just make sure you reach out to the proper resources. The state has tons of resources out there. The governor declared a disaster for 59 counties, including all of the ones that we've been looking at this morning where all this heavy rain is falling. So just make sure if you need something, reach out there. Don't get out and drive, though. Right now, it's just too dangerous to drive.
And if you are in the city of Kerrville Public Works did report an operational issue this morning at their surface water plant, which is currently offline. They want to maintain that service, so they're asking people to not overwhelm the sites. They said, please minimize your water use at this time, just not to strain that system. Crews are continuing to monitor, but they just want to really let people know there's no issue with the water right now, but they hope that you can conserve a little bit, not to overwhelm that system.
I want to go video we had. This was at 7:15 this morning. This is at FM 1050, the bridge over the Frio River just west of Utopia. This is out of Garner State Park. And actually we have some video of it. I don't know if we have it in this reel right here, but the water was actually flowing over the bridge that where Ron was doing an interview with Brett Rimkus yesterday. Water was over that bridge, and yesterday that water had to be 6 or 8 feet below the bridge. So it's considerably higher now than it was. And as Brett was saying, that the water's still running out of the mountains around there, so it's going to get higher, at least temporarily.
Yeah,
and this was some video from Leona River near Uvalde around 6 this morning. This video, I believe, from Eric Graves, showing floodwaters reaching even higher on a bridge than they did Wednesday. And of course, they were telling us the river there continuing to climb there. So just some really frightening images coming out of that area, Leona River.
And this video was shot by Buckwild Animal Rescue and Wildlife Rehab in Ingram. They were working overnight trying to move animals to higher ground because that water came in so quickly. It was just absolutely ridiculous. And I had a friend send me some video just a little bit ago of water up in the Gibson's store there in Kerrville, which is, they sell a little bit of everything in Gibson's. But the water appeared to be 2.5, 3 feet deep there.
And your heart just goes out to those folks as you see those homes and you can see the water just rushing around them. Hopefully everyone got out safely. We know there were some swift water rescues there in Kerr County in the city of Kerrville. So hopefully everyone made it out safely, working to get some updates on that.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and toss back over to Ryan with the weather. And Ryan, we had said a while ago they're going to have just a little bit of a lull in the rain, but there's more coming into that area as well.
Yeah, especially between Ingram and let me step off camera because I'm a little tall, but yeah, so we have a lot of rain out towards Kerrville and between there, Rock Springs, Real County, Edwards County. And, Ingram, between there and Hunt, Kerrville, last year they saw a ton of rainfall, and here's some additional video of just so much high water. And this just shows you the power of water moving so fast, coming down in a short amount of time. I mean, with some localized areas between the Hill Country, Uvalde, between there, Highway 90. Some of our radar estimates are off the chart, and anywhere from 15 to 20 inches accumulating in the last 48 hours over this area and towards Uvalde and Honda, which we'll show you in a little bit. First, here's the latest look at radar. It's 9:45 a.m. on your Thursday. Lots of widespread rain. These different polygons are representing anything from flash flood emergencies to active river flood warnings. Bottom line, so much running water moving through the region. Fredericksburg, Harper towards Kerrville, Highway 87, additional rounds of rain. You can see a lot of these river flood warnings, this one in particular, in effect until tomorrow morning. So the next 24 hours, as a lot of this flows downstream, because we have even more rain falling up farther northwest that'll continue to draw farther south. That's going to present a problem as it continues to drive towards Kerrville, Hunt, Bandera, parts of the Cibolo Creek, towards the Guadalupe near Comfort, and all the way east towards I-35, which again, we'll show you those river levels in a second. Let's switch up the radar, take a look at farther west. So here's Uvalde, there's La Pryor, there's Eagle Pass, Del Rio, and Camp Wood. And we have some of it weakening a little bit, but notice there's still a ton of lightning out there, right? Between Uvalde, towards the Concan, Frio River area, between there and Del Rio, parts of Maverick and Valverde and Kinney County. It's a little less active out near Pearsall, so it's really just been this area, the breeding ground for just nonstop, hour after hour of rain. That's what happens when you get these MCVs, these areas of low pressure in the atmosphere just that drive in rain from the south and move north. And the problem is they move over the same area hour after hour, day by day, prompting flooding concerns, flash flood warnings and flooding emergencies. That's what happened last year. It happened often in south central Texas and towards the hill country because of the terrain, the topography, and flash flood alley being a concern in our area this time of year in July. It's just so hot. The air can hold so much moisture, you know, dynamically. It's just so buoyant. So when rain comes down, it drops in buckets, especially in this area this time of year. So again, that's active flood warnings. I did want to zoom in between here, northern Maverick County. There's Highway Texas 131 up towards Brackettville. Mention this area because we're seeing additional development. You can see the last couple hours, it wasn't as active over the highway, but now we have even more rain driving over Highway 277 into Del Rio. And these are a little bit more strong. I mean, their updraft strength is a little bit more pronounced. You can see that with all the lightning over 131 and 277 towards our western counties. Back towards the hill country, Fredericksburg, between there and Kerrville, ongoing flooding emergencies and flood warnings in this entire region. The Guadalupe, the Pedernales River, which, by the way, we'll show you in a second. Here's some of the 48-hour rain estimates. You know, Paul took a look at this earlier, and you can see, I mean, our contour map is just going off the chart, right? You get into those white to black to pink colors on the legend, and it goes even higher than that. I mean, anywhere from 18 to 20 inches in some localized pockets since about Tuesday. These are staggering amounts. No one needs this kind of rain in this amount of time. That's what causes problems in our water sources, right? It just flows downstream and presents a problem in just 2 days' time. So that's Uvalde, that's Brackettville, that's Camp Wood, northern Uvalde County, probably the hardest hit in the last, I would say, 48 hours because of all these areas of rain between about 18 and 20 inches. And we're going to send it back over to Barry and Audrey. We'll have another update on this weather forecast in a little bit.
We wanted to go now to Mayor Eric Gomez of Sabinal. Mayor, I know you just finished speaking with your Emergency Operations Center there in Sabinal. What's the latest on the conditions there?
Hi, good morning. Right now, we're just kind of monitoring things around our ETJ, our extraterritorial jurisdiction. In town, we're receiving some rain. I know the Sabinal River rose a little bit just north of us and expected to come down eventually. What we're hoping is that it hits a lot of crevices and holes before it gets to town. That's about it. We're just, monitoring our neighbors.
We've had.
Excuse
me, Mayor, this is Barry Davis. We've had a crew out there in that area all morning, and you all have water out there like you're simply not used to having.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's nothing I've seen before.
Were you guys, prepared for this? Were people giving proper warning? How do you think everything's going as of now? I saw you took an aerial tour yesterday with PD just to kind of check out the area and how high those waters are rising.
Yes, ma'am. I got a tour yesterday through helicopters here in Uvalde, and I believe we're as prepared as we can be. You can never be ready to battle nature, as good as you think you can. And I think we're doing okay so far.
How much damage is there, Mayor, there?
To be honest, Barry, I couldn't tell you. I know it's quite a bit here in Sabinal. Across the county, I'm sure it's the same thing. East of Uvalde County, for sure, it's been a lot of damage to our roads and our infrastructure. But right now, we've just kind of been focused on, getting the message out to people, educating people, and making sure people are safe. but we definitely will assess that once we're in the clear a little bit better.
And we know in Uvalde County in general, there were over 20 high water rescues. Were any of those in the city of Sabinal? And if so, any injuries with that?
So far, none have been reported. In Sabinal, we've had a few that are in our ETJ, or extraterritorial jurisdiction. But
was everyone okay with those, or any injuries?
I don't want to speak to that because I am not 100% sure on that.
Okay.
But I do not. Yes.
So what are you doing with people if they need help, Mayor? Where do they go? What do they do?
So here, as you know, our county is split up into like 3 sections because of the water. East of course, Sabinal and everything east of a lot of east of Uvalde County, we have our shelter on standby. It's not active yet, but it's on hot standby at the Sabinal ISD Event Center. Ready to go. We have some cots, we have some snacks and some waters available in the case we do need to bring some people in. It's ready to go.
And do you know the location of any other shelters? Because I know you said, like you said, y'all are split because of all this water that's blocking everyone from getting around.
Yes, I know there's a few in Uvalde. There's quite a few in Uvalde. I'm not sure. I can't speak to Canepa, but I know there's a few in Uvalde. But in Sabinal and east of our side, east of the county, we have our Sabinal ISD Event Center.
Mayor, how do you even prepare to deal with something like this when, quite honestly, I mean, you guys are dry most of the year. There's simply just not water around. How do you prepare for this?
We just have to, address it as it comes. Unfortunately, you can never predict nature. We just take it as we get it. We prepare, we train, we speak amongst each other. Communication is key. But, we handle it best we can, and I think so far we're doing okay as of right now.
Well, Mayor, thank you so much. I know you're busy. Thank you for taking the time and speaking with us and letting us know about that shelter that's being set up at a Sabinal ISD Event Center if need be, if people need somewhere to go. But definitely stay safe out there, and we'll check in with you again later.
Thank you.
All right now I want to go back up to Kerrville because Rania Kors just has spoken with some folks there. You gotten an update for us, Rania?
Yeah, I just received that 8 a.m. briefing update, Barry, that I have been talking to you guys that we were going to receive from officials here. There are quite a few updates here, so bear with me. We have learned that at this point, there is only one shelter available at Calvary Temple Church. At the time of the 8 a.m. briefing, there were only 14 people there. Officials say they are looking for an additional shelter, but again, the only shelter available at this point is Calvary Temple Church. That bridge that you're seeing right now, Highway 16, the Sidney Baker Bridge at Louise Hayes Park now is closed, and there are multiple low water crossings that are also still closed, including the Francisco Lemos and the G Streets bridges are closed as well. And again, officials urging everyone right now to stay away from the roads if you can. They did say that they are expecting a couple of inches, 1 to 2 inches of rainfall as
Looks like we lost Rania.
Yeah, unfortunately. I'd like to know why they closed the bridge. It makes you have to wonder with that barge slamming into it. Are they worried about the structural integrity of it? Because that's a huge problem if it is.
Mm-hmm. Right now, though, we want to check back in with Paul. They're expecting 1 to 2 inches in that area still, Paul.
Well, things you don't think about, and I kind of want to talk about this, is if you're there in Kerrville and that bridge is closed, how do you get from one side to the other?
Wow, there's only a couple other crossings there. There's one just a little bit further south, but it's a 2-lane. It's literally one direction and one the other direction. So that would be a huge problem if they have to close the Sidney Baker Bridge.
And has it been in the other location with water? I don't know if that
Well, further up, you can cross at 98,
Okay.
where we saw Bella and Axel earlier today, but I can't think of another crossing. There very well may be, but I can't think of another crossing between those two locations. And it's a distance apart.
Yeah. In this day and age, we take those kind of things for granted. But yeah, that becomes a real problem if you can't cross some of those bridges. So yeah, they're in, we've done such a great job covering that up there. And the Guadalupe River, it looks like to me it's coming down just a little bit. Anyway, that's what it kind of looks like when you look at the shots there. Okay, let's refresh what's happening here. This is the most important things that you need to know right now is we do have an emergency situation. We've got an emergency flood situation going on here in Uvalde, and it's a potentially dangerous situation with what they're talking about. They're calling this a flash flood emergency, and that's for the entire county of Uvalde. Also, we've got a flash flood emergency, particularly dangerous situation here, also for eastern portions of Kerr County, including the Guadalupe River into Kendall County and the Pedernales. Oh, let's see, I think that was about 8:40, about an hour and 10 minutes ago. They were talking about a deadly wall of water that's going down the Pedernales all the way down and will eventually end up there around Johnson City. So between Fredericksburg and Johnson City, there's a particularly dangerous situation along the Pedernales River. And then you can see what's happening with the rainfall. I've got the lightning strikes on here because you can kind of use the lightning strikes as a proxy to the rainfall rates. It's pretty close. And we've got still some lightning here. But one thing you have noticed about an hour ago or an hour and a half, the lightning strikes were there were just a lot more of them here in Kinney County. So this is weakening. The overall trend I've noticed over the last couple of hours is for the intensity to wane. And you know, the last couple of days this has happened, how it really ramps up at night, and then as we head into the afternoon, kind of starts leveling off late morning and into the afternoon, and then you'll have some pockets in the afternoon that start picking up, and then it's the main overnight. Now the question is, overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, whether we'll see another fire up of more storms, and a lot of the high resolution computer models are saying no, but I'm not so sure. I mean, you've got the same mechanism in place for overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. So we may have some more rain overnight tonight. Probably won't be as intense, but that's one thing that I'm watching is that if we don't have more as we head into tonight and into tomorrow morning. So this is where it's raining the heaviest right now, right over Uvalde County in places we don't want it to rain the heaviest. And again, the entire county has a flash flood emergency going on, and almost every county you've got a flash flood warning in effect out to the west, not for Bexar County and not locations to the east, but Kendall County, Kerr County, Gillespie County, all through Bandera County, and all these counties back to the west. You know, you're talking about Edwards County, Real County, Kinney County, and also back to Valverde County, and the northern portions of Zavala and northeastern portions of Maverick County, all with flood warnings. And the purple, those are the areas that we have a dangerous situation going on right now. So let's focus on those. And what I've done here is I've taken the traditional radar off, and what you're seeing here are the rainfall rates. Where you see the yellows and the reds, those are very heavy rainfall rates. Well, notice what's happened here, and this is a loop over the last half hour to an hour, how the rainfall rates are not as heavy as they were before, and that's good news. I think that's one of the reasons why it looks like the Guadalupe River is coming down just a bit. Also, we've got a dangerous situation here on the Pedernales. Still some very heavy rainfall rates along the beginnings of the Pedernales. So it looks like this may not improve for the next hour or two. It's going to take a while for conditions to improve here on the Pedernales River. Also, we've got the entire county. This was originally the potentially dangerous situation area. Now it's the entire county of Uvalde. And you've got the Sabinal River that runs from Utopia just to the west of Sabinal, and then you've got the Frio River right here. The Sabinal River is forecast, it was 8 feet about 9 o'clock, about an hour ago, but forecast by early afternoon to go to 24 feet. That is a big rise. So you can imagine the amount of water that's coming down the Pedernales right now and rushing towards Sabinal. And so this could be a real problem. I need to go back and look at what happens at 24 feet to this whole area here when you have the crest at 24 feet. I'll find that. Maybe Ryan, you can look through, maybe Ryan's going to look through and see what happens at 24 feet, because it'll say exactly what should happen at 24 feet here around Sabinal later this afternoon. I can tell you it's probably not going to be good. And then you can see the lightning and the rainfall rates are still very heavy here. And this is along 83, approaching 127 and up 83 to Utopia. Earlier we had video out of the Utopia area with the rivers there, and it was just raging. So I can imagine what's happening now. Uvalde, we're about to see some more rainfall. The rainfall rate rates. Here's, I guess, some good news. The rainfall rates aren't as heavy as they were before, but still very heavy across the northern portions of the county. And then we have the Nueces River that runs right through here. And I'm sure the Nueces is getting pretty swollen as well. But really watching that Sabinal River, we're going to see a big rise there on the Sabinal. Okay, here locally, looking at the Bexar County. Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of rainfall, at least not lately. And here's a loop. I want to show you over the next 6 hours what's happening. And I'm going to widen this a little view here, and just to kind of get you a little bit better view of what has been happening and what's going on right now. Okay, so we've got all of this moisture kind of feeding in right in here. And notice where you go from sea level and you start hitting the hills, you get an extra rise, and that's what's happening all through the hill country. And that's why the hill country is flash flood alley, because you've got the bathtub down here in the Gulf with all that abundant moisture. And if you have the right scenario, that will move and lift and hit the hills and lift even more. And then overnight at night, then you have a little bit of a low-level jet that really feeds that moisture in, and then you've got a real rain-making machine. And so that's what we've been seeing over the last couple of days, is just a rain-making machine here. And there's the areas that are seeing the heaviest rainfall right now. Okay, let's take a look at the rainfall rate. Some of these rainfall rates are pretty heavy still here in eastern portions of Real County, also into Uvalde County, and it looks like it's picking up again here in Kinney County. I'm walking off because I'm going to put some rainfall rates. I'm going to put this as a still, and then I'm going to put some rainfall rates in here, how heavy the rain is falling. Look at that. Almost 5 inches per hour. I mean, that is intense. Over central Uvalde County, I'm not sure if I've seen it at 6.25 very often. That's impressive. And back towards Brackettville, 5.2-inch rainfall rates per hour. That is amazing amount of moisture, an amazing amount of rainfall rates there. Okay, and so you put these heavy rainfall rates. Let's just average it out and say that the rainfall rates, let's be conservative, about 4.5 inches per hour in some of the heaviest spots. Boy, it doesn't take a whole lot of time for it to really add up. And this is a look at the 24-hour total, anywhere from around, this may be a little inflated. So let's say 10 inches to around a foot. 10 inches to a foot all through this whole area. And if you can imagine, if you took every square foot and you look at putting that much water in 24-hour period, it's amazing. I mean, it's just now it's starting to get to where there's nowhere for it to go, right? And then you've got Kerrville, you got about 8 inches, Bernie about 8 inches, and northeastern Bexar County picked up about 5 inches in the last 24 hours. Here's our 48-hour totals, and this is definitely inflated, I think. But you could safely say that from northeast Kinney County right through Uvalde County, you could safely say anywhere from around, let's say 14 to maybe 18 inches of rainfall, and that's why we have a deadly situation here and a potentially dangerous situation for Uvalde County. So looks like the rain just continues, but it is tapering off just a little bit.
Getting a little bit of a break. Yeah. For a little while anyway.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
All right, we want to head back out to Kerrville, where we find Rania Kaur. We got cut off a little bit earlier, Rania. You did receive some updates, though.
That's right, Barry and Audrey. And I just heard as well, though we're still working to confirm that information, that the barge we saw and we're seeing right here under the bridge actually came from Nimitz Lake near Guadalupe Street. But again, we're still working to confirm that information. Here's what we have learned from officials. They have relieved overnight rescue crews, but there are new crews that are conducting welfare checks and additional evacuations. And police are continuing to assist evacuations in the Lytle area and responding to alarm calls caused by power outages that are widespread in the area right now. Now, Kerrville Fire Department, working in coordination with the regional task force, is handling all boat rescue operations. And they said the most evacuations in the Quinlan Creek area have been completed. Regarding water, they said that the water treatment is still offline, and the water pressure, again, thanks to that groundwater network, still able to provide water in this area. Though they have said that they were able to isolate a water main break on Arcadia. but they are expecting significant wastewater system damage once these floodwaters recede, and again, a lot of power outages in the area. Now, as for the parks, of course, all of the parks, this is Louise Hayes Parks we're looking at right now, are closed and evacuated, and there has been flood damage reported at Arcadia Loop. In terms of personnel and employee support there, putting everyone from emergency response into sustained operations, what they're calling marathon mode. And for those employees, there have been behavioral health counselors deployed to assist employees. Regarding that disaster declaration I was mentioning earlier, it has been signed and submitted to the governor. And their key priorities right now, they say, is to continue flood response and evacuations, protect life safety, and discourage unnecessary travel. Again, turn around, don't drown. They're going to be monitoring the water, wastewater, power, detention facilities, and trying to continue on with this extended response. And just a reminder, they're keeping with the flood warning until 3 p.m. Sydney Baker Bridge on Highway 16 is closed now, and the G Street bridges and Francisco Lemos Bridge have been closed for quite some time, and they continue to remain closed. We haven't received any updates on how many numbers of rescues they've done or where exactly they're evacuating. They haven't gone into specifics, but this is the latest update we've received from Kerr County officials, as of 8 this morning when they last had their briefing. Audrey Berry.
All right, Ronnie, real quick. You said the bridge is closed. The Sydney Baker Bridge is closed. Is it because the barge hit it, or they just want to slow down travel?
You know, it could be a combination of both, Barry. We're still working to confirm that information. All officials have told us at this point is that Highway 16 and the Sydney Baker Bridge are closed. But, you know, throughout this morning, I have seen officials on that bridge, first responders, Kerrville police, and the like, again, monitoring conditions. And again, earlier this morning when we were crossing from Guadalupe Street to come here to the VFW parking lot so we could provide you with what we have been seeing this morning, we were able to cross the Sydney Baker Bridge. So, you know, something must have changed the last few hours for them to make that decision to close it. But that's what we know so far. Audrey Berry.
Thanks so much, Rania, for all of those updates. We'll check in with you in just a bit. Right now, we want to check in with Bella Papaduke, who is also there in Kerr County. Bella, you're at the Hill Country Youth Event Center, which we understand is a staging center for some folks.
Yes, Audrey, that's right. We learned that this is one of the main staging areas, the Hill Country Youth Event Center. It's filled with emergency personnel right now. I'll take a step to the side so you can get a better look. We're seeing vehicles from all different agencies, Marble Falls, South Montgomery, Crosby, and more. There's a mixture of fire trucks, rescue boats, ambulances, law enforcement vehicles. Even we just saw a chopper land behind building, that white yellowish building, a couple minutes ago. We're told this is one of the main staging areas in Kerr County, staging areas that law enforcement and EMS down Highway 20 along the Guadalupe River to get to here. And while we were driving down that way, we saw a couple choppers lingering in the area. They might have been looking at keeping an eye on the Guadalupe River. And Highway 27, the stretch that we were on, was not too flooded, but we know that is not the case for a lot of the roads in the region. And just remember, a lot of places are still closed today in Kerr County as emergency services make rescues, still help people, and they're working really hard out there to keep everyone safe. Barry, Audrey.
Bella, have you had a chance to speak to anybody there? Are they talking to you there yet?
Barry, we haven't got the chance yet because we got set up right when we got here, but after we get off this live shot, we're going to go chat with some people, see what we can find out about maybe how many EMS people they have here, anything we can learn about more rescues and more updates about closures, flooding, and impacts in the area.
I saw that Marble Falls firefighter truck behind you. Do you see a lot of other different counties and municipalities there assisting in Kerrville?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of different agencies. And actually, when I was out in Uvalde County yesterday, we spoke to a couple EMS personnel out there, and they said they had been deployed from different agencies across the state. And it's really a state effort right now, a group effort, because of just how severe and how bad the rain and the flooding has gotten out here. So they're definitely getting help from a lot of the outside agencies.
All right. Thank you, Bella. We appreciate it. We saw that last time, too. As soon as the flooding, the water started to go down, I mean, help just poured in. So it's good to see.
Absolutely. Right now, we want to check in with Earl. He was on his way to Bernie and that area, general area. Earl, how's that drive been? I know there's been a little bit of a lull in some of the rain.
Audrey, Barry, everything's been pretty dry here. We're getting on Loop 1604 right now. As we approach Bernie, we have about 35 minutes left until we get close to the Guadalupe River to give you more weather coverage on what's happening on the grounds there. But with me doing just some research on what's been happening in Kendall County, they did give an update that the city of Bernie just opened their doors at 10 a.m. They had to do a delay, with a lot of city and county officials just working out in the community, trying to take care of everyone, and also making sure, especially people in Comfort in Bergheim, were safe, because the river in Center Point, it hit at least 30 feet overnight. So with all of this information, we're working still with Bernie under a flash flood warning until 1 p.m. And the city leaders in Bernie say that they expected about 4 inches of rain this morning. And yesterday, there was just a lot of rain that came down, especially at Cibolo Creek. So we're going to be looking around to see if some of those areas in the center of Bernie are still closed, and then also looking at the Guadalupe River, seeing where things are at in the city. And when we get all those updates, we'll be sure to let everyone know what's going on.
In your travels, don't cross any low water. I mean, low water crossings.
Yeah. And want to check in with Sarah Duran. Sarah, yesterday in Bernie,
Promise, I won't.
we had crews there, and River Road, it was just inundated with water.
Yeah, I wasn't here at work yesterday, but I heard different things. I saw different things on social media, especially those videos. I'm sure you saw them too, of just parking lots that were flooded. River Road was flooded. It was definitely a dire situation over in Bernie, and hopefully things are improving as for today. I know I-10 1604 was a big talker as well because of that tornado that fell over on the northwest side. Throughout the morning, I've been talking with the PIO over at TxDOT, and she's working to get me some information because I was curious about the structural integrity of the interchange after that tornado yesterday, and she's working on getting me an answer. But for now, we were talking about what happens now that we're in this flooding situation out west and northwest. So she tells me that TxDOT crews have been on the ground during the last couple of days. Damage assessments are preliminary at this time as they are still in active response mode. More TxDOT crews and barricades have been going to affected counties, and additional portable message signs have been deployed. So this is what the situation is currently with TxDOT. They are in their emergency response mode over at TransGuide, and they're working and keeping a close eye on the road conditions out in our western counties. And of course, like we saw last year on July 4th, after those floods, there was a lot of damage left behind. And for weeks, they were out there just reconstructing different things like bridges and roads. And if that's the case here with this situation, they could be out there for several weeks trying to get those up to code and making sure that they are safe for our drivers. All right, over on our traffic map, I want to show you the situation as far as our traffic radar goes. We still have a lot of rain pouring down on roads out to the west. It really hasn't changed much from earlier this morning. I know Paul has been really focused in a lot of different spots like Uvalde, Kerrville, as well as far as Del Rio. For now, I want to focus on Kerrville because we're still having a lot of water dump over I-10 in both directions, and it's leading to some road closures. Not much has changed as far as road closures. There's been no improvement, but there also hasn't been any additional ones added at this time. You can see that I-10 at Goat Creek Road is closed down because of water reported on the roadway, as well as State Highway 39, State Highway 27, FM 2771, and FM 1338. What you're looking at on the left-hand side of your screen is a snapshot I took earlier this morning from drivetexas.org. This is a free online resource that you can access anytime from your desktop or your mobile device. I really like this resource when it comes to situations like these because it's TxDOT updating you in real time as far as what's happening on the roadways, especially because in a lot of these areas, I don't have traffic cameras in, so I rely heavily on these resources to be able to tell you what is open, what is closed, and what is flooded like we're seeing out there today. Next, I want to focus on Uvalde really quick. You can see we have some closures, and it looks like we may have some new updates, new information, Paul, as far as what's happening in our weather.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
Okay.
We'll show everything that's going on. Okay, let's go back and let's roll back to what is happening right now. Okay, as we take a look at the radar, this is going to refresh. That's the potential, but this is what's happening out there right now. I'm just going to take just 1 second to refresh, get a latest look at the radar. Okay, so we've got 3 areas I'm really watching closely. Of course, the entire area here in the Hill Country, you've got flood warnings and just numerous flood warnings. But again, potentially dangerous situation on the Pedernales, also eastern portions of Kerr County and along the Guadalupe River into Kendall County, and the entire county of Uvalde has a potentially dangerous situation here. Here's the good news is the general trend has been for the intensity and the aerial coverage to decrease, but still we've got some pockets of very heavy rain here in northern portions of Uvalde County into Bandera County and also into Kerr County. It just doesn't want to stop. It's not as heavy as it was, but it just continues in streaks here into Kerr County and also into Gillespie County. And then down to the south and west, we've got some heavy rain there as well, all through Kinney County, but there are some warnings there that are covering that. Okay, so let's take a look here. This is what's happening right now in Uvalde County, pretty close to where 127 and 83 meet. This is Concan, heavy rainfall in northern portions of Uvalde County. And I was looking at the Sabinal River, and it should crest at about 24 feet. And Sabinal is right here. So just west of Sabinal should crest at 24. And if you're wondering what should happen at 24 feet, there's going to be secondary and even primary roads that will be flooded. Also, some of the low bridges on some of the low water crossways, they'll be impassable. So there's going to be let's say the effects are going to be even worse here as we head into the afternoon because the river continues to rise. Also, the Nueces River was at 22 feet, but coming down. So major flooding is happening on a lot of these rivers here in Uvalde County. Also in Kerr County and also up there around Gillespie County. So let's take a look. The rainfall rates, they're not as intense, but it's still raining across portions of Kerr County. Here in Gillespie County, still raining in portions. And so it's going to take a while before this gets better. Matter of fact, the river hasn't crested yet, I don't believe, on that Pedernales there. And earlier this morning, they were talking about a deadly wall of water going down the Pedernales. And here we've got some very heavy rainfall approaching Utopia. Continues to rain heavily in that warning area, that emergency area there in Uvalde County. Bear, yeah, there's not a whole lot happening. We haven't seen much rainfall, thank goodness. But the heaviest rain over the last 6 hours, you can just kind of pick it out and see the overall trend. The overall trend has been for it to decrease. We still, though, into the main system, we still have moisture that's being just kind of scooped up and moved across the hill country. And I think that process is going to continue. So here's what I'm looking at over the next several hours is for rain to continue across the hill country, just not quite as intense as what we have seen earlier this morning. And so any kind of improvement is going to be slow across the hill country. You need to keep that in mind. So it's not going to improve overnight. It's going to be a slow process to improve. And the heavy rainfall rates just continue west of Brackettville, also in northern portions of Uvalde County there. Look at some of these rainfall rates are like 4.5 inches, 5 inches per hour. Okay, so I want to get to what I'm expecting. I told you earlier, I don't like any of the computer models. I think they're all just not doing well at all. I was going to say garbage, but we'll be polite to the computer models. They're just not doing a very good job. Here, this is, I believe I'm using the HRRR here, and you saw what the radar looks like. I guess it kind of looks like it, and this is till 11 a.m., kind of similar, and this will go to 2. So like I was saying earlier, I think the rain is not going to move a whole lot, but it's just going to continue to kind of decrease in intensity and maybe decrease in aerial coverage. So again, any kind of improvement I think is going to be very slow to occur across the entire hill country as we head through the rest of this morning and into the afternoon. But the question is, what happens as we head into tonight, overnight tonight? I'm gonna use the European model, which really it's not very good with convective processes, but I think this is probably what's going to happen. Is we're going to see Uvalde back to Rock Springs, Del Rio. The high-resolution computer models aren't really showing a replay overnight tonight, but I'm thinking there's a possibility. So I wouldn't let our guard down completely overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. I think especially across the western hill country, you could see some more heavy rainfall. I do think here in Bexar County, we could see some scattered this afternoon, but I think maybe a 20% chance tomorrow. But I'm not entirely sold that this whole process is going to come to an end overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. I would still have my guard up overnight across the hill country, overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. And then eventually, as we head into Saturday, I am expecting an improvement, partly cloudy skies, and high temperatures get back into the 90s. I'm not sure if Ryan is ready. Ryan, give me a thumbs up if you're ready. If you're not, okay, Ryan is ready. You know, Ryan Shoptaw is always ready. I shouldn't even have asked. Okay, Ryan, what do you got? What's the latest on those rivers?
Yeah, so we've been, obviously monitoring the rivers very closely because the Nueces, the Pedernales in Gillespie County, the Frio, I mean, you name it. Every river, especially west and northwest of San Antonio, has been seeing a lot of concern. So here's just some of the latest. Obviously, we're watching all rivers this morning. The Sabinal River forecast to crest at 24 feet through tomorrow. That means, and as Paul mentioned, secondary, primary roads and low bridges are flooded. The Pedernales River in Gillespie County, that flows into Johnson City, I believe. It moves east towards 281. That's expected to crest at 34 feet through Thursday, or through today and tomorrow. And that means roads are flooded. Records at 41.6 feet. So that's important to note. The Pedernales River, it's forecast to crest around 34 feet, and the record's at 34 feet, and then the record's at 41.6 feet. So it's going to get close to record territory. The Nueces River forecast below Uvalde to crest at 27.5 feet through tomorrow. Major flood stage is at 17 feet. So it's 10 feet above flood stage. Very, very important to watch all of these. That's radar. Paul has been talking about that a lot lately. And then let's take a look at a wider reach of all the rivers and some of the updates as of, it's about 10:15 this morning. That's going to show you what's happening in the hill country between Bernie, Fredericksburg, there we go, perfect. Guadalupe River at Comfort. Current as of 10 a.m., 37.1 feet. Flood stage is at 21 feet. Forecast crest 38 feet, so it's very close to its crest at Comfort. The Pedernales River at 10 a.m. this morning, 32 feet. Flood stage is at 22. 35.7 is forecast, so a few more feet. By the way, the Pedernales around Fredericksburg has risen about 3 to 5 feet in the last couple of hours. So, we've been hearing reports of a wall of water just moving so fast, and that's, indicating that right there. Just so much influx and water has been flowing down the Pedernales River. Forecast crest around 35.7 at noon today. Frio River at Concan, current 10 a.m., 17.3 feet. Flood stage is at 11. Forecast crest is at 17 feet, so right around there. The Guadalupe River near Spring Branch. Now, that's the latest, new data I've seen because, we were looking at the Guadalupe, farther east and southeast of San Antonio, but those flood warnings have expired. Now, the one spot to watch is the Guadalupe near Spring Branch. Current 11.3 feet. Flood stage is at 21, so it's not there just yet. However, from the National Weather Service, from NOAA, its forecast crest is 37 feet later tomorrow. And I'm, watching that very closely because that's a large jump. But let me just confirm that right now. The Guadalupe River near Spring Branch, yeah. So it peaked earlier, I believe, this morning and yesterday. It was at 25 feet. Latest observation, as you see right there, is around 11.3 feet. But with so much water falling into the hill country and, falling downstream, the latest outlook from the National Weather Service and the river gauge, it's forecasting moderate flood stage around 37 feet. keep in mind, in this particular area, flood stage is 21 feet, but major flood stage is 39 feet. So it's closing in on major flood stage. That specific location of the Guadalupe near Spring Branch, that's pretty much like, north on 281. An area to certainly watch the next couple of hours, as some of that data will, continue to update as more of our river gauges update later this morning and this afternoon. Here's another update for the Medina River, the Nueces River, the Sabinal. So the Sabinal, we've been watching closely, and Paul mentioned earlier that primary, secondary surface roads will be impacted, likely underwater or just overtaken, especially in like low water crossings. The Sabinal River currently 8.6 feet, flood stage is at 12, but the forecast by later this afternoon 24.1 feet. That's an incredible jump for the Sabinal River. Nueces River near Laguna currently at 16.6 feet, flood stage is at 10. Forecast crest right around there right now. So it's cresting at about this point in time. We'll continue to update that number later this morning. Medina River at Bandera, that ongoing flood warnings the last couple of hours. Current level 7.9 feet. It's closing in on flood stage. However, the forecast is to go up to 24 feet by later this morning. So we'll see if that checks out and verifies. But of course, these are all forecasts, just depending on how fast or how quick the water is moving from up to downstream across the Medina, the Nueces, the Sabinal, the Guadalupe. So again, we're watching all those very closely. Largest river crests in Kerrville history. We talked about this earlier this morning. Back last July, the Guadalupe at Kerrville peaked at 37.5 feet with a rain estimate anywhere from 11 to a foot of rain. And that's comparable with, some very historic floods back in the 80s and back in even the 30s, 100 years ago. July of 1932, the river crested at 39 feet, which I believe may be the all-time record. But the Guadalupe, Paul, we've talked about what the National Weather Service is saying. And just from what I'm seeing, I think the latest observation was this right here. Right there, latest 11.4. We're still a little skeptical about that, but I think you mentioned, Paul, that you've seen some improvements on the Guadalupe from earlier this morning, but we'll continue to watch this the next couple hours.
Yeah, we're talking about this, and I don't know, it just doesn't look right, but maybe it is. Here's what the problem is with me, is you notice the major, and something is off with this little graph, because you notice major flood is 20 feet. And it definitely is a major feat, but then again, we're reporting 11.
Yeah, so I think
so something is off.
I think what I'm seeing right here on the Weather Service, it's at moderate flood stage, whereas our graphic is the pink contour is a little farther down than needed. So I can fix that right now. But I think from what I've seen on the National Weather Service, the latest flood stage is moderate, Guadalupe River at Kerrville. So what I can do.
Well, we were showing the images.
Yeah.
And boy, if that's moderate, that's pretty high for moderate.
Yeah, that's for the Guadalupe location at Kerrville.
Yeah, right. Something just hasn't been right about Kerrville. I could be totally wrong, but something just doesn't seem right with the gauges and everything. It just doesn't seem right.
Yeah, so right there I just fixed it. That should represent more of what's occurring at the moment at that specific location.
Yeah, just don't look at the words on the left there.
Right, there we go. Yeah, no.
Right. But I tell you, Ryan, you're doing a great job.
It's all real time.
Right, it's all real time, and these aren't automatic. We've got to make these graphs. It'd be great if we had them and they were automatically updated and stuff. It'd be making it a lot easier. But one thing I do want to talk about is that Sabinal River. The Sabinal River is going to go to 24, and that's going to cause some problems there in the southern part of Uvalde County.
Let me pull that up real quick.
Yeah, let's pull that up.
And so so anywhere from the hill country towards western parts of our viewing area. So give it a second to update. So we'll just start here, Paul. So that's the Guadalupe, the Pedernales River, the Guadalupe near Spring Branch.
Yeah.
And I think that flows, I talked about this earlier, towards 281, towards Johnson City. And that could be a problem for folks and communities that live downstream. But, of course, we're going to be skeptical on all this. But the Guadalupe near Spring Branch, forecast crest 37 feet.
Yeah, which is right there. It's not a PDS, but it is just a warning.
Right. And that's because of so much water falling west of it and then flowing downstream.
Yeah. So, and the thing that's amazing is 37 feet. That sounds pretty high, right?
Yeah.
But it's not even at major at 37.
Yeah, a matter of fact, I'm going to check that.
I think
right
major
now.
was like 39, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. Major flood stage is 39 feet, with the record for that specific location at Spring Branch is 53 feet. So,
and if I'm not mistaken, I think that's the Guadalupe River right there. It's got the nice fancy bridge, and the Fishers is pretty close to that.
Right.
And when you go across, you see the tubers and stuff. And that river looks way down there. So that part of the river can absorb a lot of water running through there. And that's one of the reasons. And that's the thing that's interesting about all these numbers with all these rivers. These numbers mean different things at different locations.
Right. And you were talking about earlier specifically about the Sabinal, and what was it at 20 feet? I believe, Paul, correct? I mean, that's when primary and secondary surface roads are impacted.
24.
Right, yeah.
Probably at 20 feet, then you have secondary roads that start to have problems, but it's at 24 where you have primary roads that have problems.
Yeah, and I have it right here. At 24 feet, major lowland flooding from the headwaters to the Frio River confluence. Very dangerous to campers upstream. Near Utopia, many secondary and primary roads and low bridges are flooded and dangerous at 24 feet. But at 28 feet, which it's not forecast to reach that, but of course we're going to monitor it.
That's when it really changes.
That's major flooding, threatens the Utopia on the river, resort near Utopia. Numerous roads, crossings, and bridges are flooded severely. Livestock should be removed at that point. But again, it's not forecast to reach 28, but it's forecast to reach 24.
24.
In the coming days.
So there in Sabinal, things are going to get worse as far as the river is concerned.
Yeah.
Before it gets better. Frio, did you say what the latest was on the Frio River?
Yeah, let me check that right now. So that's north. So the Frio River at Concan, picking up that data right now.
Yeah, which is right where I'm pointing, right here.
That is at 17.3 feet, and it looks like it's cresting. Record is 34 feet, so it's significantly below that, but it is still considered major flood stage at 15 feet. It's right around 17.3 feet as of right now.
You know, and what do you think about this, Ryan? I mean, 17 feet, and what was the record there?
The record at that location on the Frio at Concan is 34.4 feet, and it's at 17.3.
Could you imagine? I mean, you see how much rain we've
almost
received in the last couple of days. Wow, what happened when they hit the record?
Yeah, right.
I mean, wow.
Goodness. Yeah, right.
That would be just an amazing, because this is about, in my mind, this is about as much as I've seen in like a 2 or 3 day period, right? So maybe there was a lot more, I guess, upstream there in the Frio River or something. And then the Nueces River.
Let me just check one more thing on the Frio, because the Frio River below Dry Frio near Uvalde.
Right, which is right about in here. Let me get a little zoom in here.
The latest observation below and near Uvalde, 19 feet, and it looks like it's cresting, and it'll start to decrease later tonight through tomorrow.
Okay, and what is major flood stage there?
Major flood stage is 17 feet, and it's currently at 19
Okay, so it is major flood.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, what is the record there on the Frio?
35 feet.
What? Okay.
Yeah, so it's around 19 feet currently. Major flood stage is 17, so it's at the major flood stage. So that's bottom line. But the record for this location is all the way up to 35 feet. So it's nowhere near the record, but again, still a dangerous situation.
Yeah,
on the Frio.
all of Uvalde County. Thank you so much, Ryan. And we're on top of the rivers, and Ryan's doing a great job giving you the latest on these rivers. Okay, we've got Rania. I believe I don't know if I'm tossing Rania or Barry and Audrey. I guess it does. Okay.
Sounds like you already did.
Yeah, we wanted to check in with Rania. She is standing by with someone there in Kerrville who she's been speaking with. Rania.
Audrey, Barry, and before I get into that interview, just within the last couple seconds, we saw what appeared to be a completely orange helicopter, and I just searched it up real quick. It appears to be from the U.S. Coast Guard. And that is the third helicopter we've seen. We've seen what appeared to be a Black Hawk, Kerrville PD's helicopter, and now what seems to be the Coast Guard. But with me is Courtney Kate Calhoun, who actually lives in Hunt. Courtney, what was it like this morning?
Last year, all over again. Let's see, sentry alarms, flood alarms started going off around 4 in the morning. By that time, we'd had torrential downpour, lightning, terrifying lightning. The alarms went off for about 20 minutes, and pretty much as soon as the sun came up, a lot of people came out. But I've had contact with people down in Hunt, all the way past Camp Mystic, all the way to Center Point. and pretty much everywhere is evacuated to higher ground as long as it's close to the river. Anything out of what flooded last year is pretty much shelter in place.
I mean, it must be deja vu.
Yeah, I'm in a state of shock right now. Currently trying to decide and figure out if that barge is the one that came from Ingram or if it's from Kerrville. It's deja vu. I can't believe it's happened all over again. And it's not hitting the same places that it hit last year necessarily. It's hitting the places that didn't get hit. So really, from here down is kind of the worst of what it's becoming.
You know, here, the water, by the time I got here, wasn't as high as it was the last year. Would you say that was the same case in Hunt as well?
Yeah, so it's rising a lot slower, but it's still rising fast. If you compare it to last year, it's at a glacial pace. But for what is happening, it's already gone over the river across from the old Heart of the Hills. It's crossing on to Heart of the Hills. So that's right below Camp Mystic. So anywhere past there, they're kind of locked into where they are. And where I'm from at Roddy Tree Ranch, I can't get back to there right now. So,
you know, it seemed like the hill country, Kerrville, Hunt, Ingram had just started really getting back their feet. You know, 4th of July was celebrated to some extent this year. Tell me, what are you thinking now with what you've seen so far?
So I finally returned to this park on July 3rd for the first time in a year. And last night at 7 p.m. I was at that overlook watching, and it didn't feel like much. So, again, it's just a state of shock. There's really no way to explain it. It's kind of like a betrayal in a sense. Like, we were so close to getting to where we were trying to get, and you know, I'm just gonna start over, praying that it's a good start over and that no one's missing. That's what I'm on standby for with the Center Point Fire Department and kind of Ingram, just waiting to see if people are missing.
And you assisted with search and rescue among the many people who came to volunteer to help. Are you prepared to do that again at this point?
Yes, ma'am. A lot of us became certified in ground search and recovery. I'm a field medic now as well. Some of us, especially at the Center Point Volunteer Fire Department, got swift water rescue training. So people are a lot more prepared. I would also say people evacuated a lot more quickly. So as soon as, I don't remember this from last year, but it was called a flood emergency warning. Instead of just flood watch, flood warning, it's emergency. As soon as people started getting that, they evacuated. So everybody kind of seems to be a little bit more prepared, but it's still a shock, you know? You just don't think it's gonna happen until it's happening.
And you were saying different parts of the area were hit. Are you expecting, I mean, obviously water is receding now. Are you able to see images for what the state looks like at this point, or no?
I haven't been looking, but I am in contact with a couple meteorologists, and they have called and told me to prepare for it to come back up quite a bit. They said the rain's going to go on and off like this, and again, whenever it stops raining, that doesn't necessarily mean that the water's going to stop rising, because it takes a while to catch up. I mean, I have heard it's terrible. It's even getting down to Medina and Utopia. Uvalde is just terrible. So it's going everywhere. And there's just no words. It's shocking.
I appreciate it. For those that are watching at home, one last thing, what would you like them to know?
At home, affected by the flood, or at home anywhere?
Anywhere.
Oh my goodness. Well, if you know people near the river, ask for their locations. Cell phone locations really help. And honestly, just if you get a warning, if you get an emergency warning, especially today, just go. I was down located in Ingram, and some people did not want to go, some went, some didn't. And the ones that don't go, it kind of leaves an uneasy feeling in your stomach. But if you get that warning, go. If you're watching from all around the world, again, it's just a shock. There's no way to really predict this happening again. So it can happen to anyone, and just be careful. And please pray for our community. Please pray for people to evacuate and not be missing.
Thank you so much for speaking with us. And again, officials have also been emphasizing that to heed the warning, stay off the roads, and of course be weather aware. Turn around, don't drown if you are on the roads. Again, just a shocking situation all around, and Hunt as well, as we just heard. Barry, Audrey, sending it back to you.
All right, thank you, Ron. You know, that young lady really wrapped this up too, because these are life-changing events, and for her and for some of the other people, she became a field medic, you know, certified in search and rescue, and so many others that came there to help last year during the July 4th floods and the aftermath, you know, altered their life forever.
But they didn't think they were going to have to use those skills so soon, and that's what's so heartbreaking and, like she said, so shocking, is that, you know, it can happen again, Mother Nature, but I don't think anyone expected it a year to the date almost.
No, yeah, and it'll happen again. It's just nature, and you can't control it. I want to take a look at some of that nature. This is video that viewers have sent in to us. This is Pedernales Falls State Park, showing just how huge that river is. And I've been down in there. We've done some Texas outdoors down in there, and there's a small stream that usually runs through there. The river is at that point, but it is nothing. That looks like the Colorado River. It's so just huge, and there's an extreme flood risk everywhere downstream for that. That video was from less than an hour ago.
Yeah, and then another video we've received from the Zavala County Sheriff that was just released, and we want to go to some aerial shots. There they are. This is from the Zavala County Sheriff from their Facebook page. This is showing the Nueces River at FM 1025. This was posted about an hour ago, and we heard from Ryan. Nueces near Laguna is at 16.6 feet. The flood stage is at 10 feet. They're expecting it to crest very soon at 16.9. I'm not sure if that's
okay. This is Nueces River, Audrey. Where is this at? At where?
River, just there, FM 1025.
Okay, FM 1025. Okay, I'm not sure if we've got a gauge anywhere near this location, but that seems pretty high. I mean, that's impressive right there.
Yeah, and then we have this other video. Is Zavala County Sheriff also posted this video showing Highway 57. This from 2 hours ago, the Nueces River. There underneath it, that highway overpass. Wow, that looks like
a lake.
A lake, or you're driving somewhere in Louisiana.
Right.
That is not normal for that area.
That is, all of this video is just so
shocking.
It's like she said a while ago. Really, that's it. I mean, we've said it so many times, but it's just shocking. There's no way to prepare for this, especially if you think about the past, 4 or 5 years, Paul, we've been in a drought, and then we have conditions that come up when we get this kind of rain. There is nowhere for it to go.
Right, you know, but if you've lived here for any length of time, that's just the way it happens.
It is.
You know, you'll have 3 or 4 years of really dry conditions, and then you'll have 3 or 4 years of wet conditions, and rivers coming out of the banks and flooding, and then we fill up the lakes. We're going to fill up Medina Lake. I still think Medina Lake before the end of the year or into 2027 will likely fill up and become 100%, and then Canyon Lake's going to fill up to 100%. And then when we get probably, and I'm just kind of spitballing here because, you know, if you look at the cycles as we get into the 2030s, again, we'll go probably into a bad drought again somewhere in that period. So it's just kind of a cyclical thing where you have periods of really dry, and then you have periods of really, really wet, and then you go back to periods of really, really dry. That's just the way it happens. All right, here's the Nueces River. And earlier, I had seen reports back to the west, back along where the Uvalde County line and Kinney County line is, where the river was 400 yards wide. And so those videos don't surprise me at all, as you have the Nueces River that just kind of runs on down towards the south. So we've got many problems on a lot of these different rivers and tributaries. Okay, so again, we've showed this map, and this is what is happening. We've got dangerous situation going on the Pedernales, also the Guadalupe Guadalupe River and eastern Kerr County, catastrophic flooding, and also catastrophic flooding going on across the entire county of Uvalde. And you can see more rainfall down to the south and west. One thing that's interesting to me, and I've been talking about this since a little bit, probably the last hour or two, how this activity should start to wane, start to just totally decrease and have less lightning strikes, less intense rainfall, but I think it's going to take a while. It's going to take several hours. And so for more hours, we're going to continue to see rain. It just won't be as intense. At least that's what it looks like we're transitioning to here over the next several hours, is just less intensity, but still kind of raining in the same places that it has been raining. There's all the warnings. We still have numerous flash flood warnings from Kendall County all the way back to Del Rio, including Rock Springs and northern portions of Maverick County. Here is the warning areas where we have not just a warning, but we've got a emergency situation where we've got flash flood emergency, and that is in the eastern portions of Kerr County and all along the Guadalupe River. And the river will continue to rise and rise rapidly on downstream all the way to Spring Branch. We're going to start to see 37-foot crust there. And then here on the Pedernales, we just saw that shot. By the way, Barry, I'm not sure if you can talk, if I can hear you, but you know where we had the Pedernales a while ago? We showed that. Yes, whereabouts is that?
Where it looked to me, Paul, that looked to me to be east of Johnson City. You know, as you head up 281, when you get on the north side, just on the north edge of Johnson City, right, they have it dammed up there. They made a nice little lake that 281 goes over. Right. Then just east of that, that's where that falls down into that big drain area, what it looked like, where it was running out of there.
Okay, so if that is right, and that looked correct, over here east of Johnson City, then the highest of the water hasn't even reached there yet.
Possibly not, and that is literally, I'm just going to ballpark, the way the eagle flies, you know, quarter of a mile, maybe a half a mile east of 281.
Oh, okay, so very close. You can see the river here. The river is right like that. So right about there is that video that we received, just kind of east of 281. So the highest of the water is probably still trying to run into that Pedernales part right there, east of Johnson City. So very interesting there. Okay, and again, there at Fredericksburg, we were talking to Ryan earlier. I believe it's like 32 feet or something like that, pretty high right there. And here we've got some very heavy rain in the northern, northeastern portions of Uvalde County. That's working off towards Utopia. And here in Bexar County, not much happening right now. And just kind of a loop over the last 6 hours. You see this, how it's starting to wind down. And I think that's going to continue over the next several hours. Just a total decrease of this rainfall, I think, is going to happen. We still have a lot of issues out there, and it's going to be very slow to improve, but it looks like the heaviest of rainfall is starting to decrease, which is great. And you can see the rainfall, the rates and the intensity is decreasing there in southern portions of Kinney County. It looks like it's a little bit on the increase, but definitely a general decrease. Okay, we had talked about this, but I'm going to fast forward how much rain has fallen. We're going to skip that. We're going to go to what I think is going to happen for the next couple of days. And you know what? I haven't shown a 14-day all day, but I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. This is probably the good time to do that. Okay, so this is the HRRR model over the next couple of hours. And generally, it doesn't really, I think it's underplaying how much rain is there, and it's not doing a really good job of showing that. But let's just put this into motion a little bit. Through 2 o'clock, and again, just a general decline, a general decrease of the rainfall rates and the aerial coverage. And I think that's going to continue. Now, later on this afternoon, in areas that haven't seen rainfall, just because of the heating of the day, we could have a few isolated showers that develop and thunderstorms outside of those areas that have seen a lot of heavy rainfall. And you can tell right now that these temperatures are off. So these computer models are just not doing a good job with this. Let me back up real quick and stop this. Stop. Okay, this goes to about 1 a.m. Okay, 1 a.m. right there. And you see more development, more heavy rainfall, western Kerr County and into Rock Springs. That's just one computer model. I'm going to use the European model, and probably not the best to use in this kind of a situation, but this is overnight tonight and into early tomorrow morning. See how we've got more development out here in the hill country? Most of the computer models are saying not, but I wouldn't put my guard down overnight tonight. I don't think it's as big of a threat as what we've seen over the last couple of nights, but tomorrow morning could be intense in some locations as well, given the amount of rain that we have been seeing lately. And then as we head into Friday, notice the just a few scattered showers, and I think by the time we get to Saturday afternoon, we'll be looking at high temperatures in the low 90s, probably about 92 or so. All right, we haven't seen this all day, but let's take a look at this. Here's the 14-day and what I think you can expect over the next 14 days. High temperatures again today, maybe low to mid 80s. And then look at the weekend, highs in the low 90s. And then next week, high temperatures in the mid 90s. And so we had a very wet April, very wet May, very wet June, and a very wet July, which is really interesting. Okay, I'm going to send it back to Barry and Audrey. I think you've got the latest. What's happening?
We'll have a chance to dry out a little bit, Paul. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Paul. Right now, we are joined by phone by Eric Epley. He is with STRAC, the Emergency Medical Response Team. They are helping to coordinate the response for regional trauma and emergency health care system. Eric, thanks so much for being here. Can you tell us a little bit about the planning process and how you guys are planning to assist those in the Hill Country?
Hi, it's good to be with you guys. So we've been active for this since it very first started. Uvalde, this entire area is basically our region. STRAC goes up to the Hill Country of Fredericksburg all the way out to Mexico, and then back down to the south by Eagle Pass and back over to San Antonio. So you can imagine this entire area is our coverage area for our regional trauma system. We've activated the Emergency Medical Task Force, which is assets from all over the state, including ambuses and ambulances and command staff, and they've been combined with Texas Division of Emergency Management into the All Hazards Task Forces, and that combines with other fire assets, the Texas Task Force 1, swiftwater rescue assets, and so you've got swiftwater rescue teams with ambulances and ambuses and fire apparatus all responding. We have 6 of those all hazard teams through TDEM that have been activated. We're looking at the main areas that you guys are aware of in Uvalde, Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Comfort, etc. We also have a large Type 3 staging operation at Freeman Coliseum for a first responder shelter. As assets come in and out of the fight, they're recovering at that location, and new entities that come to town check in there at the staging facility and then are deployed. We also have been rounding on our hospitals, working with them to get their patients. Obviously, it's very difficult due to the high water to get critical patients to San Antonio, and so we're working with them diligently. Luckily, all of our hospitals to the western area are on full power and have no impact right now from the flooding. So that's a silver lining of good news.
Now, Eric, how many, we were fortunate in that we were able to prepare for this. A lot of areas were able to prepare. Do we have a line on any number about people who need help, who need medical help during this?
So we've been transporting, we've transported over 20 patients already from either Uvalde Memorial or other hospitals into town, and we've been assisting all of those 911 agencies out to the west. When they ask for help, we assign them additional EMTF ambulances, and I don't have a firm count on that, but it's been a ton.
And I know you said y'all have been planning, and since all of this started even a little bit before, were you part of the governor's declaration? Is that when y'all started preparing for this?
You know, we started when it first started raining, when the Uvalde EMS director called and said, I need some help. So this started even before any of the larger efforts were working. So we work with our agencies on a daily basis through MedCom, our regional communications center here at STRAC, and this is just a larger effort now at the statewide level of what started off as a regional response.
So let's go back a year to the floods of 25. How much did that change the way you operate or prepare you for this now?
I think for the initial response, we did almost the exact same thing. We had our Swiftwater boat squad, San Antonio's boat squad, was activated on Texas Task Force 1 the day before the flood in July 2nd, 3rd. They were in place doing rescues that morning up in Kerrville at 3 and 4 in the morning. We got a call at 5 o'clock from the fire chief, Kerrville Fire Chief Eric Maloney, and I had 20 ambulances on the way to him immediately that morning. So from a regional response, a couple of days ago felt very much like that day at Kerrville. I think the difference there is the large fatality count and sort of as the day ran on, managing the decedents and things from the Kerrville thing was a different thing that we've been prepared for.
And can we expect our crews to be on the ground until all this water recedes from those areas?
Yeah, absolutely. The EMTF program and the strike efforts will be underway until everybody's safe and it's probably dry.
Wow. Well, it's going to be a while because, boy, we are soaked right now. Eric Kepley with STRAC, thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you for being out there, for helping everybody as well.
No, we truly appreciate it. Stay safe.
Absolutely. You guys have a good day.
All right, you too. Right now, I want to go up to Bella Papaduke, who's actually at the staging center in Kerrville now, where some of the STRAC people are.
Yeah, she's there at that Hill Country Youth Event Center. Bella, I know you were going to try and talk to some folks. Have you been able to speak with anyone who's there on the ground?
Barry, Audrey, we got to speak with a couple people, and they say helicopters have been flying in and out of this area all day, assisting with rescues. We were still waiting to speak to the sheriff, but inside this area is a staging place and a place for EMS and first responders to grab a coffee, sit down, and rest for a second before they might have to go back out again, because as you know, they are very, very busy today. I'm going to take a step to the side so you can see what the staging center looks like. These are all law enforcement, emergency response, cars, vehicles, ambulances, rescue boats, dozens of rescue boats coming in and out of the area, and they're from all across the state, even the Texas Guard. We got to speak with them briefly. They're all working together to help Kerr County in this area that is just overwhelmed by the amount of water that we are seeing come this way. There's Marble Falls Fire Department, South Montgomery, Crosby, and that just is scratching the surface. We're told this is one of the main staging areas in Kerr County, and it's also one of the main staging areas during the July 4th floods last year. So we're hoping to speak with the Kerr County Sheriff soon and get an update, learn how many crews are here, how many crews from across the state are here, and bring you more information as we learn it. But for now, reporting live, Bella Papaduke, KENS 5.
Thank you so much for that update, Bella.
All right, I want to go to Earl Stoudemire now. Earl is at 46 River Road in Bernie, where we saw yesterday. Earl, that entire area where you are from there south was just completely flooded.
Good morning, Barry. This place was completely underwater. So for me to stand here right now, we have some broken tree limbs just knocked against the railings. And Matt, if you can just zoom out, you can also see just the water still surging through the Cibolo Creek going downstream, and also the entire fence line knocked over, showing how powerful the water was yesterday. So we also have on the other side some Bernie City workers trying to do some cleanup right now, because this is through the center of the city, and this is a very gorgeous park. You can go to the sidewalk, but now it's covered in mud and also just a lot of work to be done. So the mayor of Bernie, he already signed a disaster declaration to get more resources to get everything back in order here in Bernie, but it's also going to take a long time for the area to regroup after all of the severe weather.
Now Earl was completely underwater yesterday.
Well, you can tell from all the debris behind him. Definitely glad to see that it's receded just a little bit, but still that dam is flowing with water.
All right, I think, where are we going, to Ryan now? Molly? Yes. Ryan?
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's talk about radar. We have an active radar right now. You can see there it is. Lots of moderate rain continuing to drive in from the south and southwest. And there's the 14-day. Can we switch to Max 1 real quick, guys, for the producers in the back? Because I think Max 2 is on the loop for digital.
Yeah.
There it is. And Paul, is there some action out there?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, there's always action. We got a lot happening out there, as a matter of fact. So let's start off with the radar. You can see we still have a potentially dangerous situation here on the Pedernales River. You've seen the video from the Pedernales. I mean, it's just raging. Also here, the Guadalupe River, we've got potentially dangerous situation happening on the Guadalupe River here into Kendall County. Also, eastern portions of Kerr County. We've got a potentially dangerous situation here with all the flooding. And also in Uvalde County, we've got a PDS, potentially dangerous situation with the flooding. So we've got flash flood emergencies that will continue here in Uvalde County. Also, we've got a flash flood emergency for eastern portions of Kerr County and, of course, the Pedernales and the Guadalupe River. Overall, one thing I've seen is that for the intensity of the rain to be on the decrease, we're seeing some lightning strikes there. Thank you. Yeah, so some lightning strikes here into Kinney County, northern portions of Maverick County. But the overall trend here, and this is what we're going to be watching, the overall trend is a decrease of rainfall. But still, we've got a lot of problems out there, and it's going to be slow to improve. A lot of these rivers are going to crest later on this afternoon, so slow improvement here, no doubt. At Utopia, still raining pretty heavily. Over at Brackettville, it is raining very heavily as well. And, you know, I pointed out these potentially dangerous situations, but some of these counties, you've got warnings going on, flash flood warnings. Kendall County, portions of Bandera County, also Kerr County, back to the west around Edwards County, southern portions of Real County, well, actually both north and south Real County, Uvalde, and then all the way back down to Del Rio. So all the way to Del Rio, we've got these flood warnings in effect. Overall, the intensity is coming down. You can tell this is what we call the rainfall rates. Those rainfall rates are decreasing here in Gillespie County. Rainfall rates decreasing. Uvalde County. Rainfall rates on the decrease. But again, any kind of improvement is going to be slow. Here's Bexar County. We haven't seen much rain. And this is a loop over the last 6 hours of what has been happening. And again, you can just kind of see, you can see that decrease of intensity. But the aerial coverage is probably about the same, maybe decreasing as well. And that's what I'm going to be looking for as we head through the rest of this morning. It's now, 11 o'clock, rest of this morning and into the early afternoon, an overall decrease of the rainfall and decrease in the rainfall rates. And that's what we need because we have picked up some amazing amount of rain over the last several days. This is your forecast. I'm going to go ahead and use the forecast models. I'm using on this first one, I believe we're using the HRRR here. And this is what I'm looking at. Okay, so this is what's going on now. This is what the computer model says should be happening right now. Not exactly. They haven't been performing great, but overall till about 2 in the afternoon, notice just, yeah, little decrease. Not much improvement, but a little bit of improvement. And I would watch out. You know, we've seen just a tremendous amount of rain here. Overnight tonight, there is a chance. I don't think it's as good of a chance as we've seen the last couple of nights, but overnight, Barry and Audrey, we could see some more redevelopment across the hill country. That's what I'll be watching for overnight tonight into tomorrow morning.
Well, hopefully not.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hope those waters start receding and everyone gets a little break in there in the hill country. But definitely stick with us because we are continuing our coverage, continuing to monitor this massive weather system that's really been inundating our area.
Yeah, we'll have the latest coming up on Eyewitness News at noon and throughout the evening.